My name's Josh. I'm 32, and I guess if there's one lesson I keep having to learn the hard way, it's this. Never expect people to treat you the way you treat them, especially not family. Growing up, my younger brother Mason was always the golden boy. He got the shiny praise, the leniency, the hand-me-down money that never made it to me. But I never really held it against him. He was charming in a loud, clumsy kind of way, and I was always the quiet one, the one who stayed late at family dinners washing the dishes while Mason snuck out for beers with his buddies. I didn't mind it then. I just figured that's what older brothers did. A few years ago, I started my own graphic design firm. Things were rough in the beginning, I'll admit. I ate a lot of instant noodles and passed on a lot of sleep. But eventually, I found a groove, landed some big contracts, and built up something steady. My parents never really asked much about it, and that was fine. I'd stopped expecting validation. Mason, on the other hand, pinged me every few months with business ideas, most of which involved me doing free branding for his friends' questionable ventures. I helped when I could. And when he announced he was getting married, I was genuinely happy for him. Now, the wedding, this is where things get twisted. Mason called me up 6 months before the big day. "Josh, man, I really need your help," he said. "Claire wants this huge venue, like fairy tale stuff. But we're short about 15 grand after deposits." I should have hesitated, but I didn't. That's what older brothers do, right? I wired the money 2 days later. No questions asked. Not as a loan. Not even as a wedding gift. I told him outright, "Don't worry about it. My gift to you both." He sounded stunned, grateful. And for a while, I felt like maybe, just maybe, I'd finally earned a little appreciation from my family. The next few months, I helped with vendor coordination, proofread invitations, even designed the wedding website for free. I was in the trenches with them. I never got a thank you from Claire, but I chalked it up to stress. She always struck me as a little high-strung, perfectionist. Everything had to be her way or nothing. Then came the rehearsal dinner. My parents barely acknowledged me. My mom was too busy gushing over how beautifully everything came together thanks to Claire's vision, and my dad seemed more invested in the caterer's wine list than in anything I had to say. At one point, Claire's father made a toast and said something like, "This wedding is a result of true family coming together to make dreams happen." Everyone clapped. I raised my glass, half expecting Mason to glance my way. He didn't. He was already whispering something to Claire and laughing. Still, I swallowed it. I told myself I was overthinking, that it wasn't about credit, that being there, supporting them, that was what mattered. The morning of the wedding, I showed up early, dressed, groomed, and ready to help out wherever needed. Claire's bridesmaids were fussing over decorations and hair curlers and emergency stain wipes. I asked one of them where I was supposed to sit for the ceremony. She blinked at me like she had no idea who I was and told me to ask someone on the groom's side. Fine. Eventually, I found my place. 4th row. Not bad. Close enough to smile politely and clap at the right times. I tried not to let the slide eat at me, but it did. Because I'd overheard one of Claire's cousins, a girl who hadn't contributed a dime, complaining that she was only seated in the 3rd row and how she'd expected to be closer to the aisle since she had better Instagram angles from there. The ceremony happened. It was beautiful, I'll admit, even if I did feel like a prop in the background. Then came the reception. That's where the real gut punch landed. When I walked into the ballroom, I scanned the guest list board for my name. Took me a minute. I finally spotted it, scribbled in a corner under table 17. I didn't even know there were 17 tables. Turns out, there weren't. There were 16 full setups, and one half table tucked awkwardly behind a partition near the kitchen entrance, practically next to a swinging staff door. I approached a server and asked if it was a mistake. "Oh, nope," she said, avoiding my eyes. "That's the overflow section." Overflow. Like I was some last-minute tag-along. I found my spot, between a cousin I barely recognized and someone from Claire's work who immediately opened a laptop and started answering emails. I sat down stunned. Numb. There were no decorations on the table. No centerpiece. The water hadn't even been poured. I was about to get up and talk to Mason when Claire appeared out of nowhere in full bridal glam and walked straight toward our table. "Oh, Josh," she said sweetly, like she just remembered I existed. "So glad you could come." I stood up, tried to smile, and said, "Hey, congrats again." Quick question, though. Did the seating get messed up? Her face didn't even flicker. "Nope. We just figured this was the best spot." You know, her smile thinned. "So you wouldn't ruin the photos." I blinked. "What? You wear a lot of dark colors, she said, gesturing vaguely at my charcoal suit. And the aesthetic is really important to me. Mason said you'd understand. Then she was gone. Just like that. I stood there for a moment, processing. The background clatter of dishes and servers shouting orders felt louder than it should have. I wasn't sure if I was embarrassed or humiliated. My face burned. My ears rang. Then, slowly, I walked outside. The venue manager was by the side entrance, speaking into a walkie-talkie. I waited until he finished and then calmly introduced myself. Hi, I'm Josh. I'm the one who paid the final balance for this wedding. He raised an eyebrow. Oh, right? Yeah, big help. Everything was pending until that came through. Appreciate it. I nodded once. Quick question. If I were to withdraw payment, say, call the card company and reverse it, what would happen? He blinked, then gave a tight smile. Well, we'd shut it all down. Immediately. Even if it's mid-reception? Especially then. That's in the policy. We only keep events running if final payment clears. And yours was the final payment. I pulled out my phone. He looked at me again, more carefully this time. You sure about this? I looked through the glass doors behind him. Through the glittery chandelier lights, I saw Mason and Claire in the middle of the dance floor, starting their first dance. Everyone was watching, smiling, clapping. No one had noticed I was gone. I pressed the call button and put the phone to my ear. The call connected in 2 rings. Hi, this is Sarah from Landmark Venue Services. How can I help you today? I kept my voice steady. Hi, Sarah. I need to cancel a payment that was processed this week for the Windmere Ballroom under the name Josh Callahan. It was for a wedding reception happening right now. There was a brief pause. Then, the tone in her voice changed. Mr. Callahan, are you requesting a formal reversal? Yes. Immediate cancellation. I understand the terms. I've just been informed this was charged inappropriately. I could hear her typing quickly. Understood. We'll notify the event coordinator and begin shutdown protocols as outlined. You'll receive a confirmation email within the hour. Thank you, I said simply. She sounded a little breathless when she replied. You're sure you want this to go into effect right now? I looked through the window one more time. The DJ had just announced the first dance song, some generic slow ballad. Mason looked happy. So did Claire. But I didn't feel anything anymore. Not warmth. Not anger. Just a cold, quiet switch that had flipped. I'm sure, I said, then hung up. The venue manager got the update within 2 minutes. He nodded to me, gave a small shrug like he wasn't thrilled to be the messenger, then tapped his walkie-talkie. From there, it all unraveled like a slow-motion disaster. First, the staff stopped refilling drinks. The bar was shuttered. Guests started noticing when the lights above the dessert table dimmed and didn't come back on. Then the DJ's speakers cut mid-song. Just a soft pop, then silence. I stayed just outside the glass doors, arms crossed, watching the chaos begin. Mason looked confused. Claire was mid-twirl when the power to the ambient floor lights died, leaving only a dim overhead glow. Whispers spread through the room like wildfire. Guests pulled out their phones. Some chuckled awkwardly. Others looked annoyed. Then the real scene hit when the catering staff began packing up. Rolling trays, half-served entrees, even the wedding cake was wheeled back behind the divider curtain. Someone tried to stop one of the servers, and I heard her say plainly, "We've been instructed to shut down." Final payment was reversed. It's in the contract. Claire's mother marched toward the venue manager. Mason was chasing down the DJ. My parents, who had conveniently ignored me all day, were now standing in the middle of the room, dumbfounded. That's when Mason finally spotted me, through the window. His face was a mix of confusion, panic, and disbelief. He came storming outside like a man trying to put out a fire with gasoline. "Josh," he barked. "What is going on?" I stayed perfectly still. "You canceled the payment? Are you out of your mind?" I tilted my head. "Funny, I was thinking the same thing about you letting your wife sit me by the kitchen." He blinked, momentarily thrown off. "She didn't mean anything by that. It was," he flailed, scrambling. "It was just seating logistics, man. We were trying to keep things aesthetic." "You mean she didn't want me ruining the photos?" My voice didn't rise. It didn't need to. After I paid for almost half the wedding. Mason's mouth opened, then closed. "You didn't pay for half. I paid the final $15,342 when no one else could. You said you were desperate. You said Claire was heartbroken. You begged." He rubbed his face. "Josh, come on, man. You can't just pull the plug like this." "I didn't want to. But your bride made it clear where I stood in this family. He looked around wildly, as if expecting someone to step in and fix it. Look, I'll talk to Claire. I'll make this right. Just call the venue. Put the payment back. Please. I raised my phone and showed him the call log. Too late. It's already done. Inside, I saw the staff beginning to dim the main lights. Claire was standing by the dance floor, holding her bouquet like it was the only thing keeping her grounded. Her makeup looked perfect, except now it was smeared at the corners. She was crying. I should have felt sorry. But all I felt was years of quiet, buried hurt finally breaking the surface. You know, I said softly, I never asked for credit. I didn't want a speech or a banner or a seat at the head table. I just wanted to be treated like a human being. Like your brother. Not like some disposable guest behind the kitchen wall. Mason was silent. Instead, I was told to sit down, shut up, and stay out of the pictures. He looked at me then, really looked. And I think, for the first time in our lives, he saw me not as a convenient safety net, but as someone who finally had the power to walk away. Please, he said again. We can fix this. No, I replied. You can deal with it. Then I turned, walked away from the chaos, and didn't look back. The last thing I heard as I headed toward my car was Claire screaming my name through the door, followed by the flicker of full light shutting off, just as the cake knife was supposed to come out. By the time I reached my car, the muffled chaos from inside the venue had turned into something more surreal than explosive, the kind of confused hush that happens when no one knows whether to scream or pretend everything's fine. It was like watching a ship sink in slow motion, and everyone still had champagne flutes in their hands, too polite or stunned to admit the water was rushing in. I sat behind the wheel but didn't start the engine. My hands rested on the steering wheel, unmoving, while I stared at my reflection in the rearview mirror. It wasn't satisfaction I saw in my face. Not really. It wasn't regret either. If anything, it was exhaustion. The kind that sits deep in your chest, built up over years of biting your tongue and shrinking yourself down just to keep peace in a family that only saw you when they needed something. My phone buzzed. Then again, and again. I glanced down. Mason, 2 missed calls. Mom, 1 text. Dad, 1 voicemail. Unknown number, 1 call. Probably Claire. I didn't answer any of them. Instead, I opened the family group chat, the one that had gone mostly silent unless someone needed help moving furniture, watching their dog, or fixing a tech issue. The same chat where no one had congratulated me when my firm signed its biggest client. Where Claire had posted countless wedding updates and tagged everyone except me in the photos. I scrolled through it slowly. Then, I typed 1 message. Consider this my final contribution. I won't be attending Thanksgiving or Christmas. I wish you all the best. Please don't contact me again. Simple. Clear. No drama. No insults. I hit send. A minute later, the message was marked read by everyone. But no one replied. Not right away, at least. 10 minutes passed. The phone buzzed again. Mom texted, Josh, what have you done? Your brother's devastated. The guests are horrified. Do you understand what you've caused? I didn't respond. Then came the second message, this time from my father. You embarrassed the family. You humiliated your brother on the most important day of his life. What is wrong with you? That one stung more than I expected. Not because it was harsh, but because it was predictable. Because even now, after everything, he didn't ask why I did it. He didn't ask what happened. He didn't wonder how I felt being shoved in the corner and treated like an afterthought. He just blamed me for not playing along, for not being the quiet, reliable son who kept paying for everyone else's spotlight. I locked the screen and finally started the engine. The quiet hum of the car was grounding, soothing, like the world was finally under my control again. I drove for a while with no destination in mind. Just followed the roads, the streetlights, the feeling of the city breathing around me. At a red light, my phone buzzed one last time. Mason texted, Josh, please. I didn't know she said that to you. I swear. I never wanted you to feel excluded. Can we just talk? Please. I stared at the message for a long moment. Part of me wanted to believe him. But I thought back to the last 6 months. All the calls about money. The way he disappeared from the planning the second I wired the funds. The lack of even a thank you when the final invoice cleared. The toast where I was invisible. The seating chart. The way he never looked for me until something went wrong. And most of all, the way Claire had said it so casually, so you don't ruin the photos. Like it was a joke. A harmless little remark she never expected would reach a breaking point. It wasn't about one moment. It was about all of them. The light turned green. I didn't reply. Instead, I kept driving past the neighborhoods we grew up in, past the park where Mason had broken his arm falling off the monkey bars, past the street where Claire's parents lived and that pretentious faux colonial house she loved showing off. I ended up at a beach overlook just outside the city, the kind of place where you could park, roll down the windows, and listen to the waves. I sat there for a while, letting the wind roll in off the water. My suit jacket was wrinkled, the tie loosened. I took it off and tossed it in the back seat. That's when I realized something. I hadn't taken a single photo at the wedding. Not of the ceremony, not of the food, not of the flowers or the vows or the first dance. But I didn't feel like I missed anything. If anything, I finally felt seen, even if it was just by myself. That night, I stayed in a small coastal inn. No texts, no calls. I left the phone charging on silent, face down. And for the first time in a long time, I slept straight through the night without waking up once, heart racing from a dream about someone needing something I couldn't give. The next morning, I woke up to the kind of silence that didn't feel empty, just peaceful. No buzzing phone, no voices outside my door. Just the soft rush of wind and the low rumble of waves in the distance. For the first time in years, I didn't feel obligated to do anything for anyone. I made coffee in the little inn kitchenette, sat on the patio in my undershirt, and watched the tide come in. It felt like the first breath after holding it underwater for too long. But of course, the world doesn't pause just because you do. When I finally checked my phone, I had over 40 missed calls, dozens of texts, and a few voicemails, mostly from family. Some from numbers I didn't recognize. I skipped most of them, but one voicemail caught my attention. It was from Claire's father. "Josh, this is Donnie, Claire's dad. I think we need to have a conversation. What you did last night was completely inappropriate and immature. You owe my daughter an apology. And frankly, we may be exploring legal action if those funds aren't restored immediately. Call me back." I laughed. Out loud. Alone. The audacity, legal action over a reversed payment for services that were never completed? Over money I'd gifted them when they couldn't afford their own fantasy wedding? Claire's dad, a man who couldn't even look me in the eye at the rehearsal dinner, now demanding I apologize? That call told me everything I needed to know about how they'd spun the narrative overnight. Still, I was curious. I opened social media and searched for the wedding hashtag Claire had plastered across every invitation, hashtag Forever Feldmans. At first, it was exactly what I expected. Glamorous shots from earlier in the day, floral arrangements, posed bridal party photos, videos of the outdoor ceremony before the reception disaster. But as I scrolled, the vibe shifted. Fast. A video from a guest showed the moment the music cut during the first dance. People looking around, confused. Claire mouthing, "What's happening?" before rushing off the dance floor. Another post featured the buffet being wheeled away with the caption, "Wait, is this part of the show?" Then came the speculation. Someone posted, "So apparently the groom's brother paid for the whole thing," and then pulled the plug mid-reception. "No way this is real," laughing emoji, hashtag Forever Feldmans. And another reply, "Claire made a comment about him being bad for photos? I heard it at table 12. She did him dirty." It was unraveling publicly. Claire's perfect Pinterest wedding had turned into a meme overnight. The kind you can't scrub off the internet. I turned off my phone again and took another sip of coffee. I didn't feel triumphant, just calm. I stayed at the inn for 2 more nights. No contact, no emails, no calls returned. On the 3rd day, I went home. I was barely through the door when the buzzer rang. It was Mason. He looked like he hadn't slept. His suit was wrinkled, the collar undone, eyes red and puffy. I opened the door and leaned against the frame. "Hey," he said, voice hoarse. "Can we talk?" I didn't say anything. I just stepped aside and let him in. He sat on the edge of my couch, hands clasped like he was praying, but I could see they were shaking. "I'm not here to make excuses," he said. I wanted to say I'm sorry. Really? I should have noticed. I should have stood up for you. I didn't know she said that. I didn't know where they seated you. I let Claire take over everything and I thought, I don't know, man. I thought you were just being chill about it. Like always. I sat across from him, arms folded. And when it all went down, he continued, I told her we had to call you. That you were the reason we even had a venue. She just kept saying you overreacted. She doesn't get it. No, I said quietly. She doesn't. He looked up at me. I'm not asking you to fix anything. Just, can you believe me when I say I didn't mean for it to be like that? I let the silence hang. Then finally, I said, I believe you didn't plan it, but you allowed it. You handed over the reins, stepped back, and didn't think twice about where that left me. And that's kind of the story of our whole life, isn't it? Mason's eyes dropped. He nodded slowly. I needed to draw a line, I added. For my sake. Not to embarrass you. Not to ruin anything. But because I finally realized you all don't see me unless I'm solving your problems. I see you, he said, almost pleading. Now I do. It was the most honest thing he'd said in years. And I knew he meant it. But honesty doesn't always equal forgiveness. I'm not coming back to the family, I said. Not now. Maybe not ever. I don't want to be part of a dynamic where I'm only valued when I'm useful. I'm done with that version of us. He nodded again. A tear rolled down his cheek. He didn't wipe it away. I understand. We sat in silence for a few more moments. Then he stood, walked to the door, and paused. For what it's worth, he said, hand on the doorknob, Claire and I were separating. She said some things after the wedding. Things I can't ignore. I said nothing. He looked at me one last time. Thanks for being honest with me, even if it hurts. Then he left. The weeks that followed were quieter than I'd ever known. No group texts. No birthday reminders. No holiday invites. But I wasn't lonely. I got back to work. Started a new side project I'd been putting off for years, a mentorship program for kids interested in digital art and design. Something meaningful. Something mine. And eventually, word got around. My cousin Rachel reached out to say she saw everything that happened at the wedding and thought it was awful. She asked if I wanted to grab lunch sometime. Just her. No strings. I said yes. Others trickled in. Old friends I'd lost touch with. Colleagues who'd watched the wedding chaos go viral and quietly reached out to say, good for you. I rebuilt my circle. A better one. And one day, about 6 months later, I got an envelope in the mail. No return address. Inside was a photo. It was me, Mason, and Claire from the early engagement party before things went off the rails. I was smiling, genuinely. Mason had his arm slung over my shoulder. Claire was mid-laugh. On the back, someone had written in careful handwriting, I'm sorry I made you feel invisible. I hope someday we can try again. I put the photo in a drawer. Not to forget, but to remind myself that I can forgive without returning to the same patterns. And that sometimes, walking away doesn't mean burning bridges. It just means learning not to cross the same one twice. Because this time, I didn't ruin the photos. They did that all on their own. My name is Devin. I'm 32, work in IT consulting, and until recently, I thought I understood what family meant. I grew up thinking you stick together, that loyalty and love would be returned if given freely. Turns out, when you're the one always giving, people stop seeing you as family and start seeing you as a utility, a safety net, a walking ATM. And for years, that's exactly what I let myself become. It started after college. I was the first in our family to graduate, the only one to land a job that paid more than minimum wage, and definitely the only one with a reliable car and a credit score over 600. My parents were proud, at first. I remember my mom crying at my graduation, hugging me so tight I could barely breathe. My dad clapped me on the back and said, "You're gonna lift this family up, son." At the time, I thought it was just a proud father's wish. I didn't realize it was a prophecy I was expected to fulfill. My sister, Jade, was 22 then. She had dropped out of community college for the second time and spent most of her days scrolling through Instagram and talking about becoming an influencer. She never had a steady job, never paid rent. My parents enabled it, said she was finding herself. But when the bills came up short, they weren't asking Jade to chip in. It was always me. At first, it was small things. A few hundred here for the electric bill. A little extra to help out with groceries when I came to visit. Then it was the car. Their old one broke down, and I was guilted into co-signing a lease. It's not for fun, my mom insisted. We just need to get to doctor appointments and the store. Jade was the one driving it within a week. She used it to pick up her friends and post stories of brunch runs, while mom texted me reminders about the insurance payments. Still, I kept paying. Why? Because I love them. Because I thought that's what good sons do. I figured they'd do the same for me if roles were reversed. That belief kept me going through years of drained savings, missed vacations, and putting off moving into my own place because I was still helping them with theirs. My friends would nudge me sometimes, especially Mark, my best friend since high school, saying things like, "Dude, you're not their retirement plan," or "Why is Jade living rent-free while you're covering everything?" I'd laugh it off, tell them they didn't understand. But the turning point came last December. I'd just started dating someone seriously, Tasha. She's a nurse, smart, grounded, with this calm energy that made me feel like maybe I could finally have something just for me. She never judged, but she asked questions. Logical ones. Like why my parents were still on my phone plan. Why I was paying for Jade's car insurance when she'd gotten 2 speeding tickets I hadn't even heard about. And why, when I mentioned wanting to visit my aunt out in Arizona, I said I couldn't afford the time off. Not because of work, but because I needed to cover my parents' heating bill for the month. It was New Year's Eve when I asked them, for the first time in years, for something in return. Tasha's hospital was hosting a formal event, and she wanted me to come with her. She was working a double the next day and wouldn't be able to prep her place for the dog sitter. I figured I'd ask my parents to watch her little beagle, Marlo, just for one night. I'd bring over the food, the bed, even offer to drop him off and pick him up. Jade loved dogs. I thought it was an easy ask. I called home. Mom answered. Hey, Ma. I was wondering if you or Jade could watch Tasha's dog tomorrow. Just overnight. He's super chill. Won't be any trouble. There was silence for a second. Then a laugh. Oh, Devin. We're not here to serve you. I blinked. What? You're always asking for little things, she continued, her tone sharp now. Why don't you tell your girlfriend to handle her own problems? Or take the dog with you? I've never asked for anything, I said, still stunned. I pay your rent, your internet, and we're grateful, but don't throw it in our face, she snapped. You chose to help. That doesn't mean we're your servants. We raised you, Devin. Isn't that worth something? I didn't say anything. I just ended the call and sat there staring at the screen. My hands were shaking. For years, I had justified every payment, every favor, every sacrifice as something I did out of love. But in that moment, it hit me. They didn't see me as family. They saw me as a resource. A backup plan. A button they could press labeled Solve Problem. And the moment I needed them for something small, I was an inconvenience. That night, I made a decision I probably should have made years ago. The next morning, I woke up early and logged into every account. Rent payment? Canceled. Utility autopays? Disabled. Jade's car insurance? Removed. The phone plan? Split. I texted them, short and polite, letting them know they'd need to set up their own accounts. That I wouldn't be paying for anything going forward. No explanation. No fight. Just a clear, quiet boundary. They didn't respond immediately. I think they assumed I was bluffing. That maybe I'd cool off and resume payments like I always had. But by the 3rd of the month, the calls started. First it was Mom, then Dad, then Jade. I didn't pick up. I didn't respond. I needed space, and they needed a reality check. By the 5th, there were voicemails. Some angry, some pleading. We're going to lose the apartment, Mom cried in one. Your father's on medication. How are we supposed to afford the copays? In another, Jade snapped. You're punishing us for one comment? Grow up, Devin. I stayed quiet. Then, on a rainy Thursday night, just as I was finishing up a late project and Tasha was warming leftovers in the kitchen, I heard a knock at the door. Not a soft knock. A pounding, desperate one. When I opened it, they were standing there. All 3 of them. Soaked from the rain, eyes puffy, Mom's mascara smudged like she'd been crying for hours. Dad looked like he hadn't shaved in days. Jade was holding a plastic folder, her mouth twisted in something between a grimace and a pout. We need to talk, Mom said, her voice cracking. I crossed my arms and didn't move from the doorway. That's when she said it. Please, Devin. We're sorry. We didn't mean it. Just help us. Please. And just as I was about to respond, Tasha stepped into the hallway behind me. Calm. Silent. Watching. I looked from her, to them, back to the folder Jade was clutching like a shield. That's when I asked, what's in the folder? And that's where everything started to unravel. Jade hesitated, her knuckles whitening around the plastic folder. She glanced at Mom, who gave her a small nod, then back at me. Slowly, she extended it toward me like it was some sort of peace offering. I didn't reach for it right away. I just looked her in the eyes and asked again, quieter this time. What's in the folder? Her voice came out thin. It's just some paperwork. Bills. Notices. I took it and stepped back into the apartment without saying anything, flipping it open under the light by the door. Inside were a stack of unpaid rent warnings, a final shut-off notice for the electricity, and a letter from the leasing office, dated just yesterday, that their tenancy was being terminated at the end of the month unless the balance was paid in full. It wasn't a small amount. They owed nearly $3,000. Behind me, I could feel Tasha shift her weight, quietly stepping away to give me space. She didn't need to hear the details. She could already guess. I stood there for a moment, flipping through the papers slowly. One of the letters was a credit card statement. Jade had charged hundreds at some online boutique. New clothes, makeup, something labeled VIP event access. "You're still shopping?" I asked, raising the page. Jade flushed. "That was before we knew you canceled everything. So you were still using the money when you thought you were going to keep getting it." I shook my head, then looked at my mom. "You told me you weren't here to serve me. Remember that?" Her face crumpled. "Devin, I was upset. I didn't mean it. We were just—" "You weren't upset," I said, my voice firmer than I expected. "You were entitled. You thought I'd keep paying no matter what. You thought I owed it to you because you fed me and clothed me when I was a kid, like that wasn't your job as a parent." Dad finally spoke. "Son, we're not trying to fight. We're just scared. Things got tight. We didn't expect you to drop everything so suddenly." "I didn't drop everything," I said. "I just stopped letting you drop everything on me." There was a long silence. Rain pattered against the hallway window. My parents looked exhausted, not just from the weather, but from finally being forced to face something they'd been avoiding for years. I should have felt sorry for them. Maybe part of me did. But mostly, I felt free. "I'm not heartless," I said after a while. "I'll help where I can. But not like before. Not without boundaries. And not if Jade keeps acting like she's owed a lifestyle she hasn't earned." Jade looked like she wanted to argue, but Mom held up a hand. "We get it. We messed up." "Yeah," I said, turning the folder back over to them. "You did." And just as I was about to send them back into the rain, Jade's phone buzzed, loud in the stillness. She checked it, then her eyes went wide. "Mom, the power just got cut off." I froze. She turned the screen toward me, an automated message from the energy company. I glanced at the clock on the wall. 9:03 p.m. "They cut it exactly 3 minutes after closing time," Jade whispered. Tasha stepped back into the hallway then, holding 2 mugs of tea. She didn't say anything, just stood beside me, supportive but silent. My parents looked at me again. Their son. The one they dismissed as asking too much the one time he needed something. Now they were outside my apartment, shivering, desperate, and humiliated. And I realized this was it. The moment the roles had fully reversed. I didn't say anything. Not yet. Because what I said next would change everything. I stood there in the doorway, the folder still in my hand, their faces pale and pleading in the hallway. My mom shifted her weight, dripping rainwater onto the floor. Dad looked smaller than I'd ever seen him, like a balloon slowly losing air. Jade kept staring at her phone, like if she refreshed it enough times, the lights would magically come back on. They were waiting for me to speak, to make it all go away with one sentence, one wire transfer, one return to the old Devin who'd fix everything. But I wasn't that Devin anymore. Still, I didn't want to punish them. I wasn't out for revenge, not exactly. What I wanted was accountability, honesty, even just an ounce of acknowledgement for what they'd done, for what they'd taken from me. I exhaled slowly, feeling the heat of Tasha beside me, grounding me. "You can come inside," I said finally, just to warm up. "Tasha, is that okay?" She nodded gently. "Of course." They shuffled in, dripping and quiet. Mom kept her arms crossed tight over her chest. Jade kicked off her soaked shoes at the door. Tasha handed them each a mug of tea like it was the most natural thing in the world. My dad looked like he wanted to say thank you, but the words caught in his throat. We all sat in the living room, the room lit only by the soft overhead light and the ambient glow from Tasha's little Himalayan salt lamp in the corner. I stayed standing. "You're behind on everything," I said. "Not just the rent. There's credit card debt, car insurance, medical bills." Mom looked down. "It piled up faster than we thought." "No," I said. "It piled up because you got comfortable. You thought you had a cushion. Me. And you stopped trying." Jade rolled her eyes. "Okay, we get it. You're mad. Can we skip the lecture and talk about how to fix this?" I turned to her, eyebrows raised. "Fix this? Like how I've been fixing it for the last 8 years." She shrugged, biting her lip. "Jade," I said, voice low, "you're 29. You've never held a job longer than 6 months. You spend your days taking selfies and selling discount makeup on Instagram. And you think I owe you another bailout. Her jaw dropped slightly, as if I'd slapped her. I don't think you owe me, she snapped. I just think you're being dramatic. We're family. We help each other. No, I said again, firmer this time. I helped you. Constantly. You took. That's not the same. Dad cleared his throat, like he wanted to step in and smooth things over. Devin, what she means is, look, we just want to find a way forward. Maybe we can set up a payment plan with the landlord. Or you could just pay this month, and then we can. No, I said, cutting him off. Not unless something changes. I turned to my mom. You once said, we're not here to serve you. And that really stuck with me. Because the truth is, I never asked to be served. I never even asked to be repaid. I just wanted to feel like part of the family, not the guy you call when something breaks. But that's all I ever became to you. Silence. Not a sound, not even from the hallway. Devin, Mom finally whispered. We didn't mean for it to be like that. We're sorry. I nodded, slowly, letting it sink in, but I wasn't letting them off the hook. Not yet. Then prove it, I said. Jade, I want to see your resume. I want to see you apply to 5 jobs this week. Not tomorrow. Tonight. And I want proof. Jade blinked. Are you serious? Dead serious. She scoffed, but one look from me and she deflated. And you too. I turned to my parents. No more excuses. I'll help you once, but on the condition that you meet with a financial counselor. I'll even pay for the first session. But after that, you're on your own. Mom and Dad exchanged a look. They hadn't expected boundaries. They'd expected tears and tea and everything going back to the way it was. But those days were gone. Do that, I said, and I'll cover the balance this one time. Just enough to stop the eviction. Not the shopping sprees. Not Jade's glam kit subscription. Not the takeout receipts I saw in that folder. Just rent and lights. That's it. Jade opened her mouth, but Mom touched her arm and shook her head. We'll do it, she said softly. We'll try. I watched her closely, trying to gauge whether this was real or just performance. I didn't know yet, but I knew one thing. I finally had the power in this dynamic. And for once, I wasn't afraid to use it. They finished their tea, thanked Tasha quietly, and left about an hour later with the folder clutched tight again in Jade's hands. I stood by the window, watching them get into their car. No words were spoken. The streetlights reflected off the rain-slick asphalt. For a moment, I almost felt sorry for them again. Then I saw a notification pop up on my phone. A screenshot. It was Jade, sending me proof of the first job application. Nothing glamorous. A cashier job at a local grocery store. But it was something. A crack in the wall. I turned to Tasha. She was already looking at me. You okay? She asked. I nodded. Yeah, I think I am. But the next morning, I got another notification. This one didn't come from Jade. It came from the leasing office. Apparently, someone else had tried to access my old payment account, and when it failed, they left a voicemail. Not for me, for the building manager. And what it said made my blood run cold. The voicemail wasn't meant for me, but the manager forwarded it to my email with a polite note. Thought you'd want to hear this. I sat at my desk, coffee in hand, and hit play. It was my mom's voice, low, hurried, with that edge she got when she was trying to sound calm while being manipulative. Hi, this is Carol James, apartment 3B. Look, our son, Devin, set up the payments for the rent, and we think he might have changed the info by accident. Could you just, switch it back to the previous card on file? The ending in 1294? He won't mind. We already spoke. Thanks so much. She hung up before she could be questioned. My jaw tightened. That card was canceled months ago. She'd clearly hoped the office had the old info saved somewhere and would just quietly relink it. I felt my stomach twist, not because of the money, but because she thought she could still play me like that. Thought she could go behind my back and sneak in a fix. No apology, no honesty, just the same old tactics. I forwarded the message to my own contact at the leasing office and included a short line. This was not authorized. Please confirm that no changes have been made without my consent. Within minutes, I got a reply. They hadn't processed her request, but they appreciated the heads up and assured me everything would remain secure. I didn't call her right away. I wanted to see if she'd tell me about it on her own. That evening, she texted a smiley face emoji and asked how my day was. That was all. No mention of the voicemail. That was my last straw. The next morning, I sent out 3 emails, one to the leasing office, requesting they remove my name from any and all financial responsibility linked to the apartment. The second to the utility provider, informing them of the same. And the third? That one went to my lawyer, whom I'd already hired back in February when I started making my exit plan. I had him draft a formal agreement outlining that I would no longer be legally or financially responsible for any debts, expenses, or leases associated with my parents or sister, effective immediately. By that afternoon, they were served. The paper trail made it ironclad. No more manipulation. No more slipping my card onto their autopay. No more using my name to apply for help or extensions. They were on their own, officially, legally, and completely. That night, my phone rang. I ignored the first 3 calls. But the fourth? I picked up. "Devin, what is this?" My mom's voice trembled. "We got these documents. You're cutting us off permanently." "I thought I already had," I said calmly. "This is different. You made it legal. You didn't even tell us. You didn't tell me about trying to reconnect the rent card either," I replied. She stammered for a moment. "We were desperate." "No," I said. "You were sneaky. You didn't ask. You manipulated. There's a difference." She didn't deny it. She just started crying. "You can't do this, Devin. We're your family. You can't just turn your back on us." "I didn't turn my back," I said slowly. "I walked away. There's a difference." "But what about Jade?" she asked, like that was the magic phrase that would break me. "She's your sister." "She's a grown woman," I said. "She wants to live like a celebrity on someone else's dime. She can figure it out. Maybe that cashier job she applied to will call back. Maybe not. Either way, it's not my problem anymore." The silence on the other end was deafening. And then she said it. "You've changed." I nodded, though she couldn't see it. "I have. For the better." She hung up. Over the next few days, I blocked their numbers. Not out of cruelty, but out of necessity. I couldn't keep letting them drag me back into the same toxic cycle. I didn't hate them. I just couldn't help them anymore. Not if it meant destroying myself in the process. Tasha was supportive through all of it. She never said, "I told you so," never pushed me to go no contact. She just stood by me as I finally drew the line in the sand. A few weeks later, she surprised me with something small, a framed photo of the 2 of us at that New Year's Eve event we almost didn't go to. On the back, she'd written, "Boundaries are the first sign of love to yourself." I kept that on my desk. Meanwhile, my parents had to downsize. They moved into a smaller apartment in a less expensive part of town. Jade took a job at a call center. I found out through a mutual friend. Apparently, she's miserable, but she shows up to work on time. Maybe for the first time in her life. They never sent another message. Not after the legal cutoff. It was as if the moment I stopped being useful, they stopped being family. It hurt more than I'll ever admit out loud. I grieved. Not just for the family I lost, but for the illusion I clung to for years, that if I just gave enough, loved enough, provided enough, they'd eventually return the favor. They didn't. But I did something they never did. I chose peace over power. I chose healing over obligation. And in doing so, I built something better than family. I built a life that's mine. Tasha and I just signed a lease together. A quiet place on the edge of the city, with a little yard for Marlo to run around in. For the first time in my adult life, I'm not budgeting around someone else's emergencies. I still think about them sometimes. Wonder if they'll ever get it. If they'll look back and realize they didn't lose their son, they pushed him away. But I don't dwell. Because now, when I look at my bank account, my phone, my calendar, I see freedom. And for once, I don't feel like I'm living my life in service of someone else's comfort. I feel like me. Finally, my name's Calvin. I'm 35, a software consultant, and the kind of guy who reads the fine print on family group texts but rarely replies. I'm the youngest of 3, and by far, the quietest. Not because I don't have opinions, but because I learned early on that in our family, silence is safer. My sister, Vanessa, 2 years older, fills up the room with opinions, emotions, and chaos, usually all at once. And my parents? Well, let's just say they gave up trying to keep her in check a long time ago. It was easier for them to ignore the storm than stand in it. Vanessa has always been a lot. Loud, impulsive, self-centered in a way that almost seemed like a performance. Growing up, she'd throw fits if her birthday cake wasn't the exact shade of purple she wanted, if the spotlight shifted to anyone else for even a second. And it worked. Our parents tiptoed around her like she was a ticking bomb. Meanwhile, I got good at disappearing. I got my first job at 15, saved my allowance, kept my grades up, and stayed out of trouble. That was the role carved out for me. The responsible one, the low-maintenance child. But here's the thing about being low maintenance. People start thinking they can take advantage of that. Like you're a piece of furniture. Reliable, quiet, never needing much attention or care. Vanessa got pregnant at 19 and married at 20. The guy bailed before the baby turned 2. That's how Leo, my nephew, came into the picture. I've always tried to be a good uncle. I'd bring him Lego sets on his birthday, take him to the zoo, help out when Vanessa needed an extra hand. She loved to say, "Leo looks up to you." And I believed it, until recently. Vanessa's always been bad with money. I mean comically bad. Credit cards maxed out. Overdraft fees she blamed on predatory banking. And a deep, unwavering faith that the universe owed her nice things. She'd cry about being overwhelmed with single motherhood one minute, and then post Instagram stories of champagne brunches and salon visits the next. Still, she was family, and for a long time, I figured she'd eventually grow out of the chaos. Spoiler, she didn't. A few years ago, I landed a big contract and finally started making real money. I don't mean by a lumbo money, but definitely don't think twice about ordering appetizers money. I kept it mostly quiet though. Just upgraded my apartment, traveled a little, paid off some debts. I never bragged. Vanessa found out anyway. That's when the subtle shift started. She began joking that I was the rich one now. Jokes like, "Oh, let Calvin pay, he's swimming in it." Or, "You better not forget your favorite nephew when you hit billionaire status." Always said with a laugh, always in public, but always with a little too much weight behind the words. Still, it wasn't until Leo turned 16 that things took a turn I didn't see coming. I'd given Leo one of my old iPhones a year earlier, a spare, unlocked, perfectly good phone I'd wiped clean before handing it over. I even offered to pay for a few months of his phone plan, just to help them out. Harmless, right? Apparently not. Unbeknownst to me, Leo still had access to my Apple Pay. My card was still linked somehow, probably from a time I helped him download an app or ordered them dinner while babysitting. I should have double-checked. That part's on me. What's not on me is what they did with it. It started small. A few odd charges I didn't immediately notice. $9.99 here, $12.49 there. I assumed they were subscriptions I'd forgotten to cancel. We've all been there. But then came the first red flag, a $640 charge at a store I didn't recognize. I blinked at the statement, confused. Did I buy something for my home office? A new monitor? A printer? But I hadn't ordered anything in weeks. Then came the drone. Literally. An $899 charge at a tech store. I called the bank. They walked me through the recent purchases. Designer clothes, gadgets, accessories. The kind of stuff I don't buy for myself, let alone anyone else. The total? $31,700. $31,700. Gone. My heart thudded against my ribs. I checked the delivery addresses on the charges. Sure enough, most of them were shipped to Vanessa's place. That's when it hit me, Leo. I didn't want to believe it at first. Maybe it was a mistake. Maybe someone hacked his phone. Maybe someone else used his Apple ID. But before I could spiral too far down the denial hole, I saw a post on Leo's Instagram. A selfie. Full mirror. Dripped out in Gucci and Nike. The caption? "Don't worry, Uncle's card pays for everything." I stared at my screen for a solid minute. My throat went dry. It was a joke, right? Please be a joke. I refreshed the post. It was still there. Hundreds of likes. Comments filled with laughing emojis and "W bro" from his friends. I felt like someone had poured ice water down my spine. I took screenshots. My hands were actually shaking. I called Vanessa. She didn't answer. I texted, "Hey, I need to talk to you. Urgent." Nothing. An hour later, she finally called back. Her voice was casual, chipper even. "What's up, Cal?" "Vanessa," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I need to ask you something. Did Leo use my card to buy all this stuff? Over 30 grand is missing from my account." There was a pause, just long enough to confirm everything. Then she sighed. "Oh, come on. It's not that deep, Cal. He's just a kid. Not that deep." I sat there in stunned silence. "You think $30,000 is not that deep?" I said slowly. "I mean, he didn't know any better. And honestly, you make good money. I figured you wouldn't even notice. He just got excited, you know? He's 16. He wants to impress his friends. Don't be such a hard A asterisk asterisk about it. I'm not being. I stopped myself. Vanessa. He stole from me. It's family, Calvin, she said, her voice sharper now. Don't act like you haven't helped before. Not like this. You always play the victim, she snapped. Honestly, maybe if you visited more or got involved in his life, he wouldn't have felt the need to show off. That one actually made me laugh, bitter and low. I gave him a phone. I gave you both so much help. I'm not your ATM. You're overreacting. I took a breath and said the only thing I could think of, kids learn from consequences. Then I hung up. I sat there in my kitchen, the walls closing in around me. The betrayal wasn't just the money. It was the assumption, the casual entitlement, the way she didn't even flinch. Like I was some distant cousin with a black card, not her brother who had scraped his way up from a shoebox apartment and microwave dinners. That night, I stared at my ceiling until 2 a.m., thinking, replaying every time I'd paid for dinner, every favor I'd done, every time I'd swallowed a snide comment to keep the peace. Every time I told myself, she's family, just let it go. Then I opened my laptop. I logged into my bank account, and I froze every card. Every linked account. I reported the card as stolen and disputed every charge. At 6:42 a.m., my phone buzzed. One text. All caps. What did you do? I locked the screen and stared at the ceiling again, heart pounding, not with fear this time, but something else. Clarity. And maybe, for the first time in years, a little bit of peace. I didn't reply to her text. Not at first. I just stared at it, still groggy from barely sleeping, while the sun spilled weak morning light across my kitchen. My coffee sat untouched. My phone buzzed again, then again, and again. 23 missed calls before 8 a.m., mostly from Vanessa. A few from my mom. Even Leo tried once, though I imagine that call wasn't voluntary. I let them all go to voicemail. I needed space. I needed time to think. But mostly, I wanted them to sit with the confusion for a bit. The not knowing. Because for years, I'd been the one left wondering, trying to make sense of things that never did. Why I was always the one who had to understand. Why being responsible came with the silent tax of being taken for granted. Why helping meant you were expected to help forever. By noon, Vanessa showed up at my building. I only knew because the doorman called me. Hey, Mr. Reed, there's a very upset woman in the lobby who says she's your sister. Says it's urgent. I sighed. Tell her I'm not home. She's refusing to leave. I pinched the bridge of my nose. Tell her I'm out of town. I'll call her when I'm back. He hesitated. You sure? I'm sure. It was a lie. I was in my pajamas. But I just didn't have the energy for whatever meltdown she was about to unleash. I could already picture it. The dramatic tears, the manipulative guilt tripping, the switch flip from sweet to venomous when she realized I wasn't budging. I watched through the peephole as she eventually stomped away. Her phone to her ear, jaw clenched. It was only a matter of time before Mom called again. And sure enough, 2 hours later, she did. Calvin, what is going on? She asked, voice already tinged with judgment. I didn't answer right away. Well, she pressed. You want the short version or the part where your grandson stole $31,000 from me and your daughter told me to get over it? Silence. I don't think that's the whole story, she said finally. I almost laughed. Oh, really? You think I fabricated the bank statements? I think maybe it's not as serious as it looks. Leo's just a teenager. You've always been a bit strict. That word again. Strict. I wasn't strict. I just had boundaries. Boundaries no one in this family seemed to respect. He used my card without permission, I said, then bragged about it online. I saw the post, she admitted, sighing like she was the one under stress. But I don't think he meant to hurt you. He probably didn't realize how much he spent. I swallowed hard. Mom, he bought a drone. And designer shoes. This isn't oops, I bought a game on accident. This was planned. Another sigh. You make good money, Calvin. Can't you just let it go? That line. That infuriating line. I'd heard it so many times over the years, it had become background noise. Can't you just let it go? Whether it was Vanessa screaming at me over a borrowed charger or her borrowing my car without asking when we were younger, it always ended the same way. Me being told to be the bigger person. Her getting off the hook. Let me ask you something, I said quietly. If I'd stolen $30,000 from Vanessa, what would you be saying right now? She didn't answer. That's what I thought. I hung up. That week, I didn't hear from Vanessa again. Not directly, but the subtweet started. Passive-aggressive posts on Facebook. Screenshots sent to me by an old high school friend who still followed her. It's crazy how money changes people. Some family members would rather ruin a kid's future than forgive a mistake. Guess that's what happens when you forget what love is. Some people think they're saints just because they have money. You're not better than the rest of us. You're just bitter. And my personal favorite. I hope you enjoy your perfect little life, Calvin. Don't come crying to me when karma circles back. Karma? For freezing my card after being robbed? It would have been laughable if it didn't sting so much. Because it wasn't just about the money anymore. It was about how fast they turned on me. How easily my silence and generosity had been twisted into coldness. How they'd rewritten the narrative so that I was the villain and Leo was some poor misunderstood child. The only person who didn't say anything was my dad. That made sense. He'd never liked conflict. He was the kind of man who disappeared into a sports game when the family argued and magically reappeared once the shouting stopped. He didn't call, didn't text, just vanished into his usual fog of avoidance. But someone else did call. My Aunt Laura. She was my mom's sister, the black sheep, who lived out in Oregon and only visited every few years. But she and I had always gotten along. She was sharp, quiet like me, saw through things most people ignored. She called me late one night. I heard about what happened, she said. I was surprised. How? Vanessa posted a rant on Instagram Live. Tagged half the family. Called you a sociopath. I groaned. She's always been like this, Laura said. Even as a kid. You know she tried to blame me for breaking a window when she was 10. I believe it. There was a pause. She doesn't get to play the victim forever, she said softly. You did the right thing. I wanted to thank her. I really did. But something about her tone gave me pause. That's not all, is it? She hesitated. I probably shouldn't say anything. But, just keep an eye on your credit. That made my stomach drop. What do you mean? I mean, Vanessa's been asking questions. About credit limits. How to open new cards. I overheard her talking to your mom about it a few weeks ago. She said something like, if Calvin can live without a few $1,000s, he won't miss a little more. I sat there in stunned silence. She wouldn't, I started. But I didn't finish the sentence. Because deep down, I already knew. Vanessa had all my info. My full name, address, birthday. We'd grown up in the same house. She could probably guess the answers to my security questions without trying. I ended the call and immediately opened a credit report site. 3 new inquiries. 1 approved account. A credit card I didn't recognize, opened under my name. $5,000 balance. Maxed. I froze. My heart raced as I clicked through the details. It had been open for just over 3 weeks. Enough time to rack up charges, make the minimum payment, and stay off my radar. I felt cold all over. This wasn't a mistake. This wasn't Leo screwing around with a phone. This was identity theft. Planned. Calculated. By my own sister. I filed a report. Froze my credit. Called the company and started the process of disputing the charges. My voice shook, but my mind was crystal clear. The next morning, I called my lawyer. Not because I wanted to sue, but because I needed to know what I could do to protect myself from my own family. 2 hours later, as I sat reviewing paperwork with him, my phone buzzed again. Vanessa. This time I picked up. You need to stop, she snapped. You're ruining everything. I didn't say anything. You froze your credit? Really? Do you know how much trouble that causes for everyone? Leo needs a new laptop for school, and now my cosign is getting flagged. I hope you're happy. You opened a card in my name, I said quietly. Another pause. That's not what happened. I have the statement. Look, Calvin, she said, her voice suddenly softening. This is all getting out of hand. We're family. Don't let money turn us into strangers. You used to be so kind. What happened to you? That line hit me in a way I didn't expect. Because for a second, I almost believed it. What had happened to me? Then I realized. Nothing. I hadn't changed. I just finally stopped letting them treat me like a doormat. And that made them uncomfortable. I'm done, I said. You don't get to play innocent anymore. You're going to regret this, she hissed. You think you're above us just because you've got money and a condo with a doorman? You'll be alone, Calvin. Just wait. I hung up. And for the first time since this whole nightmare started, I felt something close to calm. But deep down, I knew this wasn't over. Because people like Vanessa don't stop. Not until they're forced to. And I was just getting started. For a few days after that call, I felt hollow. Not angry. Not vengeful. just emptied out. It's a strange thing, realizing your own sister would rather sabotage you than admit she was wrong. That the person you used to protect, stood up for, babysat, defended to your parents, would casually commit identity theft like it was nothing more than a white lie. That your own mother would defend her. That no one except your distant aunt thought you were the victim here. I stayed off social media, ignored every text that came through, even the few tentative ones from extended family members, just checking in, or maybe you two should talk. I didn't want to talk. I didn't want to explain why I wasn't over it. I wasn't looking for reconciliation. I was trying to survive the emotional collapse of everything I thought I understood about my own family. I went to work like nothing was wrong, consulted on meetings, fixed bugs, hit deadlines. But inside, I was running on fumes. It was hard to focus when your credit's compromised, your bank account's battered, and your name's being dragged through digital mud by your own flesh and blood. One night, about 2 weeks after everything blew up, I found myself standing in the middle of my living room at 2 a.m., staring out at the city lights. I hadn't eaten dinner. I hadn't spoken to anyone in 3 days. The air was still. My phone was face down on the counter. And for the first time in a long time, I felt genuinely alone. Not the good kind of alone. Not solitude. The bad kind. The no one would even notice if I disappeared for a while kind. That night, I opened a notebook I hadn't touched in years. Back when I was still dreaming of starting my own app, I'd used it to sketch ideas, map out business models, jot random inspiration. Now it was dusty, tucked away on a shelf behind tax folders and manuals for appliances I didn't own anymore. I flipped it open. Page 1. What problem are you solving? I stared at that sentence for a long time. Because in that moment, the biggest problem in my life wasn't technical. It wasn't financial. It was personal. I had no boundaries. I had no spine when it came to family. And I'd let that fester for years because I thought love meant tolerance. Because I thought family was worth protecting, no matter how much they chipped away at you. But love without respect is just manipulation with nice packaging. That was the first thing I wrote under the question. The next morning, I called my bank again, just to confirm every dispute was still in progress. Then I made appointments with 3 different financial advisors. Not because I wanted revenge, but because I wanted clarity. I needed to know where I stood, how to protect myself, how to rebuild what I'd lost, how to make sure this never happened again. One advisor, a woman named Lila, stood out from the rest. She was sharp, didn't mince words. After I laid out the situation, she leaned forward and said, "Here's what you do. You treat your finances the same way you treat your passwords. Compartmentalize, diversify, and never, never leave your back door open for someone just because you share DNA." That stuck with me. I started moving money. I set up a trust. I created an LLC for my freelance contracts. I encrypted everything. I finally stopped using that ancient Yahoo email I'd had since college, the one Vanessa definitely had access to. I rebuilt my life digitally and financially like I was hardening a network against cyber attacks. Because in a way, that's exactly what this was. Only the attack came from someone I'd once held as a baby. It wasn't glamorous. It wasn't exciting. It was days of calls, paperwork, scans, passwords, and cold realizations. It was waking up to fraud alerts and learning to read terms and conditions like my life depended on it. But with each step, I felt a little more in control. And somewhere in that silence, I found something unexpected. Pride. Not ego. Not arrogance. But the kind of pride that comes from knowing you're finally doing right by yourself. That you're not patching over holes to keep the peace. You're rebuilding from the ground up. That you're allowed to say no, even to people you love. Especially to people you love. One morning, I got a call from Leo. I almost didn't answer. But something in me hesitated. "Hello." "Hey." His voice was quiet. Nervous. "Hi, Leo. I wanted to say sorry." There was a long pause. "Okay," I said. "Go on." I didn't mean to mess everything up. I thought it was funny at first. Like, just a joke. Then Mom said it was fine and, I don't know. It got out of hand. I waited. "I know you're mad." "I'm not mad," I said. "I'm disappointed." He winced audibly on the other end. "That's worse." "It is." Another pause. "Are you going to press charges?" I sighed. "I'm not sure yet." He was silent. "I don't want to hurt you, Leo. But you hurt me. And you need to understand that actions have consequences." Yeah. If I hadn't caught it in time, this could have ruined my credit. My job. My life. I know. We sat in silence again. Then he said, Mom said you're cutting us off, that you're never going to talk to us again. That depends on your mom. She's been really mad. I know. He cleared his throat. I miss when we used to hang out. You used to take me to the arcade. You were cool back then. That stung more than I expected. I swallowed. Leo, I still care about you. But I'm not your bank. I'm not your safety net. I'm your uncle. And I deserve respect. Okay. I'm glad you called. Yeah, me too. Then he hung up. I didn't know how to feel after that. Hopeful? Maybe. Sad? Definitely. But I also knew something had shifted. Not just in Leo. In me. Because for the first time, I wasn't twisting myself into knots trying to fix things. I wasn't rushing to smooth it over, to make everyone comfortable. I was letting the discomfort breathe, letting them feel the weight of their choices. And in that space, something else happened. I started dreaming again. I went back to that notebook every night. Started sketching out a real business idea, a financial security app for freelancers. Something simple, smart, automatic. Something that could help people like me set boundaries, prevent fraud, teach you how to say no with your dollars and your dignity. I built a prototype, tested it with friends. It was clunky, bare bones, but it worked. It felt like me. My apartment, once silent and sterile, started to come alive again. I cooked real meals. I bought a standing desk. I hung art. I even invited a couple friends over for a board game night, something I hadn't done since before the whole mess began. One of them, Darren, asked casually, "You've been different lately. Calmer. Stronger. What changed?" And I surprised myself when I said, "I stopped giving people discounts on my worth just because they share my blood." He laughed. "Damn. Put that on a t-shirt." But he was right. I was different. Not colder. Just clearer. Stronger. I still hadn't heard from my mom. My dad, unsurprisingly, stayed quiet. Vanessa posted less and less. Her Instagram went from fiery rants to cryptic quotes. Then eventually, silence. I didn't chase it, because I was no longer trying to fix what was broken beyond repair. I was focused on building something that wouldn't shatter so easily. My own life. My own boundaries. My own version of family. Chosen, not assigned. And just when things finally started to feel normal again, just when I'd begun to sleep through the night, laugh at dumb shows, and enjoy the peace I'd earned, I got a letter. In the mail. Handwritten return address. No name. Just a P.O. box in the suburbs. I opened it slowly, heart already sinking before I even unfolded the paper. The handwriting was familiar. Curvy. Dramatic loops. Vanessa. Inside was one sentence. "You think this is over, Calvin?" When I read that letter. "You think this is over, Calvin?" I didn't feel fear. Not this time. I felt a click. Like a lock turning. Like something that had been waiting, quietly, in the back of my mind finally stepped into the light and said, "All right. You gave them grace. Now it's time to give yourself justice." I sat there at the kitchen counter, turning the envelope over in my hands. The handwriting. The smugness. The deliberate drama of using snail mail. Like she wanted the message to linger. Like she wanted me to feel the weight of the paper in my fingers and imagine her laughing while she sealed it. It wasn't just a taunt. It was a promise. Vanessa wasn't done. And for the first time since we were kids, neither was I. See, up until this point, I'd been playing defense. Freezing cards. Filing reports. Protecting myself from her chaos. But the thing about defense is, it keeps you safe, but it doesn't stop the storm. It just buys you time. That letter made something very clear. Vanessa didn't think I'd fight back. She thought I'd stay silent. Stay cautious. Stay meek. But I wasn't the same person who loaned her money and called it a gift just to avoid another fight. I wasn't the same little brother who cleaned up her messes while Mom whispered, "She's going through a lot. Be patient." I was a man with a folder full of fraud reports, screenshots, and timestamps. And now, I was building a case. I pulled out a fresh notebook, the same one I'd started scribbling business ideas in, and wrote a new title on the top of the page. Operation Consequence. Underneath, I made a list. Phase 1, Documentation. I went back through every bank statement from the last year. Not just the obvious ones. I dug deeper. Cross-referenced receipts. Matched delivery addresses to Vanessa's place. Pulled up archived emails from that old Yahoo account she used to access. Turns out, this went back further than I thought. Tiny charges. Streaming services I never signed up for. Uber rides in cities I hadn't visited. Amazon packages delivered to her zip code. She'd been bleeding me dry in increments, slow enough not to trigger alarms. Over $8,000 in minor charges, all hidden in the noise. I printed everything, labeled each page, built a color-coded spreadsheet with dates, vendors, amounts, and the accounts they came from. It took me 3 nights for mugs of black coffee and one very patient cat curled on my lap. But when I finished, it felt like I was holding something sacred. Truth. Undeniable, documented truth. Phase 2, leverage. I called my lawyer again. His name's Malcolm. Mid-50s, silver hair, voice like gravel. He'd helped me once before when a past client tried to stiff me on a consulting contract. Back then, he said something that stuck with me. People assume silence means weakness. What they forget is, silence is also strategy. I told him everything. Walked him through the fraud, the credit theft, the manipulation. He didn't interrupt, just nodded, occasionally jotting notes in his leather-pad folio. When I finished, he leaned back and said, "You want to press charges?" I hesitated. I want her to understand I'm not her punching bag. He smirked. "We can do better than that." He explained the options. Civil suit, restitution, even small claims court for the charges under $10,000. Most importantly, we could send a certified cease and desist, a formal declaration that any future attempts to defraud or harass me would trigger immediate legal consequences. But Malcolm also had another idea. "You've been cleaning this up yourself," he said. "That's admirable. But what if we made it clear that you're not alone anymore?" That's when we began Phase 3. Phase 3, pressure. Malcolm drafted a letter. Not a threatening one, a polite one. That's what made it powerful. It was addressed to Vanessa, but CC'd to her employer, her landlord, her school district. She worked part-time as a counselor at Leo's high school. The letter stated, in formal legalese, that I had documented evidence of financial misconduct, unauthorized account usage, and potential identity theft, that I wasn't currently pursuing criminal charges, but had preserved all rights to do so. It didn't accuse. It informed. It didn't threaten. It warned. Legally, it was airtight. Emotionally, it was a scalpel. We mailed it. Certified. Signature required. And then we waited. 5 days later, Vanessa called. I didn't pick up. She left a voicemail. Her voice was trembling. Not the dramatic, crocodile tears sobbing she used to get out of parking tickets, but something colder. Scared. "Cal, I got your letter. What are you doing? You can't send stuff like that to my job." They called me in. They asked if I'd stolen from a family member. My boss looked at me like I was a criminal. "You are," I thought. She kept going. "This could ruin everything. I could lose my job. Leo could. He could be expelled if they think I'm unstable." And there it was. The guilt trip. The fear mixed with blame. Like clockwork. I saved the voicemail. Phase 4, the network. The thing about going through something like this is, it teaches you who your real friends are. I'd kept mostly to myself throughout the chaos. But after Malcolm's letter went out, I started reaching out to people. Quietly. Not to gossip. To gather intel. Darren, my board game buddy, turned out to be more connected than I realized. He'd gone to high school with Vanessa and still had mutuals in that old friend circle. I asked if he'd heard anything. He called me the next day. "She's spiraling," he said. Define spiraling. "She told someone you were trying to destroy her life with lies. But then someone else said she admitted to opening a credit card in your name. Said it was your fault for not noticing. Wow. She also said you were going to expose her to the whole family." I paused. Because that wasn't a bad idea. Phase 5, the mirror. For most of my life, I'd avoided conflict. Avoided airing dirty laundry. But Vanessa had been dragging my name through the mud since the day I froze that card, and I'd said nothing. Now, I decided to speak. I drafted a message. Simple. Honest. No theatrics. I posted it in the family group chat, the one with all the cousins, aunts, and uncles. The one that lit up every Christmas and went silent by New Year's. "Hey everyone. I know there's been a lot of talk lately. I've stayed quiet out of respect, but I think it's time you heard the truth from me. Vanessa used my financial information without permission and stole over $30,000 from me. I've filed official reports and have documented evidence. I'm not looking for drama. I'm just making it clear that I'm not the villain in this story. I love this family, but I won't tolerate abuse from anyone, no matter what blood we share. If you want to talk, I'm here. But if you support what she did, please remove yourself from my life. Respectfully, Calvin." Then I logged out. I didn't check the chat for 2 days. When I finally did, There were 197 unread messages. Half were stunned silence. A few cousins sent private messages. I had no idea. That's insane. You handled that better than I ever could. One aunt messaged me a long apology for enabling Vanessa's behavior for years. And one name was missing entirely. Vanessa. She hadn't replied. She hadn't said a word. But Leo did. He sent me a voice memo. Hey, I read what you said. I believe you. I'm sorry. That was it. Simple. Unscripted. It meant more than I expected. And that's when I knew it was time for the final stage. Phase 6, the lockdown. With Malcolm's help, I filed the final fraud claims. We pushed for full reimbursement of the credit card damage. I installed identity protection services, locked my credit files with all 3 bureaus. I even upgraded my apartment's security system, just in case. Then I made one last change. I updated my will. It was something I'd always put off, thinking, I'm still young, I'll do it later. But now I was building something. My freelance business was growing. My app prototype was gaining traction. I was rebuilding a life I could be proud of. And I wasn't about to leave it vulnerable to people who'd already proven they'd take anything not bolted down. Vanessa was officially removed from any legal claim to my estate. If anything happened to me, Leo, and only Leo, would be given a small educational trust. But only after he turned 25. Only if he stayed clean. The rest? Donated to an organization that helps victims of financial abuse. I slept better that night than I had in months. But just as I was settling into this new life, new boundaries, new clarity, new spine, I got a knock at the door. Not a package, not a neighbor, not the building manager. Vanessa. No warning, no appointment, no rage. She stood there on my doorstep, wearing sunglasses, lips pressed in a thin line, holding a large envelope. She handed it to me without a word, then turned and walked away. Inside was a single sheet of paper, a formal legal notice. Vanessa was suing me. When I saw the lawsuit, I didn't even blink. Maybe a few months ago, it would have crushed me, sent me spiraling into anxiety, second-guessing everything, questioning whether I'd gone too far or misunderstood her intentions. That's the trap when you've been raised around emotional landmines. Your instinct is to disarm them quietly, even when they're clearly not your mess. But not anymore. Not after everything. I sat down with the envelope, laid it flat on the kitchen table, and read it word for word. Vanessa was suing me for emotional distress, reputational damage, and, get this, intentional interference with her employment. Her claim was that by attacking her character and sending misleading documents to her employer, I'd jeopardized her job and future. There were even statements attached, mostly from friends of hers or vague screenshots that lacked context, trying to paint me as unstable, vindictive, and controlling. It was bold. I'll give her that. But it was also reckless. Because I had receipts. Real ones. And I wasn't going to let her rewrite the story one more time. I called Malcolm the next morning. I didn't even have to explain. She actually filed it? He asked, amused. Wow. She really is committed to the performance. I want to counter. You want to escalate? I want to finish it. He paused for a second, then said, Okay, let's play chess. The legal war begins. We filed a formal response, complete with a motion to dismiss. We attached every piece of documented evidence I'd gathered, the unauthorized charges, the fraud reports, the identity theft filings, the credit card statements, and, most importantly, the screenshots of Leo's Instagram post and Vanessa's own voicemail where she admitted to some of the behavior she was now denying. But we didn't stop there. We filed a counterclaim for damages, financial fraud, emotional distress, identity theft, loss of income due to the time and resources I'd had to dedicate to cleaning up the financial mess she created. The figure Malcolm proposed was conservative, $75,000. Enough to be serious. Enough to force her hand. But not so high it seemed vindictive. We didn't want blood. We wanted truth. I expected Vanessa to fold after that. But I underestimated just how deep her delusions went. She doubled down. Started posting cryptic stories again. Bible quotes about betrayal. Pictures of Leo looking sad. Captions like, family doesn't sue family. Monsters do. She even posted a photo of a courthouse with the caption, see you soon, liar. But something was shifting. The likes on her posts dropped. The comments turned skeptical. Some people started asking questions. One cousin even commented, Didn't you say a few months ago that Calvin wouldn't notice if a few thousand disappeared? Seems like he did. That post vanished quickly. The deposition. When the day came for her deposition, Malcolm and I sat across from her and her attorney in a stiff conference room downtown. Vanessa looked nothing like the confident, smug woman who once told me I was too soft to survive the real world. She looked tired, pale, nervous. She wore a blazer that didn't quite fit and kept tapping her pen against her notepad like it was the only thing keeping her grounded. Her lawyer was young, ambitious, probably convinced she was the victim. That belief didn't last long. When Malcolm dropped the first round of evidence, signed dispute reports, matching delivery addresses, screenshots of text messages where Vanessa laughed about accidentally using my card, it was like watching air deflate from a balloon. By the time he played the voicemail, her voice trembling, saying, "You can't send stuff like that to my job," she wasn't tapping her pen anymore. She was silent. Her lawyer leaned in and whispered something to her. She nodded, barely. Malcolm turned to me, calmly. "Would you like to make a statement, Calvin?" I nodded and leaned forward. I tried to handle this quietly. I didn't want it to come to this. But I was lied to, stolen from, and then blamed when I protected myself. I didn't go looking for revenge. I just wanted peace. And now that we're here, I want accountability. Nothing more. Nothing less. Vanessa didn't look up once. The offer. A week later, they reached out with a settlement proposal. Vanessa would drop the suit and issue a formal written apology, reviewed by our legal team, in exchange for me dropping the counterclaim. Malcolm raised an eyebrow when he read it. "She's scared." "She should be," I said. I didn't reply right away. I sat with it. Not because I doubted what to do, but because I wanted to be sure I wasn't acting out of spite. And then, I made a change. We sent back a revised offer. I dropped the financial counterclaim, but I wanted 3 things. A notarized confession, acknowledging what she did, the fraud, the card misuse, the impersonation. No vague language. No half apologies. Mandatory financial counseling, 12 sessions, documented, signed by a counselor. Paid out of her own pocket. If she missed even one, the deal was void. A public statement, sent to the family group chat and posted to her social media. It didn't need to be dramatic. Just truthful. Her lawyer balked. Malcolm didn't blink. "Your client already committed financial fraud," he said. "You want to fight this in open court? We'll be happy to bring in witnesses. Maybe Leo's teachers. Maybe her landlord. Maybe her employer. Up to you." The next day, they agreed. The fallout. The statement Vanessa posted was short, but effective. "To my family and friends. I've made serious mistakes that hurt someone I care about. I misused Calvin's financial information without permission and caused harm to both his finances and his trust in me. I take full responsibility for my actions and am working to make things right. Please don't direct blame toward him. He did what anyone would do to protect themselves." Vanessa. It was the closest she'd ever come to accountability in her entire life. The group chat blew up. Some people were shocked. Others quietly deleted their old comments defending her. A few relatives messaged me privately to apologize, saying they hadn't known the full story. But the most surprising message came from my mom. I read Vanessa's post. "I owe you an apology. I didn't believe you because I didn't want to believe she could do something like that. But I see now how much you were hurt. I'm sorry for not protecting you too." That took me a while to read through. I didn't reply immediately, but I appreciated it. "And Leo?" He sent me a message 3 weeks later. "I just finished my second counseling session with Mom. She's really different. I don't know if it'll stick, but she's trying. And I think you standing up for yourself made her realize she couldn't just keep wrecking people and expecting to be forgiven. I miss you. Maybe we can hang out sometime." I smiled at that. Maybe we could, but not right away. The new chapter. 6 months later, my app went live. It wasn't flashy. It didn't get picked up by TechCrunch or go viral on TikTok. But it worked. Freelancers started signing up. People who'd been burned before, by clients, partners, or family. People who understood the importance of boundaries. I called it Iron Key. Your life. Your lock. Your terms. One of the features? A tool to track shared accounts and alert you if anything unusual happens, especially from people you think you can trust. Vanessa's name was never mentioned in the branding, but her shadow was everywhere in the code. I moved on. I kept building, kept growing. I finally took that trip to the Pacific Northwest I'd always talked about. Spent a week in a cabin. No calls, no noise, Just trees, wind, and peace. The kind you don't get from keeping people happy. The kind you earn by protecting your own peace. And when I came back, I opened that same notebook. First page. Still said, "What problem are you solving?" I wrote underneath it, "The problem of pretending love is real when there's no respect to back it up." Then I closed the book, took a deep breath, and smiled. Because for once, finally, my life belonged to me. My name is Thomas, and I turned 65 just 3 weeks ago. I'd worked for the same logistics company for 42 years. Started out as a junior dispatcher with no degree, just grit and a willingness to take every night shift they threw at me. Over the years, I climbed, not fast, not with fanfare, but steadily. I became regional manager by my 50s and helped keep the company afloat through the 2008 crash, multiple leadership changes, and a pandemic. I never craved praise. I just wanted to build something reliable, something that would last. Provide for my family. Be a stable man in a world that isn't. My retirement party was supposed to be a celebration of that. A goodbye, a thank you, a passing of the torch. But that night became something else entirely. A mirror I didn't want held up to my face. My wife, Denise, and I have been married for 38 years. We met when I was 27, and she's been my partner through thick and thin. Or so I thought. We raised 2 kids. Our son, Brandon, who's now 34, and our daughter, Cassie, who just turned 30. They were both there that night. Friends, colleagues, old co-workers. Even the CEO, bless his heart, showed up to the hall the company rented out. There was catered food, balloons with happy retirement in gold foil, and a slideshow playing grainy photos of my early work years. At first, I felt honored. People took turns giving speeches. My assistant told a funny story about how I used to label my lunch like it was state property. My old boss, now retired himself, said I'd saved more shipments than UPS tracking. There was laughter, clinking glasses, some tears from the old-timers. I felt seen. Then Brandon stood up. My son. I expected something heartfelt, maybe a joke about how I worked too much or forgot his soccer games, but always came through in the end. Instead, he cleared his throat and said, "Let's be honest, Mom did all the real work." The room burst into laughter. A loud, genuine laugh from nearly every table. Even the CEO let out a chuckle. My wife just gave that sweet smile of hers, the kind she gives when someone compliments her roast chicken. Brandon kept going. "Seriously though, growing up, it was Mom who made sure our homework was done. Mom who kept the lights on. Dad worked hard, no doubt, but half the time we weren't even sure he lived in the house. We used to joke he was a ghost with a pension." More laughter. Cassie giggled and muttered something I couldn't hear. A few people clapped. I just sat there, frozen, glass of water in hand, wondering if I'd somehow walked into a roast instead of a retirement. Brandon continued, "But in all seriousness, thank you, Dad. You taught us the value of hard work. Even if we didn't see you much, we felt your support. Just, behind the scenes." He ended with a raised glass, and everyone toasted. I sipped politely, then sat back down. Denise leaned over, patted my arm like I was some ancient uncle who'd just had a stroke, and whispered, "Don't take it personally. He was just trying to be funny." That stung worse than the speech. Because she didn't say he was wrong. I watched them all. The people I thought would remember me for the work I did, the sacrifices I made. And instead, it felt like I was being politely escorted out of relevance. A tired man who once worked a lot, but whose contributions now felt like background noise to everyone else. I smiled through it. That's what I've always done. I let the DJ play the 80s hits and thank people for coming. I cut the cake, posed for photos, and laughed when someone made a joke about me finally sleeping past 6 a.m. I even nodded when Brandon said, "You're free now, Dad. Go play some golf or something." But inside, something cracked. Not out of bitterness. Out of disappointment. A lifetime of quiet responsibility, reduced to a punchline in a rented ballroom. I sat quietly while people began to leave. The slideshow looped for the 3rd time. My old dispatcher, Greg, gave me a pat on the back and said, "Hell of a career, Tom. Don't let him forget it." Denise was chatting with one of the HR ladies near the punch bowl. Cassie was scrolling through her phone. Brandon, already at the bar laughing with one of my coworkers, probably talking about how I used to fall asleep in the recliner with the TV on. And that's when I remembered the envelope in my coat pocket. I'd printed it out that morning. A letter I'd intended to share with the family during my speech. It wasn't flashy, just something simple. A surprise. But after Brandon's little comedy routine, I decided to hold off. Let them have their laugh first. But I couldn't leave without saying something. So I stood up, slowly, and tapped my glass with a fork. The sound rang out louder than I expected. Everyone turned, mid-conversation, mid-drink, and looked at me. I smiled. Not bitterly, just calm. Thank you all for coming. I really appreciate it, I began. It means a lot to see so many faces I've worked with, laughed with, and fought deadlines alongside. Polite smiles. I had something I was going to announce tonight. Wasn't sure if it was the right moment, but since we're being honest, a few eyebrows raised. Denise turned toward me fully now, glass halfway to her lips. I reached into my coat pocket, pulled out the envelope, and held it up. Inside this envelope, I said slowly, is something I've been planning for a while now. It's a little shift in the family dynamic. Something I figured I'd reveal after retirement, once I had the time to focus on what really matters. People were leaning forward now. Jokes faded into silence. Even Brandon stopped mid-sip, watching me. I let the silence linger, just enough for the weight to settle in. Then I added, but before I open this, I want you to ask yourself something. When someone gives you everything they've got, even quietly, do you see them? Or do you only remember the noise? Then I placed the envelope down on the table in front of me. There was a long pause after I sat down. It wasn't awkward silence. It was heavy, tense, the kind of stillness that settles before a storm. I didn't look at anyone right away. I just placed the envelope in front of me on the table like it weighed 1,000 pounds and let them sit with what I'd said. Cassie was the first to break the silence. She let out a dry little laugh and said, "Okay, seriously, Dad. What is this? Some dramatic cliffhanger? You trying to pull a Succession twist on us?" She meant it as a joke, but no one else laughed. Brandon's expression had shifted. He was gripping the back of a chair, not quite sitting, not quite standing, eyes flicking from the envelope to me like he couldn't decide whether to grab it or run from it. My wife. She just looked uncomfortable. Her eyes narrowed ever so slightly, like she was trying to read the contents of the envelope through the paper. I didn't move. I didn't answer. So Brandon finally spoke. "All right, what is it? Are you sick? You dropping some surprise diagnosis on us or something?" I looked up then, right at him. My son, the kid I drove to debate practice at 6 a.m. for 2 years straight, the one I helped pay rent for during his first 3 years out of college while he figured things out. The man who stood in front of all my coworkers an hour earlier and said I was basically invisible. "No," I said calmly. "I'm not sick, but I am awake now, for the first time in a while." That was when Denise stepped in. She stood up, still trying to maintain her gracious hostess smile. "Tom," she said with that gentle warning tone she'd perfected over the years. "If this is about Brandon's speech, maybe we shouldn't." "It's not about the speech," I cut in. "It's about a pattern. Years of being treated like a footnote in my own life." The room was still. Every conversation that had started to bubble up again stopped. The DJ lowered the music, sensing something was happening. "I used to think I was doing it for the family," I said, standing again. My voice wasn't angry, just firm, measured. The long nights, the missed holidays, the early mornings. I justified it all. I told myself it was so my kids wouldn't struggle, so Denise could have the life she deserved. But somewhere along the line, the people I was working so hard for stopped seeing me as a man and started seeing me as a given. I looked around the room, making eye contact with the people who mattered. My brother-in-law, who always took jabs about how I never made it past middle management. My daughter, who once said she didn't invite me to her work promotion dinner because I'd just talk about logistics. My wife, who used to write me sweet little notes in my lunch when I was 29, and now barely looked up from her phone when I walked into a room. "This envelope," I continued, "isn't a threat. It's a boundary. It's a course correction." That's when Brandon reached for it. Bold. Impatient. "Dad, stop being cryptic." "What is it?" I held up a hand. "You'll find out soon enough. Everyone will. But not tonight." He scoffed. "So this is a game?" "No," I said, leveling my gaze at him. "This is clarity." He didn't like that. I could see the anger starting to bubble under his skin. He opened his mouth to say something. Maybe another joke, maybe a dig, but I wasn't interested in hearing it. Instead, I turned to the rest of the room. "I spent over 4 decades in a career where no one claps for you unless you make a mistake." I showed up every day, took care of what needed to be done, and never asked for a spotlight. And I didn't come here asking for one now. But I won't be mocked in front of the people I gave my life to. I won't be treated like a ghost in my own story. I looked at Denise, who still hadn't sat down. She had crossed her arms now, her jaw clenched. And I certainly won't keep investing in people who only remember me when they want something. Brandon opened his mouth again, but Denise cut in this time. Tom, she said, her voice low, urgent. You're being dramatic. You've had a long night. Maybe you should. No, I said. I've had a long life. This night. This is just the first one where I'm saying how I actually feel. Then I picked up the envelope and placed it back in my coat pocket. I'll send copies to the people who need to see it. And when it shows up in your mailbox, don't say I didn't warn you. I didn't raise my voice. I didn't flip any tables. I just walked out. Quietly. Calmly. Past the buffet trays and the gold balloons. Past the people whispering at their tables. Past my daughter who didn't meet my eyes. And my wife who looked like she'd seen a stranger in my skin. I stepped out into the night air and exhaled. My heart was steady. My mind clear. I'd spent a lifetime building for others. And now I was finally building something for myself. What was in the envelope? Well, let's just say, it was the key to a future they never expected. And by the time they figured it out, I'd already changed the locks. The first message arrived 2 days later. It was a text from Cassie. Short. Suspiciously polite. Hey Dad, just wanted to say sorry again for how Brandon's speech came out. He didn't mean it like that. Can we talk sometime this week? I stared at it for a while. I didn't reply. She never texted me first. Not for years. Not unless she needed something. A check for her car repairs, advice about taxes, or a cosigner on a loan she swore she'd pay off in just a few months. Then came the email from Brandon. Dad, can you just explain what the envelope thing was all about? You kind of freaked everyone out. If there's something serious going on, just be honest. We can handle it. Also, if there's anything you want to clear the air about, I'm free tomorrow. Clear the air? After a speech that basically erased me from my own retirement? After decades of showing up, providing, sacrificing, and quietly being the net that caught every mistake they made? No, not this time. Because here's what none of them knew yet. A month before my retirement, I'd gone to see a lawyer. Not because I was dying, not because of any drama, just because I was finally ready to take control of the pieces of my life that I'd left on autopilot. You see, all those years of working late, climbing the ladder, living modestly while my family spent freely, I wasn't just burning the candle at both ends. I was stacking candles. I never told them how much I'd quietly saved. I never corrected them when they assumed we were just getting by. I let them believe Denise handled all the finances, and she did, to a point. But I kept one account. Private. Untouched. Growing for decades. Denise didn't know about it. Neither did the kids. Not until the envelope. Inside that envelope, instructions for my lawyer. To update the trust one had drawn up, the one I originally intended to leave equally to my wife and kids. The same one I had quietly revised after years of watching their respect for me dissolve, drip by drip, into sarcasm, neglect, and empty appreciation. I had intended to surprise them that night with a plan to gift them each something generous, seed money to start something new, a vacation fund, a down payment for a house. But after the way they dismissed me, not angrily, just casually, like a tree they always assumed would stay rooted no matter how hard they leaned on it, I decided I was done giving to people who only saw me as a paycheck with a pulse. So I revised the trust. I redirected nearly all of it. Some went to a scholarship fund in my parents' names. They were immigrants who never finished school and always said education was the only inheritance they could afford to give. Some went to a charity I'd volunteered with on weekends, the one no one in my family had ever asked about. And a significant portion? I transferred it into a foundation, one I named after myself, because why not? After all these years, I finally wanted something with my name on it that couldn't be ignored. But the part that would sting most? I left Denise the house. That was never in question. But the lake house? The one they always assumed would be a family inheritance. Sold. Closed. Papers signed the morning after the party. The buyer? A lovely retired couple from Oregon who'd lost their vacation home in a wildfire. Paid in full. Denise found out 4 days later. It was 7:42 p.m. when she called. I watched the phone ring from across the living room. I didn't answer. She called again. Then a text. Thomas, what is this? Did you sell the lake house? Without talking to me? Without talking to you. Like the years I tried to talk and you said I was just overthinking things. Like the weekends I wanted to slow down and you pushed for trips with your sister's family instead. Always more hosting, more entertaining, more smiling for people who never once asked what I wanted. So no, Denise, I didn't talk to you. The next day, she showed up at my apartment. I had moved into a small, neat place in a quiet part of town. Clean, simple, free of echoes. She stood outside the door in one of those tailored coats she always wore to look polished, even in chaos. I opened the door halfway. "Can we talk?" she said. I nodded, but I didn't step aside. "I just need to understand," she said, crossing her arms. "Why are you doing this? You're punishing the kids because of one bad speech." "This isn't about a speech," I said calmly. "It's about years of not being seen, of being taken for granted. I worked my whole life thinking one day I'd get a little gratitude. Instead, I got laughed at. And you sat there and smiled." She blinked like I'd slapped her. "Tom, that's not fair. You know they love you. They were just joking. That's how people show affection these days." "No," I said. "That's how people justify disrespect." She tried to argue, said I was blowing it out of proportion, said we were a family and that families stick together, even if they don't always show it perfectly. I listened. Really, I did. But the more she talked, the more I realized she wasn't upset about the choices I'd made. She was upset she didn't get to make them first. She wasn't shocked that I'd felt overlooked. She was shocked I finally acted on it. I finally said, "Denise, I don't hate you. I'm not doing this to get revenge. I'm doing this because I finally want to live my life on my terms. And that means giving to people who don't see me as a footnote." She didn't reply. She just looked at me, eyes flickering between anger and something that almost looked like regret. Then she left, and I let her go. But that wasn't the end. Not even close. Because Brandon, he didn't take things nearly as well. And when he found out what I really did, let's just say his reaction wasn't quiet. 3 days after Denise left my apartment, Brandon showed up unannounced. I was sitting at the breakfast table, coffee in hand, flipping through the business section of the paper, a habit I hadn't let go of, even in retirement, when I heard pounding on the door. Not knocking, pounding. I opened the door slowly. There he was, my son, red in the face, holding a crumpled printout. "You sold the lake house?" he barked. "Are you serious right now?" "No, hello. No, how are you?" "Just fury. The kind of fury you only get from someone who thinks something belonged to them." "Yes," I said calmly. "I sold it. Without telling any of us." "Brandon," I said, "I told you. I don't owe you an explanation for what I choose to do with what I earned." He shoved the paper at my chest. "This isn't just about the house. You left Cassie and me out of the trust. You gave everything away to some foundation." He spat the word like it was poison. I didn't flinch. "You found the paperwork, I see." "Mom showed me," he growled. "She's freaking out, by the way. She's convinced you've lost it. Midlife crisis, late onset dementia, something." I nodded. "Of course she is." He kept going. "You know, I defended you after the party. I told people you were just tired, that you'd come around. But now it's just pathetic. You think this makes you noble? You think giving everything to strangers makes you a better person?" I set down my coffee and stepped forward, meeting his gaze. "No, Brandon, I don't think it makes me noble. I think it makes me free." He blinked, thrown off by how quiet I was. "For years," I said, "I've bent over backward for this family. I worked myself into ulcers and gray hair to give you and your sister a better life. I missed birthdays, vacations, entire seasons of your childhood because I hoped, one day you'd look at me and say, 'Thanks, Dad. I see what you did for us.' But instead, at the one event meant to celebrate my life's work, you reduced me to a ghost." "It was a joke," he snapped. "No," I said. "It was the truth, disguised as a joke. And now you're angry because you're realizing that actions have consequences, even yours." He stepped back, jaw clenched. "You didn't build anything, Brandon," I continued. "You inherited. Handouts, safety nets, rent checks, cars. Every time you slipped, someone caught you. And yet, you never once thought to ask what I wanted, what I needed. You just assumed I'd always be there." He looked like he was going to say something, but I didn't give him the chance. "I'm done raising adults who never learned how to appreciate what they had. I'm done financing disrespect." He glared at me. "You're cutting your own kids out of your life. What kind of father does that? I shrugged. The kind who finally realized his kids stopped being family the day they started treating him like a burden. He turned and stormed down the hallway. "You'll regret this," he snapped. I didn't reply. I just closed the door. He texted me twice after that. One was a half apology, probably drafted with Denise standing over his shoulder. The other was a venomous rant about how I'd ruined the family legacy. I didn't reply to either. Cassie called once too. She tried a gentler approach, something about maybe sitting down together as a family and working through this. But when I reminded her she hadn't invited me to her law school graduation because, quote, "you just want to talk about your job," she fell silent. I haven't heard from her since. Denise, for her part, tried to challenge the trust. She had her lawyer send mine a threatening letter, claimed I was mentally unfit to make those changes. But my attorney, a sharp woman named Rosa, who's known me since I handled her father's shipping account in 1997, shut that down fast. Every signature, every date, every move I made was above board. Legal. Final. And when Denise realized she'd have to actually work with her money now, no more hidden safety nets, no more surprise deposits, she backed off. I expected to feel guilt, regret, some pang of sadness, but all I felt was quiet. Stillness. The kind you only get after years of noise. I spent the next few weeks packing up the last of my things from the old house. I didn't take much. A few books, a photo of my parents, the watch my grandfather gave me. The rest I donated. Not because I was bitter, but because I didn't want to carry the weight of a life where I wasn't seen. When word got out about the scholarship fund and my foundation, the calls started coming in. Former coworkers, old students I'd mentored, even a young man from the mailroom who told me I once gave him $500 for night classes and changed everything. They thanked me, told me I mattered. I finally heard the words I'd waited my whole life to hear from the right people. Eventually, I bought a little cabin 2 hours north. Nothing flashy, just peace. I wake up to birds instead of alarms. I cook meals for myself without rushing. I write letters, read books, and sometimes I take long walks with no destination. No one interrupts me. No one makes jokes at my expense. I have quiet now. But more importantly, I have dignity. And once, just once, I drove by the old lake house, the one Denise had always said would be for the grandkids. It had a new coat of paint, wind chimes on the porch. I saw a family playing cards by the window. Smiles, warmth, laughter. The kind that isn't performative. The kind that doesn't hide disrespect behind humor. I sat in the car for a moment and smiled. It felt right. Not vengeful. Not cruel. Just right. Because in the end, the envelope didn't hold money. It held clarity. A line in the sand. A declaration that I was no longer available for quiet disrespect. I gave my family every chance to see me. They chose not to. So now, I choose me. And for the first time in 65 years, that's enough. Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. When I think about that Christmas, I can still feel the pit in my stomach, the kind that sits there like a stone even when you're not sure why. My name's Ryan, I'm 27, and I used to think my family's small lies were harmless. You know, the kind you brush off because that's just how they are. But that year, I learned that sometimes the smallest lie can crack everything open, and once you see the truth, you can't unsee it. I grew up in a family where money was always tight. At least, that's what Mom would say every time I asked for something more expensive than the store-brand cereal. She'd sigh dramatically, like she was carrying the world on her shoulders, and I'd back down, feeling guilty for even asking. My younger cousins always seemed to have more. New clothes, new phones, even vacations, but I never questioned it much. Mom said their parents were reckless with money, and that we were the smart ones. Frugal, responsible. I believed her. I wanted to. I moved out when I was 21, after finally saving enough from working IT support at a small company. Mom cried when I told her. "You're abandoning me," she said, like I was walking out on a marriage, not just moving 20 minutes away. But I still visited often. I'd help with bills, groceries, fixing her Wi-Fi every time she forgot the password. She'd always say, "You're my rock, Ree," and that simple sentence would erase all my frustration. It made me feel needed, and that's how she kept me hooked. By the time Christmas rolled around last year, things were off. Mom had started acting distant, replying to my messages with one-word answers or not at all. When I called, she'd pick up sounding annoyed, like I'd interrupted something important. It was weird because I'd always been her go-to person. So when December hit, I decided I'd surprise her with something nice. I even booked a few days off work to spend Christmas at her house. Then, a week before the holidays, she called me out of the blue. Her voice had that overly casual tone she used when she was about to drop bad news. "Hey, sweetie. So, about Christmas this year," she began. "What about it?" I asked, half expecting her to say she wanted me to bring dessert again. "Well," she sighed, "money's tight right now. Between the bills and the car repairs and, just everything. I think we're going to have to cancel Christmas this year." "Cancel Christmas?" I repeated, laughing awkwardly. She chuckled too, but it wasn't a happy laugh. "Yeah, I mean, it's silly to waste money on gifts and all that when we can barely keep up with the electric bill. It's just one day, right?" I hesitated. "Mom, I can help with the bills if you need." "No, no," she cut in quickly. "You've done enough. I don't want you worrying about me, okay? Just, maybe we can do something small in January when things calm down." I didn't like it, but I respected it. If she said money was tight, then maybe it was. And honestly, I kind of admired her for being practical about it. So I didn't press. Christmas morning came, and I'll admit, it felt weird. I made myself coffee, microwaved some leftovers, and tried to pretend it didn't sting. Social media didn't help, of course. Everyone was posting family photos, trees, gifts, matching pajamas. I tried to stay off my phone, but boredom won. I ended up scrolling anyway. That's when I saw it. My cousin Emily had posted a story, a shaky video of a long dinner table, filled with people laughing, clinking glasses, and unwrapping gifts. My mom was in the middle of it, smiling wider than I'd seen in months. The tree behind her was glowing, surrounded by a mountain of presents. The caption read, "Best Christmas ever. Family is everything." I stared at my screen for a good minute before I realized I'd stopped breathing. I watched the story again, slower this time, like maybe I'd misread something. But no, there she was, my mom, in the same house she'd told me was too cold to heat for the holidays, wearing a brand new sweater and toasting champagne. And I wasn't there. I felt something sharp twist inside me. I wasn't angry yet, just hollow, like someone had scooped me out from the inside. I didn't text her. I didn't call. I didn't even watch the rest of Emily's stories. I just closed my phone and sat there in the quiet, trying to convince myself it didn't matter. But it did. The next day, I half expected her to call. Maybe she'd confess, say it was a last-minute thing, or that she didn't want me driving in bad weather. Something. But she didn't. In fact, 2 days later, she finally texted me. No greeting, no apology, just, "Hey honey, can you send $2,900 for bills? The electric and property tax came at the same time. I'll pay you back once my refund hits." I read that message at least 10 times, just to make sure I wasn't misreading it. My pulse was hammering. $2,900. After canceling Christmas. After excluding me from the one family event of the year. I typed my reply carefully, even though my hands were shaking. "Didn't you cancel Christmas?" Then I set the phone down. It started ringing 30 seconds later. I didn't pick up. Another call. Then another. I turned the phone off and sat in silence. That was the moment I realized something I'd avoided my whole life. My mom wasn't struggling. She was manipulating. And for the first time, I didn't play along. I thought ignoring her would make her back off, but it didn't. Over the next few days, things got worse. Calls from relatives. Guilt trips. Rumors. They all said the same thing. I was ungrateful, selfish, heartless. It was like she'd flipped a switch and turned everyone against me. But here's the thing about being the family scapegoat. When you've been painted as the villain long enough, you start to wonder what would happen if you actually became one. I didn't know it yet, but that was the start of something much bigger. Something that would tear through every lie she'd ever told. Because the more I started to dig into where that tight money was really going, the more I realized Christmas wasn't the only thing she'd been hiding. And what I found next changed everything. When the calls finally stopped, my apartment felt eerily quiet. You'd think silence would bring peace, but it didn't. It just left room for the thoughts to echo louder. Every few minutes, I'd glance at my phone like it might suddenly light up with a new explanation, a confession, something to make sense of it all. But it didn't. Instead, I got a single text from my cousin Emily later that evening. "Hey, sorry you couldn't make it. Everyone was asking about you. Everyone was asking about me." That line burned. They knew. They all knew. And no one said a word. I typed out half a dozen replies. Did Mom tell you I wasn't invited? Did she mention she canceled Christmas? Why didn't anyone call me? But I deleted them all. There was no point. They'd just side with her. They always did. I didn't realize how deep her web went until the following week. I got a call from Aunt Karen. One of those calls that starts with exaggerated concern. "Honey, what's going on with you and your mom?" she asked, voice dripping with performative sympathy. "She's been so upset, telling everyone how hurt she is that you've shut her out." I bit back a laugh. "She's upset? She lied to me about canceling Christmas and then threw a party without me." There was a long pause on the other end. Then she sighed. "Ryan, you know how your mom is. She didn't mean to hurt you. You've always been sensitive." That word, sensitive, hit me like a slap. It was the same word Mom used whenever I dared to call her out on something. If she insulted me, and I pushed back, I was sensitive. If she borrowed money and didn't pay it back, and I mentioned it, I was dramatic. I hung up before Aunt Karen could finish her lecture. Over the next few days, I noticed a shift in how my family treated me. My cousin Ben stopped replying to my texts. My uncle didn't return my calls. Even my grandmother, who used to send me long voice notes about her garden, suddenly became too busy. It was like Mom had flicked a switch, and suddenly I was the family outcast. Then, on New Year's Eve, it happened. I hadn't planned to go out. I was exhausted, emotionally, mentally, all of it. I stayed in, made myself pasta, and decided to finally clear out my email inbox. That's when I saw it, a notification from PayPal. "Thank you for your payment of $1,250 to Emily's Events and Design." I froze. My PayPal? I didn't remember sending any money. I clicked into it, my stomach twisting tighter with each second. It was from my mom's email address, the one she'd used when I helped her set up her account 2 years ago. We'd linked my card temporarily to pay for a utility bill because hers wasn't working. I'd forgotten all about it. I checked my bank. The charge had gone through 3 days earlier. I scrolled further down, and my pulse started pounding in my ears. There were 3 more transactions, all from the same week. $600 to a catering and decor company, $850 to DJ Platinum Sound, $300 to luxury photo booth rentals. All of them within days of that Christmas party I wasn't invited to. My hands shook as I did the math. Nearly $3,000. The same amount she'd asked me for bills. That was when the dam broke. I wasn't numb anymore. I wasn't confused. I was angry. I called her immediately. She didn't answer. I called again. Still nothing. So I left a voicemail, my voice trembling with fury. "Hey Mom, hope you had fun at your budget-friendly Christmas. You might want to check your PayPal account, or better yet, your conscience, because I just saw where my money went." I hung up. 5 minutes later, my phone started blowing up. She called first, then texted, "Ryan, don't overreact. It was a misunderstanding. I was going to pay you back. You have no idea what I'm dealing with." Then came the classic, "After everything I've done for you." I didn't reply, not a single word. I wanted her to sit in it, to feel, even for a moment, what it was like to be ignored and dismissed. 2 days later, she showed up at my apartment. I'll never forget the knock, 3 quick taps, then silence. I looked through the peephole, and there she was, holding a plastic container of leftover cookies like this was some casual visit. I opened the door halfway, not saying anything. She smiled like nothing was wrong. "Hi, sweetheart. Thought I'd stop by. I made too many cookies." "Really?" I said flatly. "Because it looks like you made just enough for everyone except me last week." Her smile faltered for a second, but came right back. "Oh, Ryan, are we really doing this? It was just a party. I didn't think you'd want to come. You always seem so tired lately." "You told me Christmas was canceled," I said. "You said money was tight." She sighed and pushed her way past me into the apartment. "Can we not do this in the hallway?" I stood there, arms crossed, watching her make herself comfortable on my couch. She looked around, inspecting my place the way she always did, like she was searching for evidence that I was doing better than her. "I didn't lie," she said finally, setting the cookies on the table. "Things were tight. But then your aunt offered to cover the food and decorations, and everyone insisted we do something small. I didn't want to bother you. Then why did you use my card?" Her face tightened. "I didn't realize it was still linked. Honest mistake." "For times?" I asked. "You didn't realize it for separate times?" "Ryan, lower your voice," she snapped, glancing toward the window like my neighbors might be listening. "You're making this into something it's not." Something inside me cracked. I'd spent my whole life letting her rewrite reality like this, bending the truth until I doubted my own memory. But this time, I wasn't backing down. "Mom," I said slowly, "you stole from me. And you lied about it. Just admit it." Her eyes hardened. "After everything I've done for you, this is how you talk to me?" she hissed. "Who paid for your school lunches? Who helped you with your first car? Who stayed up all night when you had that fever at 9 years old?" I stared at her. "None of that gives you the right to steal from me." The air between us felt electric, tight and heavy. Then she stood up abruptly, brushing invisible crumbs off her hands. "You know what, Ryan? I don't need this attitude. I came here to make peace. But clearly, you'd rather hold grudges than family." She grabbed her bag and headed for the door. Before she left, she turned back and said, almost casually, "You'll regret treating me like this one day. Family is all you have." Then she was gone. I didn't move for a long time. Her words echoed in my head, twisting and tangling until I couldn't tell if I was angry or heartbroken. Maybe both. Over the next few weeks, the fallout spread like wildfire. My aunt texted me paragraphs about forgiveness. My cousin Ben messaged, "You really shouldn't air family business like that." Even Grandma left me a voicemail that broke my heart. "Ryan, your mother loves you. Please call her." Families fight, but they always come back together. But what none of them knew was that it wasn't just about the money. It was about the years of manipulation, the guilt, the way she'd made me believe I owed her my life. And I couldn't unsee it now. Still, I stayed quiet. I didn't block her. I didn't post anything. I just waited. I wanted to see how far she'd go to twist the story this time. It didn't take long. A month later, I got a call from my boss. "Hey, Ryan," he said cautiously. "Sorry to ask, but everything okay at home?" My stomach dropped. "Yeah, why?" He hesitated. "We got an anonymous email this morning. Something about you stealing from your mother and abandoning family responsibilities. I'm guessing it's nonsense, but HR has to follow protocol." I could barely speak. "Did it come from a Gmail address?" He paused, then said, "Yeah, something like Family Truths 2023. I didn't need to ask who sent it. That was the breaking point. I'd spent months trying to be calm, rational, forgiving. But when she tried to drag my name through the mud, at my workplace, no less, something in me changed. I wasn't going to play defense anymore. That night, I sat at my computer until 2 a.m., pulling together everything I had: screenshots, transactions, messages, voicemails, even recordings of her guilt tripping me for money. I didn't know exactly what I was going to do with it yet, but I knew one thing for sure. She wasn't going to control the story anymore. And then, something happened that I didn't expect. A message popped up on Facebook from someone I hadn't spoken to in years, my dad's sister, Aunt Lisa. She'd been estranged from Mom since I was a kid. Her message was short. "Ryan, I saw what happened. Call me. I think it's time you knew the truth about your mom." I just sat there staring at the screen, heart pounding. Because if there was one person who might understand what I was going through, it was her. But I had no idea that calling her would uncover something so much darker than a stolen Christmas. I stared at Aunt Lisa's message for a long time. It had been nearly 15 years since I'd last seen her. She'd stopped coming around when I was 12, after some huge argument with my mom. Back then, Mom told me Lisa was jealous of her, that she was toxic and loved to stir up drama. I'd believed it, of course. Back then, I believed everything Mom said. But now, after everything that had happened, that single sentence, "I think it's time you knew the truth about your mom," felt like a thread I needed to pull. I called her the next morning. Her voice was softer than I remembered, but cautious, like she was afraid of saying too much too soon. "Ryan," she said after a pause, "I didn't think you'd call." I almost didn't, I admitted. But things have been bad. Mom's been lying, stealing, and now she's trying to ruin my name at work. Lisa sighed, long and heavy. "That sounds about right. She's been doing that kind of thing for years." "What do you mean?" There was a silence. One of those silences where you can hear someone deciding how much of the truth to share. Then she said, "Ryan, your mom has always been like this. She manipulates people until she gets what she wants. Then, when she can't anymore, she turns them into the enemy. She did it to me, to your dad, to everyone who ever tried to hold her accountable." I felt my throat tighten. "Dad," Lisa hesitated again. "You were young when they divorced. She told everyone he was an alcoholic who ran off with another woman, didn't she?" "Yeah," I said quietly. "That's what she always said." Lisa let out a bitter laugh. Your father wasn't perfect, but that wasn't why he left. He left because she drained him. Financially, emotionally, everything. He paid the bills, worked 2 jobs, and she'd still make him feel like he wasn't doing enough. And when he finally tried to set boundaries, she turned you against him. It was like someone had punched the air out of me. Wait, you're saying she lied about all of that? She lied about a lot, Lisa said. When your dad stopped sending money directly to her, she told everyone he'd abandoned you. But he didn't. He tried to send you birthday gifts and cards. She sent them back unopened. I pressed a hand to my forehead, dizzy. Why would she do that? Control, Lisa said simply. Your mom doesn't love people the way most do, Ryan. She owns them. And when she feels like she's losing control, she'll do whatever it takes to get it back. That conversation changed something in me. It didn't fix anything right away, but it shifted the ground beneath my feet. For the first time, I wasn't looking at my mom as this misunderstood, struggling single parent. I was seeing her as a manipulator who'd built her life out of other people's sacrifices. Over the next few weeks, I started to pull away from all of it. The guilt, the chaos, the constant feeling that I owed her something. It all started to lose its grip. I stopped answering her texts. I muted the family group chat. I deleted Facebook. It wasn't anger anymore. It was exhaustion. But of course, when you stop feeding a manipulator, they panic. One afternoon in February, my building's manager called me down to the lobby. Ryan, he said, your mom's here. She says she needs to talk to you. She's been sitting in the car outside for 20 minutes. I looked through the glass doors, and there she was, sitting in her old sedan, staring straight ahead. For a second, I almost felt bad. She looked small, older somehow. But then I remembered the PayPal charges, the emails to my boss, the lies. I told the manager to tell her I wasn't available. He nodded, uncomfortable. That night, I got a text. You can ignore me, but you can't erase me. Family is forever. I didn't reply. Eventually, the messages stopped. I thought maybe she'd finally moved on. But then, about a month later, my landlord called. Hey, Ryan, sorry to bother you, but we received a call from a woman claiming to be your mother. She said you're moving out and that we should send her your security deposit. I almost laughed. Of course she did, I muttered. That's when I realized just how far she was willing to go to maintain control. She didn't just want to guilt trip me. She wanted to ruin me. For a while, it worked. I started having trouble sleeping. I'd wake up at 3 a.m. replaying conversations, wondering if I'd been too harsh or if I was somehow overreacting. I stopped hanging out with friends, started showing up late to work. I felt like my life was shrinking, like everything was orbiting around this black hole she'd created. Then one night, something snapped. I was lying in bed, scrolling through my emails, when I found another one from HR. Just confirming we resolved the family issue, it said. Let us know if you need any support. Family issue. That phrase burned. I realized I was letting her win. I'd spent my whole life trying to please her, trying to fix things, trying to be the good son. But none of it had ever been enough. And it never would be. Because she didn't want peace, she wanted power. So I made a decision. Quietly, without telling anyone, I started rebuilding. I took on extra shifts. I cut back on expenses. I deleted old contacts who only reached out when drama was brewing. I even joined a gym, not because I suddenly cared about fitness, but because I needed something to focus on that wasn't her. At first, it felt strange, like learning how to live without background noise. But then, slowly, the silence started to feel like freedom. Around that time, Aunt Lisa reached out again. She invited me over for dinner, her first invitation in 15 years. I almost said no, but something in her voice felt sincere. So one Friday after work, I drove over. Her house was small but warm, the kind of place that smelled like baked bread and old books. When she opened the door, she hugged me like she'd been waiting years to do it. I'm proud of you, she said softly. You're stronger than you think. Over dinner, she told me stories about my dad, how he used to build model airplanes, how he'd talk about me all the time, how devastated he was when mom cut him off. Does he still live around here? I asked. Lisa hesitated. He moved a few states over. He's remarried now, but he still asks about you sometimes. That night, when I got home, I sat in my car for a long time, staring at my phone. I found his name in an old folder of contacts mom had made me delete years ago. His number was still the same. It took me another week to get the courage to call. When I finally did, The line rang twice before a familiar but older voice answered. Hello. I almost hung up. But then I said quietly, Dad? There was silence. Then, a shaky breath. Ryan. I can't explain the emotion in that one word. It was like all the years of distance and confusion collapsed at once. We talked for 2 hours that night. He told me about his new life, his wife, how he'd tried to find me, but couldn't without causing more trouble. He apologized for not fighting harder. I told him I understood now. That call didn't fix everything, but it was the first time in years that I felt like I wasn't alone. In the months that followed, things started to shift. I got promoted at work. My boss said he'd noticed a change in confidence. I started saving money again. I moved into a better apartment, one that didn't feel haunted by her presence. But the biggest change wasn't external, it was internal. I stopped needing her approval. I stopped explaining myself. And that quiet confidence started spilling into other parts of my life. Of course, she noticed. Manipulators always do when they lose their grip. One afternoon, I got a long text from her. I know you think you're better off without me, but you'll regret cutting me out. I'm your mother. I'll always be your mother. I read it once, then deleted it. The truth was, I didn't hate her. I didn't even want revenge, at least not the kind she'd understand. My revenge was peace. My revenge was happiness she couldn't touch. But life has a strange way of circling back. Because just when I thought I'd finally put it all behind me, I got an unexpected call that brought everything full circle. It was from a number I didn't recognize. A woman's voice, nervous but polite, said, Hi, is this Ryan Thompson? This is Amanda from First State Bank. We're reviewing a joint account application with your mother, and we just need to confirm your information. My blood ran cold. Joint account? I asked slowly. Yes, the woman said. Your name was listed as a secondary holder. We just need your signature to finalize it. I felt my pulse in my ears. She was still trying to use my name, still trying to pull me back in. But this time, I wasn't the same person she'd raised to feel small and scared. I thanked the woman, hung up, and opened the folder on my computer where I'd saved everything. The PayPal receipts, the messages, the voicemails, the fake HR emails. It had been months since I'd looked at them. But now, as I scrolled through, I realized I finally knew what to do. Because if she wanted to keep rewriting the story, then maybe it was time I wrote one of my own, one with the truth, not her lies. And I wasn't going to do it quietly this time. That night, I didn't sleep. I just sat there in the dim glow of my laptop, scrolling through every screenshot, every bank statement, every message from my mother that had once made me feel guilty or crazy. Except now, for the first time, it all looked different. It wasn't random anymore. It was a pattern, one that stretched back years, maybe my entire life. And I finally had proof of it. For a while, I just stared at the folder I'd titled For My Sanity. That's what it had been, originally, a collection of evidence I kept just to remind myself I wasn't imagining things. But now, looking at it, I realized it could be something much more powerful. It could be a weapon. I poured myself a coffee, opened a new document, and started typing. Dates, amounts, screenshots. I organized everything into a timeline. The Christmas charges. The fake email to my job. The time she used my name to apply for a credit card 2 years ago. One I'd let slide because she'd cried on the phone, swearing she'd cancel it. I cross-referenced everything with my bank statements, PayPal logs, and texts. By the time the sun came up, I had a 20-page document of evidence. But I wasn't rushing into anything this time. That was the old me, reactive, emotional, desperate for her to understand. The new me had learned that real revenge isn't loud. It's patient, precise. I decided to call Aunt Lisa again. She answered on the second ring, her voice warm but tired. Ryan, everything okay? I think so, I said slowly. But I need your help. I explained everything, the attempted joint account, the fake email, the financial manipulation. She listened without interrupting, and when I finished, there was a long silence. Ryan, she said finally, I'm going to tell you something you probably don't want to hear. You can't fix her. You can't win by reasoning with her. The only way to stop her is to make sure she can't touch you again. I know, I said. That's why I'm done playing defense. Lisa sighed softly. Then we do this right. No screaming matches, no dramatic confrontations. We protect you first, then we expose her. Over the next few weeks, Lisa helped me understand just how deep my mom's behavior went. She'd done this to others, old friends, ex-boyfriends, even distant cousins. Always the same story: manipulation, guilt, financial accidents. But no one ever fought back. They'd just fade away, too tired or embarrassed to confront her. Not this time. I started small. I contacted the bank that had called about the joint account and explained that I never gave permission for my name to be used. They froze the application and flagged it for potential fraud. Then, at Lisa's suggestion, I set up identity protection and credit monitoring, something I should have done years ago. Within a week, 2 more attempts popped up: a department store card and a car loan application under my name, both using my mother's email address. That's when I realized she wasn't just trying to control me. She was trying to own me financially. So I gathered more. I requested copies of my credit report from all 3 bureaus. I highlighted every suspicious inquiry and matched each one to a period where my mom had asked for help. Every time I'd lent her money, some mysterious charge appeared shortly after. A pattern so clear it almost looked intentional. Meanwhile, I kept playing the quiet son. When she texted, I'd reply with short, polite answers. Never confrontational, never emotional. I wanted her comfortable, predictable. Then one afternoon, I got exactly what I'd been waiting for. A message from her. "Hey, sweetheart, can you help me with something? I'm trying to rent a new place, but my credit isn't great. They said if I had a co-signer, it would go faster. You wouldn't mind helping your mom, would you?" I stared at that message for a long time. In the past, I would have felt that wave of guilt wash over me. The one that whispered, "She's your mom, just help her." But now, it only made me smile. Because this was exactly the opening I needed. I replied, "Of course, Mom. Send me the info." She texted back a few minutes later with a photo of the rental application. It wasn't a real rental form. It was a credit application disguised as one, the same trick she'd used before. But this time, instead of ignoring it, I sent the image straight to Lisa. "Got her," I wrote. Lisa called me that night. "Ryan, if she's falsifying documents and using your identity, that's not just family drama anymore. That's criminal." "I know," I said quietly. "And I'm not going to let her talk her way out of it this time." We decided to involve someone who actually knew what they were doing. Lisa's friend, Mark, was a retired lawyer who'd once specialized in fraud cases. She set up a meeting for us at his office, a cozy little place above a coffee shop downtown. Mark was the kind of man who spoke slowly but with precision, like he was measuring every word. He looked through my evidence file for nearly an hour, occasionally nodding, occasionally frowning. When he finally set it down, he said, "You have enough here to bury her. But the question is, do you want to?" I hesitated. I don't want to ruin her life. I just want her to stop ruining mine. He smiled faintly. "That's the right answer. But you'll need leverage. Something she can't lie her way around." "What kind of leverage?" I asked. He leaned back in his chair. "Proof she committed fraud in a way that affects an institution, not just you. Banks take that seriously. If she's been using your name or social security number for loans, you can file a report. That alone will scare her straight. But if she keeps going, we escalate." I nodded slowly. "So, step 1, set the trap." Mark smiled knowingly. "Exactly. Over the next 2 weeks, I laid the groundwork. I opened a new bank account solely for tracking her behavior. I even set up a dummy email address, one that looked like my personal one, but wasn't linked to anything real. Then I waited. Sure enough, she reached out again a few days later. "Hey, honey, did you get a chance to look at the rental papers? The landlord said he just needs your info." I replied from the dummy email, pretending I'd filled everything out and asking her to send it back to verify. She did. Only this time, she'd altered it again, signing my name digitally on a form that included a fake income statement and credit reference. That was all I needed. I forwarded the document to Mark. She just forged my signature. He wrote back, "Good. Now don't do anything yet. Let's make sure she uses it." So I waited. A week later, I got an alert from my credit monitoring service. A new rental inquiry had been filed under my name. I sent the report to Mark, and he took care of the rest, filing a fraud notice and sending a formal cease and desist letter to the property management company, warning them of potential identity theft. Within days, the rental application was flagged. My mother's phone must have lit up like a Christmas tree because I started getting frantic texts almost immediately. "Ryan, what did you do? They're saying I committed fraud. Why would you go behind my back like this? I was just trying to get a place for us to live. You ruined everything." Every message was a performance, switching from guilt to rage to self-pity. But I didn't reply. Not yet. Because for the first time in my life, I had the upper hand, and I wasn't going to waste it. Instead, I quietly reached out to a few of the family members who'd stopped talking to me months ago. My cousin Ben, my grandmother, even Aunt Karen. I didn't argue or try to defend myself. I just sent them the proof, screenshots, transactions, and copies of the fraudulent documents. No explanations. No commentary. Just the truth. It took less than a day for the phone calls to start. Ben called first. "Ryan, man, I'm so sorry. I didn't know." Then Aunt Karen. "She told us you were stealing from her." Oh my God. Even Grandma left me a voicemail, her voice shaky. "Sweetheart, I had no idea what she was doing. Please forgive me." One by one, her supporters began to vanish. The network she'd built, all the people she'd manipulated into defending her, started unraveling. And the best part? I didn't have to lift a finger. The truth was doing the work for me. But even as satisfying as that was, I knew she wouldn't go down quietly. She'd spent decades perfecting her act, and cornered people do desperate things, which is why I needed to be ready, not just to expose her lies, but to protect myself from whatever came next. So I took one final precaution. I drafted an email addressed to every major relative, her landlord, and the HR department at my job. It included everything: her schemes, her messages, her manipulations. I didn't send it yet, but it sat there in my drafts folder, ready to go with one click. Because I knew her next move was coming. And when it did, I was going to be ready for it. I didn't have to wait long for her next move. It came exactly 9 days after the rental fraud incident, a Tuesday afternoon, around 3 o'clock. I was at work when I got an email from HR again. The subject line made my stomach drop: formal complaint regarding employee conduct. I clicked it open, heart pounding, but the moment I saw the attached document, I knew. It was another one of her creations. The same tone, the same long-winded sentences that tried too hard to sound professional. She'd written that I was emotionally unstable, verbally abusive toward family, and financially exploitative, claiming I'd stolen money from her and refused to pay it back. She even signed it with her full name, like that somehow made it credible. My boss had copied me in, writing, "Ryan, please come by my office when you have a moment to discuss this." I just stared at the screen for a while. I'd spent months rebuilding my reputation, my sanity, my life, and she was still trying to drag me down. The old me might have panicked, tried to defend myself immediately. But now, I felt something very different. A kind of eerie calm. Because this was it, the final move in a game I'd already won. I walked into my boss's office with my laptop under my arm. He looked awkward, almost embarrassed. "I'm really sorry, Ryan," he said, "but protocol says we have to at least acknowledge this kind of complaint." "No problem," I said, setting my laptop down. "Actually, I was hoping this would happen." He blinked. "You were?" I opened the folder labeled "For My Sanity" and slid the entire collection across the desk. Every screenshot, every fraudulent charge, every message she'd ever sent. My mother's been attempting to commit financial fraud under my name for months. This email is just the latest attempt to discredit me after I stopped helping her. He skimmed the first few pages, then looked up, eyebrows raised. "Ryan, this is insane. You've got her dead to rights." "I know," I said quietly. "All I need from you is to forward this to HR and mark her complaint as retaliatory. After that, I'll handle it." He nodded slowly, still looking at me like he wasn't sure whether to be impressed or horrified. "You've got it." That evening, I sent one message, the one I'd been holding onto for weeks. I opened my drafts, double-checked every attachment, then hit send. It went to everyone, my entire extended family, her landlord, the property management company she'd tried to defraud, and even the HR department she'd emailed. The subject line was simple: the truth about my mother. Inside, I didn't rant or accuse. I just told the story, calmly, factually, with proof attached for every single claim. I included the PayPal transactions from Christmas, the forged rental documents, the identity theft attempts, and even the complaint email she'd just sent. I didn't add any emotion to it. Just evidence. Just truth. Then I logged off, set my phone face down, and went for a long walk. When I came back an hour later, my phone had over 60 notifications. Missed calls, texts, emails. It was chaos. Ben, holy crap, Ryan. She's losing it. Aunt Karen. She's calling everyone, screaming that you hacked her accounts. No one believes her anymore. Grandma, sweetheart, I'm so sorry for everything I said. I should have known. Even Lisa texted, well done. Clean, effective, irreversible. I didn't reply to any of them. I just sat there in silence, feeling the strangest mix of sadness and relief. It didn't feel like victory, not in the way revenge fantasies make it look. It was quieter, heavier, but it was freedom. The next morning, I woke up to a voicemail from an unknown number. It was her. Her voice was trembling, but it wasn't apologetic. It was angry. You ruined me, Ryan, she said, voice cracking. You humiliated me in front of everyone. You're supposed to protect family, not destroy it. Do you have any idea what you've done? I didn't delete it. I saved it. One last reminder of who she really was. Later that day, Aunt Karen called. She said my mom had been dropped by her landlord. Apparently, the fraud warning from the bank had reached him, and he'd reported it to the authorities. There was talk of an investigation. Nobody in the family was speaking to her anymore. Even Emily, her favorite niece, had blocked her after realizing she'd been using her business name to funnel money. In less than 48 hours, her entire empire of manipulation collapsed. A week later, I got a letter from the bank confirming that her joint account attempts had been flagged and that she was now under review for identity misuse. I didn't celebrate. I just felt done. For the first time in my life, I didn't feel like her shadow was over me. I didn't hear from her again for months. Not a text, not a call. Then one day, a letter arrived at my new apartment. I recognized her handwriting instantly. Neat, slanted, every Y looped perfectly. I almost threw it away unopened, but curiosity won. Inside, it wasn't an apology. Not even close. It was 5 pages of justification. She blamed stress, money, her difficult childhood, everyone but herself. But at the very end, there was one line that stuck with me. You think you've won, but you'll realize one day that family doesn't disappear just because you want it to. I folded the letter carefully, put it back in the envelope, and locked it in the drawer of my desk. Not as a keepsake, as evidence, in case she ever tried anything again. But she never did. In the months that followed, life slowly rebuilt itself. My job went better than ever. I moved up to a senior position, bought my first car that didn't rattle, and even started seeing someone who didn't flinch when I told them the truth about my past. Every once in a while, I'd get updates through Lisa or Grandma. My mom had moved 2 towns over, living in a smaller place now. She'd started working part-time, apparently keeping to herself. It wasn't exactly justice in the cinematic sense, but it was real. She'd lost control, over me, over everyone. And the best part? I didn't have to destroy her to make it happen. I just had to stop protecting her lies. The family slowly began to heal too. My grandmother invited me over for dinner again, and for the first time in years, it didn't feel tense. My cousins apologized, awkwardly but sincerely. Even Aunt Karen sent me a long message thanking me for opening her eyes. I realized something important in all that. People like my mother thrive on silence, on everyone else's fear of confrontation. They build power by convincing others that speaking up will cause chaos. And maybe it does, for a little while. But silence causes something worse. When you finally speak, the world doesn't explode. It just clears. That next Christmas, I didn't go anywhere. No family dinners, no fake smiles, no pretending. I stayed home, made myself a proper meal, and invited Lisa over. We ate, watched an old movie, and laughed, really laughed, for the first time in what felt like years. At one point, she looked at me and said, "You know, I always wondered what would happen if someone finally stood up to her." "What do you think happened?" I asked. She smiled. "You broke the cycle. That's bigger than revenge." She was right. My revenge wasn't about payback anymore. It was about peace. About walking away without carrying her voice in my head. A few months later, I got one last surprise. An envelope arrived from my dad. Inside was a short note and an old photo. Me, about 6 years old, sitting on his shoulders at a park. The note read, "Lisa told me everything. I wish I'd been there sooner. But I'm proud of who you've become. Let's start fresh." I kept that photo on my fridge. Not as a reminder of what I lost, but of what I finally regained, my family, on my terms. Now, whenever I think back to that Christmas, the one she canceled, I don't feel bitterness anymore. I just see it for what it was, the beginning of the end of her control. She wanted me to believe that family was something you owed, no matter how much it cost you. But I learned something much better. Family isn't who demands your loyalty. It's who earns it. And when I finally understood that, Christmas stopped being canceled. It finally became mine. I never thought I'd be writing this, but here we are. My name's Emma, and up until about 6 months ago, I thought my best friend, Sarah, was the one person who would never let me down. We'd been friends for over 10 years, practically sisters. I mean, we did everything together, from middle school sleepovers, where we'd giggle about boys, to high school pep rallies, to every post-graduation night out. You name it. We were thick as thieves. But something shifted around the time I started dating Mike. You know the story, high school sweetheart turned the guy I married. Mike and I had been together for 3 years when we got engaged. It was the perfect moment, or so I thought. I remember telling Sarah about Mike for the first time. She was so excited for me, always the one cheering me on. At least, that's how I remember it. The truth? Looking back, there were little signs, small things that I dismissed at the time as nothing. But I should have paid more attention. We'd always been super close. So when Mike popped the question at our favorite restaurant, Sarah was the first person I called to share the news. She was ecstatic, at first. But there was something off in her voice, like a quiet undercurrent of resentment. I told myself it was just my imagination, maybe the stress of work, but the cracks in our friendship started showing in the weeks that followed. It wasn't obvious at first. Sarah congratulated me, sure, but then I noticed she started pulling away a bit. I tried not to let it bother me. Weddings are stressful, and I was busy planning, but there were times when I'd call her to chat and she wouldn't pick up. When she did, she was distant or distracted, and sometimes I'd get a half-hearted response like, "I'm just tired," or "I've got a lot going on." It was weird, but I figured it was just wedding stress. I mean, we all know what a headache that can be. Then came the night I realized it wasn't just about me getting married, it was about her. It happened the week of the engagement party. It was a Friday night, and we were supposed to meet up for drinks. It was supposed to be a casual thing to celebrate with some friends, but when I got to the bar, Sarah was already there, sitting with a group of people I didn't recognize. As I approached the table, I noticed her stiffen, like she wasn't exactly thrilled to see me. "Hey," I smiled, trying to shake off the weird vibe. "I didn't realize you brought so many people." Sarah's smile was forced. "Yeah, I thought it'd be fun to mix things up," she said. But I could see the tension in her shoulders, the way her eyes kept darting around the room. We didn't even hug, which was unusual. We were always huggers. I tried to shake it off, but the night didn't get better. As we talked, I noticed Sarah becoming more and more distant. At one point, she turned her attention to the new guy at the table, who I later found out was her coworker. They were laughing about something, but when I looked closely, her eyes flicked over to me in this almost judgmental way. The kind of look you get when someone's watching you, waiting for you to fail. Then, the conversation shifted. We were talking about wedding plans, and I mentioned how I was deciding between a beach wedding or a more formal venue. Sarah, who was always so supportive of my decisions, suddenly interrupted. "Honestly, I don't get why you'd want to make such a big deal out of it. It's just a wedding." Her voice was cold, almost condescending. "You don't need to spend all that money. People are going to forget about it anyway." I was stunned. My mouth went dry. "What do you mean?" "It's not just about the money, it's about celebrating with the people we love." I said it lightly, trying to mask the hurt in my voice. She shrugged. "Sure, but you could just elope, right? Wouldn't that be way less of a hassle?" The table went quiet for a moment, and I could feel the awkwardness creep in. I tried to laugh it off, but something inside me was twisting. This wasn't my best friend anymore. This was someone else. Someone who was acting like everything I was doing was wrong. It stung, but I didn't say anything. That night, when I got home, I cried. I thought about everything. How Sarah had been acting recently. How she used to be so supportive of my dreams and now seemed to take joy in tearing them down. But I told myself it was probably just a phase. We all have them, right? The next few weeks went by with Sarah's distance growing. I started to realize that the cracks in our friendship weren't just about me getting engaged. It was something deeper. It wasn't until I caught a glimpse of her Facebook status a few days before the engagement party that I truly understood how deep the jealousy ran. It was a post with a photo of Sarah and another friend, captioned, "Some people just can't handle when things change." The subtle jab at me couldn't have been clearer. I sat there for a few minutes, staring at my screen, my heart sinking. It was like all the pieces clicked into place, her behavior, the distance, the comments she'd made. I was getting married, and it felt like she wasn't happy for me at all. The day of the engagement party arrived. Mike and I were excited. We had a lot of friends coming, including Sarah, of course. But as the evening wore on and everyone gathered, Sarah was nowhere to be found. My phone buzzed with texts from other people, asking where she was. I tried calling her, but there was no answer. My stomach twisted with a mix of frustration and confusion. It wasn't until about an hour into the party that I received a text from Sarah. It was short. "Oh, I forgot. I was busy watching TV." It stung, but I didn't let it show. Not yet. I put my phone down and took a deep breath. But this wasn't over. Not by a long shot. I stepped away from the group, retreating to a quiet corner of the venue. My phone was still in my hand, that awful text message from Sarah staring back at me. I was busy watching TV. It felt so dismissive, so careless. I hit her number and waited for the ringing. My heart thudded in my chest, but I wasn't backing down anymore. I needed answers. She picked up after a few seconds, and I could hear the sound of static in the background, probably her TV, the one she'd rather be watching than celebrating my engagement. "Hey," she said, her voice casual, like nothing was wrong. "What's up?" I could feel my grip tightening on the phone. I swallowed down the lump in my throat before speaking. "Really, Sarah? Really? I've been trying to reach you all night. You were supposed to be here, and now I find out you're sitting on your couch watching TV." My voice shook with a mix of anger and hurt, but I didn't care. It needed to be said. There was a long silence on the other end of the line, just enough for me to feel that familiar, sinking feeling in my stomach. Then she spoke, but not in the way I expected. "You know, Emma," she started, her voice suddenly dripping with sarcasm, "you always were a little overdramatic. It's just a party. You're acting like it's the end of the world." She sounded like she was mocking me, almost like she was enjoying this. My breath caught in my throat. I blinked, the words echoing in my head. "You're acting like it's the end of the world." Was she serious? I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It was like she'd completely dismissed everything that mattered to me. I don't know what happened to you, Sarah. You've been acting like this for weeks now. I don't even recognize you anymore," I said, trying to keep my voice steady, but the hurt was creeping in. "I thought we were supposed to be best friends. What happened to that?" She scoffed. "You really want to know? Fine. Here's the truth, Emma. You've changed. Ever since you started dating Mike, it's like you've forgotten about everyone else. And now you're getting engaged, acting all perfect and shiny, and frankly, it's annoying." Her words hit like a slap across my face. Annoying? She was mad at me for being happy? I wanted to shout. I wanted to tell her how hurt I was, how much she'd let me down, but I stayed silent for a moment, trying to hold back the tears threatening to spill. "I'm sorry I'm so perfect and shiny," I said, the bitterness in my voice impossible to ignore. I didn't realize being happy was a crime. There was a pause. And then, like she couldn't help herself, Sarah laughed. It wasn't a joyful laugh. It was a cold, spiteful laugh. "Oh, Emma, you just don't get it, do you?" Her tone was almost mockingly sweet now. "It's not about you being happy. It's about how you've made everything about you. You've always done that, but now you're making it unbearable." My blood boiled. Everything about me? Had she really just said that? The Sarah I used to know would have never talked to me like this. "You know what, Sarah? Maybe you're right," I said, my voice laced with anger. "Maybe I've been so wrapped up in planning my future with Mike that I forgot about you. But honestly, I've been so busy dealing with your attitude lately that I almost forgot what it feels like to have a friend who actually cares." There was a long silence. And then she snapped back with something that cut deeper than anything she'd said before. "You know what, Emma? Maybe you should just stop pretending you're so innocent in all this. You're so caught up in your fairy tale that you can't even see how selfish you've become. But, hey, whatever. Go ahead and keep planning your perfect wedding. I'll be over here, living my life without all this drama." Before I could respond, she hung up. I stood there, completely stunned. My phone buzzed again, but I didn't even bother looking. My hands were shaking, my thoughts were racing, and I was no longer sure who Sarah was anymore. The friend I'd known for over a decade felt like a stranger now, someone who could casually tear me down without a second thought. I thought about how I used to drop everything for Sarah, how I used to be her biggest cheerleader. And now it felt like she was doing everything she could to tear me down. I took a deep breath, my heart still racing after the conversation with Sarah. I knew I couldn't let her ruin my night. This was my engagement party, and no matter what she said or did, I wasn't going to let her take away the happiness I felt. I decided to enjoy the rest of the evening. The music was great, the food was amazing, and everyone who mattered was here celebrating with me. Mike was by my side, looking handsome in his suit, grinning from ear to ear like he'd just won the lottery. And honestly, in a way, he had. We took pictures with our friends, laughed at inside jokes, and posed with family members. Every time I looked around, I saw how genuinely happy everyone was for us. It felt like the most perfect night. I wasn't going to let Sarah's toxicity ruin it. I couldn't resist snapping a few pictures of Mike and me together, our arms around each other, beaming. I captioned one of them, "The one who really matters." It felt like the perfect little jab after what had just happened. I didn't tag Sarah, but I knew she'd see it. She was always checking my posts. A couple of hours passed, and I was dancing with my friends when I heard my phone buzz. I glanced at it and saw a notification. It was Sarah. I braced myself. She'd commented on the photo. "Must be nice to have such a perfect life, huh? Too bad it's all a show." I rolled my eyes. The way she always tried to spin everything I did into something negative had become so predictable. I showed the comment to Mike, and we both laughed it off. He rubbed my shoulder affectionately, and we went back to enjoying the night. But then, things took a turn. A few minutes later, I noticed Sarah walking through the door, looking way too casual for a party she wasn't invited to. She was wearing jeans and a hoodie, her hair thrown up in a messy bun. Her eyes immediately scanned the room, and I could feel the tension building. She was clearly here to stir things up. I tried to ignore her, but then I noticed her heading straight for the center of the room where the small group of friends and family were gathered. She was acting all chill, but her movements were too calculated, and I could see the subtle smirk on her face. She was trying to make a statement. Sarah tried to approach me, but I stayed with Mike, who was holding my hand. She glanced around at the crowd, then turned her attention to me, her voice louder than necessary. Well, Emma, looks like your little fairy tale's going great, huh?" she said, a clear hint of bitterness in her tone. She scanned the room as if she were looking for something to criticize. "I mean, I've never been a fan of the whole look at me vibe, but hey, it's your big day, right?" I felt my stomach churn. The whole vibe was off, and I could tell she was trying to sabotage the party. People were starting to notice, and the whispers had already begun. "Isn't it a little awkward?" Sarah continued, not missing a beat, "that all of your friends here are just showing up for a show? Like, you're all pretending to be so happy, but we all know what's really going on behind the scenes." Mike stepped in, his protective side coming out as he gently but firmly placed his hand on my shoulder. "Sarah, I think it's time for you to leave." And that's when it happened. As Sarah tried to make her dramatic exit with a smug smile on her face, she turned too quickly toward the door and tripped over the edge of the rug, sprawling forward and crashing into the floor with a loud thud. The entire room went silent for a split second before the snickers started. Then came the laughter. People couldn't help it. Sarah, the girl who had been trying so hard to stir the pot, was now the subject of every eye in the room. She tried to stand up, her face red with embarrassment, but she slipped again, stumbling to her feet. "Oh my God," she muttered under her breath, her eyes darting around the room. I could feel the tension lifting from my shoulders as people started laughing. But it wasn't the good kind of laughter. It was the kind that said, "You got what you deserved." It was a sweet moment, but I didn't let myself gloat. It felt almost too good to be true, seeing her go from the one trying to make me look bad to the one everyone was laughing at. Sarah's face turned bright crimson. She glared at me, her eyes practically burning with rage, but she said nothing. She just turned and stormed out of the room, the door slamming behind her with a sharp crack. I stood there, still in shock, trying to process what had just happened. But as I looked around at the people who stayed and who were still smiling and laughing with me, I realized this was the moment. Sarah had finally shown her true colors. The night went on, and I made sure to enjoy every single second of it. No more drama. Just me, Mike, and the people who genuinely cared about us. Later that night, I received a few angry texts from Sarah, but they didn't faze me anymore. I'd already made my decision. The morning after the party, I woke up with a heavy head, still trying to process everything that had happened. Sarah's fall was still fresh in my mind, and honestly, it felt like a weight had been lifted off my shoulders. I hadn't realized how much I'd been holding in, and her little stunt at the party had finally broken the tension. But just as I was about to relax, my phone buzzed on the nightstand. I glanced at the screen. It was Sarah. I hesitated. My mind raced through the options. Should I just block her? Or maybe ignore the call and save myself the stress? I debated, but curiosity got the best of me. I answered the phone. Hello? A long pause. Then, Sarah's voice came through, low and tight with anger. You think you won, don't you? I groaned inwardly, already feeling my blood pressure rise. What do you want, Sarah? You really think Mike's all yours now, huh? She asked, almost coldly. You think he's your perfect fiancé? Your Prince Charming? I wasn't sure where she was going with this, but I could feel the tension in her words. My gut was already telling me this wasn't going to be a pleasant conversation. I sat up in bed, pulling the covers tighter around me. I don't know what you're talking about. You're the one who showed up to my engagement party uninvited, causing drama for no reason. If you've got something to say, just say it. She laughed, a bitter, dry sound. Oh, I think you know exactly what I'm talking about. Or maybe you don't. Maybe you're too blind to see it. I clenched my jaw. See what, Sarah? There was a long pause, so long that I almost thought she'd hung up. But then she spoke again, her voice quiet, like she was choosing her words carefully. I've been in love with Mike for years, Emma. Years. And I let you have him. I let you think that you two were perfect, that you had this dream life. But all the while, it was me who really deserved him. I'm the one who understands him. I'm the one who actually knows him. I'm the one who knows what he really wants. My stomach sank. This wasn't happening. What? Are you serious right now, Sarah? You're saying that you've been in love with Mike all this time, and you're just now telling me? This whole time, you've been acting like my best friend, but all you wanted was him. Sarah's voice became more heated. I never wanted to hurt you, Emma, but you took him from me. And now that you're getting engaged, you think you're the one he really wants? No, I'm the one who deserves him. I've always been there for him. I've always been his real friend. You don't know him like I do. I couldn't breathe. The words felt like punches. You're insane, I finally managed to say. You seriously think you deserve Mike more than me? You think he'd want someone like you, after all the crap you've pulled? After you've been so jealous and manipulative? This is about you and your own insecurities, Sarah, not about Mike or me. I'm not insecure, she snapped. I'm just tired of watching you pretend to be the perfect couple when we both know the truth. I should be the one wearing that ring, not you. I could feel the anger bubbling inside me, rising to the surface like a volcano ready to erupt. You need to stop right now. Mike isn't a prize for you to claim. He's not some object you can win by playing games. He chose me, Sarah. I am the one he loves, and I don't care if you think you deserve him. You don't get to act like this. You don't get to manipulate people and think you'll get away with it. You've made this all about you for so long, and I'm done. Done with you. There was silence on the other end of the line. For a moment, I thought she'd hang up. I was almost relieved. But then she spoke again, her voice dangerously quiet. You're making a huge mistake, Emma. You'll regret pushing me away. No one else is going to put up with you and your perfect little life. Mike's going to see the truth eventually. He always does. And when he does, I'll be there. My heart raced, not out of fear, but out of pure disgust. I could feel the tears of frustration welling up behind my eyes. No, Sarah. You're the one who's going to regret this. Don't ever speak to me again. Don't call. Don't text. Don't even think about showing up to any more of my events. We're done. And I mean it. There was a long, drawn-out pause on the other end of the line. I could practically feel her seething with rage. But I wasn't afraid anymore. I wasn't afraid of her petty jealousy or her manipulative games. I was done. Fine, she spat, her voice dripping with venom. But don't say I didn't warn you. You'll see. You'll all see. And with that, the line went dead. I sat there in stunned silence, the weight of the conversation pressing down on me. I had just cut ties with Sarah, the person I had once considered my closest friend, the person I had trusted with my deepest secrets. But I couldn't take it anymore. I couldn't allow her to keep manipulating me or Mike. The toxic jealousy was too much. I stared at my phone for a moment, then locked it and tossed it onto the bed. Days had passed since I'd cut ties with Sarah. At first, I was consumed by anger, frustration, and disbelief. But over time, the storm settled, and I found myself oddly calm. Life went on. Mike and I continued with our wedding plans, and I tried to move forward without letting Sarah's drama ruin the happiest time of my life. I'd forgotten about the whole thing for a while. I went to work, spent time with Mike, and even hung out with some of my other friends. It was like a weight had been lifted, and I started feeling normal again. But every now and then, I would think about Sarah, about how she'd betrayed me, and about how it had felt like she was trying to steal everything from me, not just Mike, but my peace, my joy, and my trust. I'd be lying if I said it didn't sting a little every time. And then, yesterday, something unexpected happened. I was scrolling through Facebook, just checking in on the usual stuff, when I saw a post from Sarah. A photo of her, sitting at a bar, smiling and looking so casual. And in the caption, learning to let go. On to bigger and better things. I stared at the screen for a long time. It was so passive-aggressive. And yet, something about it felt like closure. Like she was finally done with the drama, or at least pretending to be. I wanted to laugh, to comment something snarky. But honestly, I didn't care enough anymore. I couldn't be bothered. But then it hit me, she had moved on. And I had too. Maybe I didn't need to worry about her anymore. Maybe it was all part of growing up and leaving behind toxic people. So here we are. The engagement party was a distant memory, and Sarah's drama was nothing but a chapter I'd closed in my life. So then, did I handle it the right way? Let me know what you think in the comments. Hey Reddit, my name's Ethan, I'm 29 years old, and I've had a pretty decent relationship with my parents over the years. But if I'm being honest, it's been a bit strained lately. For context, I'm the oldest in the family, followed by my sister Jessica, who's 26, and then my brother Jake, who's 24. Now, here's the thing about my brother. He's lazy. There's no other way to put it. I mean, sure, everyone has their ups and downs, but Jake has been a bit of a lost cause when it comes to motivation. Ever since he graduated college, he's bounced from job to job, always quitting after a few months. He's always had some excuse ready, too much stress, bad management, you name it. In the meantime, he's been living at home with our parents, not really contributing to anything. I get that everyone goes through rough patches, but it's been going on for years. He's entitled, and to be honest, it's starting to get really frustrating for me. So, fast forward to last month. I'm doing okay financially, and I thought, you know what? I want to do something nice for my parents. They've worked hard their entire lives, and they deserve a proper vacation. So I booked this amazing week-long trip to Paris for the three of us, all-inclusive, first-class tickets, 5-star hotel, the works. I really wanted to spoil them. I figured we'd have a great time together, catch up, and just make some memories. They've been talking about going to Europe for years, but never really had the time or money for it. Now, my sister Jessica was supposed to join us too, but she had some things going on with her job and couldn't take the time off, so it was just going to be me and my parents. I was excited. I put a lot of thought into this. I booked everything. Flights, the hotel, even private tours for us once we landed. I was on top of it. I wanted to make sure everything was perfect. My parents were a little surprised at first, but when I told them about the trip, they were over the moon. My mom even cried a bit, which I didn't expect. I felt like I was finally doing something right. But then, about a week before we were supposed to leave, I got a call from my mom. She sounded off, a little hesitant, but nothing too strange at first. Hey, Ethan, we need to talk about something, she said. Sure, what's up? I asked, thinking maybe she was nervous about the flight or something. Well, your father and I were talking, and we've decided that we're going to take Jake with us instead of you. I didn't quite process it at first. Wait, what? I said, hoping I'd heard her wrong. We just think he needs a break more than you do, honey. He's been struggling with his job, and we think this trip would do him good, she continued, her voice way too cheerful for my liking. My stomach sank. There it was, the classic excuse. Jake struggling with his job again. He wasn't struggling. He just didn't want to work. He was lazy, and they were enabling him. Wait, hold on. You're telling me you're taking Jake instead of me? I asked, trying to keep my voice calm. Well, yeah. We just thought it would be better. You've got a stable job, and you don't really need a vacation. Plus, Jake's really been going through a rough time lately. I let out a quiet sigh. I could feel the frustration building inside of me. I'd spent so much time planning this trip for all of us, and now they were just giving it to Jake? But I already paid for everything. The tickets, the hotel, the tours. I've already arranged all of this, I said, keeping my tone as level as possible, but I could feel the anger starting to bubble up. I know, sweetie, but we think Jake really needs this. You understand, right? My mom's voice was soft but firm, and I could tell she wasn't going to budge. I didn't say anything for a moment. I wanted to scream. I wanted to tell her how unfair it was, how I'd worked so hard to set this up for them, how Jake didn't appreciate anything, but I didn't. Instead, I just said, all right, fine. I understand. I heard her sigh in relief. Thank you, Ethan. I knew you'd understand. We'll take good care of him, I promise. I couldn't bring myself to respond. What was there to say? I hung up the phone and just stared at the wall for a while, trying to calm myself down. The more I thought about it, the more I realized this wasn't just an innocent mistake. This was classic favoritism. My parents always gave Jake special treatment, and at some point, I'd stopped even trying to get their attention. But this was too much. I went through the motions of packing and getting ready for the trip, but I couldn't shake the feeling of betrayal. I'd been working hard for months to give them this perfect vacation, and they were giving it all to Jake. It didn't make sense. When the day finally came to pick them up for the flight, I drove to their house in the morning, trying to push the anger aside. Maybe it was better that I didn't go, I told myself. Maybe I could just use this time to relax, to focus on myself. But deep down, I knew I wasn't going to let it slide. I showed up at their place, and they were standing outside with Jake, who was acting like he was about to board a private jet. My dad handed me an envelope, and as I took it, I saw the ticket inside, Jake's name on it. "There you go, buddy," my dad said, smiling. "We figured you'd want to give it to Jake. He's really been down lately." I didn't say anything. I just nodded, my mind racing. "Thanks," I said flatly, turning to walk back to my car. They didn't seem to notice how hurt I was. Or maybe they just didn't care. I drove back home, my hands gripping the wheel so tightly my knuckles turned white. I thought about everything. About how I'd been overshadowed my whole life by my brother, about how they always played favorites, about how I'd been the one left behind. I could feel the anger boiling up inside me, but I wasn't going to confront them. Not yet. No, I had something else planned. As soon as I got back home, I pulled out my laptop. I'd already booked everything for this trip: hotels, private tours, restaurant reservations. It was all set. And now, I was going to cancel it all. I smiled to myself as I picked up the phone and started dialing the hotel in Paris. They wouldn't know until they landed. They wouldn't know what hit them. I leaned back in my chair, staring at the screen as the phone rang. The hotel in Paris answered on the second ring, and I gave them my booking reference number. "Bonjour, how may I assist you?" the receptionist said, with that unmistakable French accent. It almost felt like I was in the room with them. "Hi," I began, keeping my voice steady. "I'd like to cancel my reservation. It's for a suite under the name Ethan Miller." There was a slight pause as the receptionist typed into their system. "I see the booking here, sir. A very nice suite, I must say. Would you like to reschedule or request a refund?" I didn't hesitate. "No, I'd like to cancel it completely. I don't want any future bookings or arrangements related to this reservation." The receptionist seemed a bit surprised but went on with the process, confirming the cancellation details and assuring me that everything would be handled. As she spoke, I started to feel a sense of calm wash over me. It was done. The reservation that I had spent so much time making. All of it was being wiped away in one simple phone call. I hung up, and a strange sense of satisfaction crept over me. I was still angry, but there was something cathartic about taking control of the situation. I wasn't going to let my parents and brother just waltz into that hotel, acting like nothing had happened. They needed to feel the consequences of their actions. Next up, I called the private tour company that I had arranged for us. It was one of the main things I was excited about for the trip, a personalized day tour of the Louvre, with a guide who would take us through all the major exhibits and explain everything in detail. I knew my parents would have loved it, especially my mom, who had always talked about her dream of seeing the Mona Lisa in person. But it didn't matter now. I couldn't just let this go. "Bonjour, monsieur. How may I assist you today?" Another French voice, slightly more formal this time. "I need to cancel the tour scheduled for the Miller family," I said, not even giving them a chance to explain the details. "It's no longer needed. Please cancel it." The tour operator hesitated for a moment, as if trying to process my request. "Monsieur, if you're sure." "I'm sure," I said firmly. She went on to confirm the cancellation, explaining that there would be a slight fee. But I wasn't even listening at that point. I didn't care about the fee. What mattered was that this vacation was no longer going to be the dream trip I had worked so hard to create for them. Once that call was over, I moved on to the restaurant reservations. A few fine dining spots in Paris, ones that I had researched and booked in advance, all taken care of. I'd even reserved a table at a Michelin-starred restaurant that my dad had always wanted to try. It was perfect. Or it had been. I thought about what my parents and brother were doing now. They were probably packing, getting excited for their trip, thinking it was all going according to plan. But what they didn't know was that I was preparing for them to land and face the fallout. I looked at the clock. My parents and Jake would be boarding the plane soon. I had a few more things to take care of, And that's when I realized that the hotel's cancellation wasn't enough. No, I needed to do more. I needed to make sure they would feel the full weight of what they had done. I grabbed my phone and quickly started to draft a message. It wasn't just going to be about canceling the trip. It was going to be a message about the way they treated me. It was time for them to realize that their actions had consequences. They couldn't just take from me without a second thought and expect there to be no repercussions. The message was simple, but it would hit hard. I hope you all enjoy your trip. I've gone ahead and canceled everything I arranged for you in Paris, the hotel, the tours, the restaurants. Since you thought Jake needed this more than I did, he can figure it all out once you land. Have fun. I hesitated for a moment, my finger hovering over the send button. I thought about it. Should I soften it? Should I make it less harsh? But then I thought about all the years of favoritism, all the ways I had been pushed aside in favor of Jake. He had gotten everything handed to him on a silver platter, and I had worked my ass off to make this trip a reality. No, this was the only way they would learn. I hit send. The message was sent. I sat there for a minute, my heart pounding in my chest. The satisfaction was real, but there was also this gnawing feeling of uncertainty. Would they even realize what I had done? Would they understand why I did it? Or would they just blame me for ruining their trip? I told myself it didn't matter. They needed to learn, and I was going to make sure they did. The next few hours felt like an eternity. I kept checking my phone, waiting for a response. Part of me expected an immediate call or text from my mom, or maybe even from Jake. But nothing came. It was as if they had no idea what was coming. By the time the evening rolled around, I was pacing around my apartment, unable to sit still. I had sent the message, but now I was worried. What if they didn't react the way I expected? What if they just brushed it off, like they always did with everything else? It was crazy how much I still cared about their approval, even after everything they'd done. I shook my head and took a deep breath. I had done what I needed to do. Now, all I could do was wait. And that's when the first message came through. It wasn't from my parents. It was from Jake. "Ethan, what did you do?" He wrote. "Why did you cancel everything? Mom and Dad are mad. They say you're being petty. What is wrong with you?" I smiled to myself. This was just the beginning. I stared at Jake's message for a moment, letting it sink in. His words were like a punch to the gut, but in the back of my mind, I knew this was exactly the reaction I had been waiting for. He didn't get it. Of course, he didn't. He was so used to everything being handed to him that the idea of consequences was foreign. I could almost hear the anger in his words, but I wasn't about to back down. I had done what I needed to do. I wasn't some ATM that could just withdraw from whenever they wanted. I took a deep breath and started typing my response, determined to stay calm despite the storm of emotions raging inside me. "Jake, you don't get it, do you? This isn't about being petty. This is about the way you and Mom and Dad have always treated me. You can't just take everything I give you and expect there to be no consequences. If you don't like it, you can figure it out yourself. I'm done." I hit send and set the phone down on the coffee table. For the first time in a long while, I felt a strange sense of power. It was like I had finally taken control of a situation that had spiraled out of my hands for years. But what happened next took me by surprise. My phone buzzed again, and this time it was a text from my mom. My heart skipped a beat. I hadn't expected her to react so quickly, but I guess she had realized the gravity of the situation. "Ethan, what are you doing? Why would you cancel everything? We didn't want to upset you, but Jake really needed this trip. You know how hard things have been for him. Please, you're being unreasonable." Her words stung, but I kept my composure. It was always the same with her, wasn't it? Always putting Jake first, always making excuses for him, even when he didn't deserve it. She was still trying to make me feel guilty. I didn't respond right away. Instead, I leaned back in my chair and thought about it. I had to let her stew in the consequences. It was the only way they would learn. I wasn't going to rescue them this time. The clock ticked on. I waited, and then came the call. My phone rang, and the name on the screen sent a chill down my spine. It was my dad. I let it ring for a few moments before answering. I didn't know what to expect, but I knew it wasn't going to be pretty. "Ethan," he said, his voice stern but tinged with frustration. "What did you do? Why would you cancel everything we planned for Paris? You've made a mess of this trip. I want an explanation." I could hear the tension in his voice, and I braced myself for what was coming. But I didn't back down. I wasn't going to let him guilt-trip me into backing out of this. "I did it because I'm tired of being taken advantage of," I said calmly. "You guys have always put Jake first. You've always treated him like the golden child. And I've been left behind, over and over again. I thought I could give you something nice for once, but apparently, you didn't need it. Jake did. There was silence on the other end of the line, a long stretch of it. I could feel the weight of my words sinking in. Maybe they hadn't expected me to stand up for myself like this. Maybe they were just so used to me being the quiet one, the one who always went along with whatever they wanted. Well, this is just great, my dad said finally, his voice a little softer now. We don't even know what we're going to do now. You've messed everything up. Do you even realize that? I realize perfectly, I replied, not backing down. You've been taking everything I do for granted for so long, and I'm not going to let it happen anymore. There was a long pause, and then I heard him sigh heavily. Fine. You want to play it like that? We'll figure it out ourselves. But don't think we're going to forget this. I didn't respond. I didn't need to. The rest of the night passed by slowly. I knew my parents and Jake were probably scrambling to figure out what to do next. They'd never been in a situation like this before. They had always assumed I would be the one to save them, the one to smooth things over when the storm came. But not this time. The next morning, I woke up to a slew of missed texts and a voicemail from my dad. The message was short and to the point. Ethan, we're booking the first available flight back. I hope you're happy. It wasn't until later that day that I saw a final message from Jake. We're getting the next flight back. It's not fair, Ethan. You ruined everything. It was almost too easy. By the time my parents and Jake returned, they were forced to pay for their own tickets back home. I couldn't help but laugh as I thought about how they had to scrounge for the money themselves, all while dealing with the mess I'd left behind. They didn't have a clue what to do. There were no luxurious hotels waiting for them. There were no guided tours or gourmet meals. All they had was the cold reality of having to book their own flights back and figure out how to get home on their own dime. I didn't tell them I'd planned everything ahead of time. I didn't tell them that I had already contacted the airline to make sure they couldn't use their original tickets. I didn't even tell them about the hours I had spent canceling all their plans. It wasn't about being petty anymore. It wasn't about proving anything. It was about showing them that I was done playing the part of the doormat. They'd taken everything from me, without so much as a second thought. Now, it was time for them to learn what it felt like to be the one left out in the cold. It was a full day before my parents and Jake finally returned home. They didn't call me, didn't try to talk to me. It was almost like they were too embarrassed to face me after everything that had happened. Part of me was expecting them to show up at my door, begging for forgiveness, pleading with me to fix everything. But nothing came. Instead, they just let the silence stretch on. I wasn't sure what to expect when I saw them. In a way, I had already braced myself for their anger, their hurt, maybe even some guilt tripping. I'd dealt with it before, after all. But there was something different this time. When they walked through the door, they all seemed defeated. My mom, her face pale, was the first to speak. Ethan, she said quietly, her voice small. I don't understand why you had to go this far. We were just trying to do something nice for Jake. I looked at her, trying to stay calm. Nice? For Jake? You mean, taking my ticket and not even telling me? That kind of nice. She flinched, and I could see the regret starting to take shape in her eyes. Jake, standing behind her, didn't say a word. He just avoided my gaze, as if he knew there was no excuse for what he had done. Dad, always the one to try to take control of situations, finally spoke up. We messed up, Ethan. We should have communicated better. But you can't just cancel everything like that. You should have talked to us. Talked to you, I said, a slight edge creeping into my voice. I've been talking to you for years. I've been giving, and giving. And what do I get in return? You taking my ticket without a word, without even thinking twice. Do you really think I deserve that? My mom opened her mouth to argue, but I cut her off. You think I owe you? You think I owe Jake? Well, I don't. I've been the one left out for years, and I'm done with it. Done with always being the one who has to take the back seat while Jake gets everything handed to him. Done with always being the one who cleans up the messes you create. The silence that followed felt suffocating, but I didn't feel guilty. Not anymore. I had done what I needed to do. Maybe they didn't understand it now, but someday they would. Jake finally spoke up. You didn't have to do all this, Ethan. You really didn't. We could have worked it out, but you just threw it all away. I stared at him. I didn't throw anything away. You threw it away. You all did. And that was the last thing I said to them that day. I didn't feel the need to say anything else. The damage had been done, and I didn't want to get drawn into more empty words and apologies that wouldn't change anything. As the days passed, I couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. It was a strange feeling, almost like a weight had been lifted off my shoulders. Sure, There was still tension in the air, and my parents still tried to apologize in their own way, but the fact that they'd been forced to deal with the consequences of their actions felt right. They'd learned a lesson, and it had been a long time coming. But here's where I'm stuck. Was I really right to do all this? Was it justified? I can't help but wonder if I went too far. I mean, yeah, they were wrong to take my ticket without even asking. And yeah, Jake has been the golden child for as long as I can remember. But maybe I could have handled it differently. Maybe there was a better way to deal with all of this without going so hard. But then again, I've been the one who's always had to take a back seat. I've always been the one who had to put up with their nonsense. Maybe it was time for me to stand up for myself and make them realize that their actions have consequences. So, Reddit, here I am, asking you, was I right to do this? Should I have done something different? Or was this the only way they were ever going to get the message? I'll be honest, part of me is still unsure. But I know one thing for sure. I'll never let them walk all over me again. Family reunions have always been a mixed bag for me. On one hand, you've got the warm, nostalgic moments, catching up with cousins, hearing old stories, and sharing laughs with relatives you only see once a year. But then, there's my Uncle Steve. I'm 30 years old, and over the years, I've learned that no matter how successful or happy I might become, Uncle Steve always finds a way to make me feel like I'm not quite measuring up. It's like he's on a mission to keep me humble, but not in a supportive way, more like a constant reminder that I'll never be as good as he expects. And trust me, it wasn't a surprise when I found myself face to face with him at this year's reunion. I knew what was coming, and I wasn't in the mood for it. It started as usual, with everyone gathering around the food table, catching up with one another. My cousins were chatting about their jobs, kids, and travel plans. But Uncle Steve, well, he didn't waste any time making his grand entrance. He walked in with that smug grin of his, a sort of "I'm always right" aura surrounding him. I was still holding a plate of food when he sidled up next to me, giving me a quick once-over before glancing at my clothes. "Still living in that little apartment of yours? Huh?" he asked, as if he already knew the answer. "I mean, you're pushing 30. Don't you think it's about time you settled down? Maybe bought something more respectable?" I tried to brush it off with a smile, but it stung. I had been working hard to build my career, but real estate and the big house were things I was still striving for. I didn't want to admit that Uncle Steve's words were getting to me, but they always did. It was hard to explain it to anyone. He wasn't a monster or anything, but his passive-aggressive remarks always made me feel like I wasn't good enough. As the reunion went on, the tension between us only grew. Every time I spoke, Uncle Steve would somehow steer the conversation toward my supposed failures. "So, how's the job going? Any promotions yet? Or are you still stuck in that same position? You know, people your age should be managing teams by now," he said with a casual sneer, as if it was a perfectly normal conversation. My cousins noticed, but they were all too polite to say anything. I could tell they felt uncomfortable, but no one was going to challenge him. Uncle Steve was the kind of guy who thrived on making everyone feel small, so no one ever stood up to him. By the time dessert rolled around, I was fuming, trying to keep my cool while he jabbered on about his own achievements, making sure to emphasize how much better his life was than mine. It wasn't just that he was successful, it was the way he talked about it, like it was all because of his superior intelligence and hard work, while people like me just didn't have the same drive. That night, after the reunion had started to wind down, I overheard a conversation between my parents and some other relatives. They were talking about Uncle Steve's latest business venture, how he was expanding his company, and how he really made it, didn't he? It was as if everyone around me was just waiting for me to take my place, accepting that I would never match up. The constant comments, the sideways glances, it was becoming unbearable. I'd had enough. It wasn't just the jabs at my career or living situation, it was everything. Uncle Steve had a way of making me feel invisible or like I didn't deserve any of the good things in my life. I wasn't sure how I was going to do it, but I promised myself that somehow I'd find a way to shut him down, to show him that he couldn't keep making me feel small. I was done being his punching bag. A few weeks later, after a lot of sleepless nights and some serious work on my part, I did something that felt absolutely insane at the time. I purchased a house, a massive one, in a neighborhood I could barely afford at the time but knew I'd be able to handle with some smart decisions. It was everything I'd ever dreamed of, a spacious home, a big yard, and, most importantly, a symbol of everything I had worked so hard for. I knew it wasn't the perfect time, but sometimes you've got to push yourself out of your comfort zone. I kept the news to myself, enjoying the thought of what would happen when Uncle Steve saw it. It wasn't just about getting back at him. It was about proving to myself that I was capable of more than his dismissive attitude ever gave me credit for. But there was one thing I knew for sure. I wanted to do it in the most dramatic, unforgettable way possible. The next family reunion was approaching, and I couldn't wait. I wasn't going to tell anyone about my new house until the moment was right. I wanted it to be a surprise. When I walked into the house for the first time, the sense of pride was overwhelming. This was it. The moment had arrived. At the reunion, Uncle Steve was, predictably, at the center of attention. He was boasting about his latest trip, talking about his newest investments and how much money he was making now. As usual, he glanced over at me and smiled, but it wasn't a smile of encouragement. It was the kind of grin someone gives when they think they've already won. "So, how's the apartment?" he asked, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Still living small, I assume?" I took a deep breath and smiled back, keeping my voice calm. "Actually, no. I moved." The words hung in the air for a moment, and I could see the confusion in his eyes as he tried to process what I was saying. "Moved? What do you mean moved?" Uncle Steve's voice had a little edge to it, as if he didn't quite believe me. Without saying another word, I pulled out my phone and showed him a picture of my new mansion. His jaw dropped. Is that your place?" he stammered. The smugness from before was completely gone, replaced by something I could barely describe: disbelief, perhaps even a hint of envy. I didn't respond immediately. Instead, I let him stew for a moment. It felt so satisfying, watching him try to comprehend what I had just dropped on him. The other relatives had begun to notice, and soon enough, a small crowd had gathered. They were all staring at my phone screen, mouths agape. I could feel my heart pounding, but this wasn't about gloating. This was about finally standing up for myself. But before I could say anything more, Uncle Steve took a step back, his face flushed. "That can't be real," he muttered under his breath. "You're just pretending, aren't you? Show me more." I couldn't help but laugh. This was exactly what I'd expected from him. No, Uncle Steve wasn't going to accept that I could ever be successful without some sort of catch. But what he didn't know yet was that this was only the beginning. I leaned in slightly, savoring the moment, before I said, "It's real, Uncle Steve. Every inch of it." His face twisted. "There's no way," he said, shaking his head as if he couldn't quite believe it. And that's when I knew he wasn't just shocked. He was scared. Scared of the fact that maybe, just maybe, I had proven him wrong. I could feel the tension building in the air, the uncomfortable silence that followed as everyone waited for his response. What he didn't know was that I had even bigger plans for him. This wasn't just about showing off. This was my revenge. And the story wasn't over yet. But just as I thought he was about to snap, he turned around and walked away without another word, leaving the crowd awkwardly whispering behind him. The silence in the room was deafening for a moment, the kind of silence that only comes after a tense, unresolved confrontation. Uncle Steve's sudden retreat was so unexpected that it left everyone in a state of confusion, unsure of what had just happened. I stood there, holding my phone out, watching as he disappeared into the crowd, his back stiff with what I could only describe as defeat. I felt a rush of satisfaction, but at the same time, there was a knot in my stomach. I hadn't planned for him to walk away like that. I wanted more than just shock and confusion. I wanted him to understand that he had underestimated me, that I wasn't the nobody he had always believed me to be. Cousins and relatives who had been listening in on the exchange slowly started to approach me, eyes wide in disbelief. "Wait, you really bought that place?" my cousin Jen asked, her voice laced with awe. She'd always been one of the few who treated me with respect, never questioning my abilities. I nodded, trying to keep my tone casual. "Yeah, it's been a work in progress. Took some time, but it's worth it." Uncle Steve's absence created an uncomfortable gap in the air, one that no one seemed eager to fill. It was like the whole family was waiting for him to come back and explain himself, but he didn't. He wasn't the type of person to show vulnerability, and I knew that he was probably seething inside, trying to justify what had just happened. The rest of the evening carried on, but the tension never fully lifted. I couldn't help but notice the looks exchanged between the relatives as they whispered to one another, probably wondering what had set Uncle Steve off. I tried to act normal, talking to a few of my cousins, but all I could think about was how Uncle Steve had left the reunion in such a hurry. It didn't sit right with me. I had expected him to lash out, to make some snide comment or try to undermine me further. But instead, he just disappeared. Days passed, and the quiet satisfaction I had felt at the reunion began to fade, replaced by a growing sense of unease. I hadn't heard from Uncle Steve, not even a text or call. Part of me wondered if he was avoiding me, unsure of how to handle the situation. But another part of me knew better. Uncle Steve wasn't the type to retreat without making a move of his own. He would come back. He always did. And sure enough, a few days later, I received a text message from him. It was short, cryptic, and full of that same condescending tone I had become so used to over the years. "Nice house," the message read. "But it's nothing more than a temporary fix for a life that'll always be incomplete." I stared at the words for a while, my anger rising as I processed the message. It was clear he was still trying to belittle me, trying to convince himself that I hadn't won. His words felt hollow, and I knew it was just his way of coping with the fact that I had, in some ways, surpassed him. I couldn't let it slide. Not this time. This was the moment I'd been waiting for. The moment I could finally put Uncle Steve in his place once and for all. But it wasn't going to be enough to just show him my success. He needed to understand the full extent of what he had done to me over the years, the way his words and actions had chipped away at my confidence. It was time for the next phase of my plan. Over the next week, I started putting things into motion. I'd already seen a few cracks in Uncle Steve's perfect life, small things that most people wouldn't notice. A shady business deal that had been mentioned in passing by one of the family members. Rumors about his company's financial struggles. I wasn't interested in revenge that was just about showing off my success. I wanted to expose the truth about his own vulnerabilities. I knew it wouldn't be easy, but the satisfaction of taking him down a peg, or maybe even more than just a peg, was too tempting to ignore. I reached out to a few contacts I had in the business world, asking about his company. It wasn't hard to get the information I needed. The more I dug, the more I found. Uncle Steve had always presented himself as a financial genius, but in reality, his empire was built on a shaky foundation. There were debts, failed investments, and even some legal issues that had been swept under the rug. I didn't want to bring this to light without good reason, but Uncle Steve's actions had made me feel small for so long. I had worked hard to build my life, and I was tired of him pretending like he was the only one who could succeed. It felt like time was finally running out for him to maintain that perfect image. And the more I thought about it, the more I realized he needed a taste of his own medicine. The opportunity came sooner than I expected. My parents invited me to another family gathering, one that would be small, more intimate, and, coincidentally, the perfect setting for what I had in mind. Uncle Steve would be there, of course, and I knew it was the perfect time to turn the tables. But I didn't want to just expose him in front of the family. That would have been too easy. I wanted him to feel the weight of his own pride and arrogance first. I wanted him to come to the realization that everything he had built on the backs of others was about to collapse. I arrived early at the gathering, giving myself enough time to prepare. I didn't want to rush anything. The last thing I wanted was for Uncle Steve to know that I had something planned. The others started trickling in, and soon enough, Uncle Steve arrived. His usual cocky demeanor was intact, but I could tell there was something off about him. He seemed more on edge than usual. It wasn't long before the conversation turned toward business, and of course, Uncle Steve was the one leading it. He was talking about his latest ventures, making grand promises about future success, but I could see through it. I wasn't the only one who had noticed his cracks. My mom, usually a fan of Uncle Steve, seemed more skeptical than she had in years. That's when I saw it, the perfect opening. Uncle Steve had just made a boast about his latest project, something that sounded too good to be true. I took a deep breath and leaned in. "That's funny," I said, my voice calm, "because I've heard a few things about your company that don't exactly match what you're saying." His eyes snapped to mine, narrowing slightly. "What are you talking about?" I smiled. "Oh, just some rumors about your latest investments, the legal issues, the unpaid debts. It's funny, because you've been so eager to talk about how great you are, but you've been hiding a lot from this family, haven't you?" I could see the color drain from his face. I wasn't done yet, though. "It must be exhausting, pretending to be something you're not, huh?" His jaw clenched, but before he could say anything, I continued. "I mean, I can't even imagine what it's like, constantly hiding from the truth." And here I thought I was the failure. The tension in the room was unbearable. Uncle Steve opened his mouth to respond, but nothing came out. It was like I had caught him in a lie he couldn't escape from. But just as he stood up, ready to leave, I knew I hadn't quite finished with him yet. There was still one more thing to reveal, something that would leave him speechless for good. I'll just leave it at that for now. Let me know when you want to hear the rest." The room felt like it was holding its breath. Uncle Steve stood there, rigid, his face pale and his fists clenched at his sides. I could see his mind racing, trying to figure out what to say. He wasn't used to being caught off guard, let alone exposed. I could practically hear the gears turning in his head as he fought to maintain his composure, but I could tell the facade was cracking. "You have no idea what you're talking about," he finally said, his voice low and tight with anger. "I built my empire with my own two hands. I didn't have it handed to me on a silver platter like some people." His gaze flickered briefly to me, his words dripping with contempt. "Maybe you should focus on your own life instead of trying to tear others down." The word stung, but I wasn't about to let him get away with it. I knew he was trying to shift the blame onto me, to make me the villain in this story. But I wasn't the one who had been belittling him for years. I wasn't the one who had made it his personal mission to remind me at every family gathering that I wasn't good enough. No, that was all him. "Well, funny you should mention that," I said, my voice unwavering. "Because I've been focused on my life. It's funny how that works, isn't it? When you don't waste your time stepping on others, you actually get somewhere." Uncle Steve's face darkened. "You think you know everything about me? You think you can just waltz in here and cut the crap?" I interrupted. "I know exactly who you are. The self-made millionaire who's one bad investment away from losing everything. The perfect businessman who's been lying through his teeth to this family for years. It's about time someone called you out." The room was silent, all eyes on Uncle Steve as the reality of what I just said sank in. I could see the muscles in his jaw twitching, his anger bubbling just below the surface, but he wasn't speaking. He couldn't. He knew I was right. "I think we all deserve to know the truth," I continued, my voice calm but firm, "especially when it comes to family." Before Uncle Steve could respond, I turned to my phone, tapping the screen and pulling up a document I had prepared earlier. It was a report on his company's financial troubles, everything from lawsuits to overdue bills to shady business practices. I had even found a few articles from news outlets that detailed his questionable investments in the rumors that had been circulating for months. The evidence was damning. I slid my phone across the table toward him. "Why don't you take a look for yourself?" He stared at the screen for a moment, his face contorting as he processed the information. It was like watching a man slowly come to terms with his own downfall. The arrogance was gone from his posture now. In its place was something more vulnerable, fear. But it didn't last long. He snatched the phone from the table and looked at the screen, his eyes scanning the pages with growing disbelief. This is nonsense," he muttered, though it was clear he wasn't convinced by his own words. His hands were shaking now, the truth starting to set in. "Who gave you this? Who's trying to bring me down?" I leaned back in my chair, watching him squirm. "I'm not trying to bring you down. I'm just showing everyone what you've been hiding. What you've been hiding from them for years." His lips trembled, and for the first time in a long while, Uncle Steve looked small. He was a man who had always been the loudest in the room, the one who made sure everyone knew how much better he was than the rest. But now, he was nothing but a shell of that confident persona. The silence in the room was unbearable. No one said anything, but I could feel the weight of everyone's gaze. I could feel their judgment, their disbelief at what they were witnessing. I had never seen Uncle Steve like this. Not in all the years I'd known him. And it made me wonder, had I been too harsh? Was this really how I wanted to bring him down? But then I remembered all the times he had made me feel like nothing, all the moments where he had belittled me, where he had crushed my spirit with his words. "Steve," my mom finally said, her voice trembling. I could tell she was caught between supporting her brother and confronting him about the truth. She glanced at me, then back at him. "What's going on? Is this all true?" Uncle Steve didn't answer. He was still staring at the phone, his eyes flicking back and forth as though trying to find a way out. His pride was shattered, and he knew it. There was no spinning this, no way to make it look like anything other than what it was. He had been caught. I stood up slowly, my gaze never leaving him. "You've always looked down on me, Steve. You always thought you were better, smarter, more successful. But look at you now. You're just a man with a house of cards waiting to collapse." The room seemed to close in on him as everyone waited for him to respond, but he didn't. He simply turned and walked away without another word. His exit was abrupt, leaving everyone in stunned silence. I watched him leave, a strange mix of satisfaction and guilt swirling inside me. I could hear murmurs behind me, relatives whispering about the situation, speculating on what was really going on. But it didn't matter. What mattered was that for the first time in years, I had made Uncle Steve see me, really see me. I had finally stopped being the nobody he had always treated me as. But as I stood there, The weight of what I had just done began to sink in. I wasn't sure what the fallout would be, and I wasn't sure if I had done the right thing. But one thing was clear. I had taken back control. Uncle Steve's reign of intimidation was over. The rest of the night was a blur. People came up to me, offering half-hearted congratulations, but I could tell the mood had shifted. Everyone knew something had changed. I had put the king of the family in his place, but I wasn't sure if I was ready to deal with the consequences. I never heard from Uncle Steve again after that night. Months went by, and he disappeared from family gatherings. There were whispers about his business crumbling, about him retreating into his own world of shame. But for me, it was more than just watching his downfall. It was about reclaiming my own story. I never intended for things to get this far. But once you've been underestimated for so long, you start to wonder what would happen if you finally fought back. And I did. The aftermath wasn't what I had expected. At first, I felt a strange satisfaction, like I had finally evened the score. But that feeling quickly faded as the reality of what I had done set in. Uncle Steve's absence at family gatherings became a point of constant speculation. Some people sided with him, whispering that I had humiliated him for no reason. Others, more than I had expected, told me they were proud of me for standing up to him. They'd all seen how he had treated me, and though no one dared say it out loud, it was clear to them that he had gotten what he deserved. But I hadn't anticipated the ripple effect it would have on the family. My relationship with my mom grew strained. She was torn, caught between being loyal to her brother and standing by her own child. It was awkward, and every conversation with her seemed to be laced with unspoken words. "You didn't have to do it that way," she told me once, her voice soft but disappointed. "You could have handled things differently." But could I? The man had spent decades treating me like I was invisible, like my dreams were worthless. What was I supposed to do? Let him keep pushing me down until there was nothing left of me? I couldn't do that. And then, a few months after that night, something unexpected happened. My business, something I had been quietly building for the past couple of years, started to take off. What started as a small, side hustle had become a full-fledged success, and my profits were growing at an astonishing rate. I was no longer the nobody my uncle had labeled me as. My success was now undeniable, and my name was starting to get recognized in business circles. I never mentioned it to anyone in the family, especially not to Uncle Steve, who was still nowhere to be found. But I couldn't ignore the fact that as my life was flourishing, I had become the person he had always mocked. In a twisted way, his words had driven me forward. Every time he told me I wouldn't amount to anything, it fueled me to prove him wrong. Then came the day I received a call from him. It was early morning, and I had just finished an important meeting when my phone rang. The caller ID showed an unfamiliar number, but I answered anyway, figuring it was business-related. "Is this my name?" the voice on the other end asked, hoarse but unmistakable. It took me a second to recognize it, but when I did, my stomach dropped. It was Uncle Steve. "Uncle Steve," I said, my voice tight. "What do you want?" I need to talk to you," he said, his tone barely above a whisper. I've been thinking about everything that happened, about what I said, about what you did, and I need to apologize." For a moment, I didn't know how to respond. I had never expected this, certainly not from him. The man who had always been so proud, so arrogant, was now calling to apologize. "You want to apologize?" I asked, disbelief in my voice. "After everything you've said and done? After all the years of putting me down, you're just going to apologize?" "I was wrong," he said, his voice cracking slightly. "I was angry, and I let that cloud my judgment. I was jealous of what you were doing, of what you were becoming. And I couldn't believe what I was hearing." My mind raced as I processed his words. "Jealous? Of me? I didn't think you would ever succeed," he continued, almost in a whisper. "I thought I was helping you, but I see now that I was just holding you back. I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry for what I said. For a long time, I didn't say anything. My thoughts were a blur. On one hand, I could feel the temptation to just hang up the phone and walk away, to leave him to stew in the mess he'd made for himself. But then another part of me, the part that had been yearning for some form of closure, wanted to hear him out. "You've got a lot of nerve calling me now, after all these years," I finally said, my voice low but controlled. "But I'll tell you something. I'm not doing this for you. I don't need your apology. I don't need your validation. What I need is to never go back to the person I was before you decided to tear me down." There was a long pause on the other end of the line. Then Uncle Steve spoke again, quieter this time. "I understand. But if there's anything I can do to make things right, anything at all," I thought about it. And for the first time in a long while, I realized something. I had been so focused on getting revenge on him that I had never stopped to think about what would happen afterward. What did I want from all of this? What did I hope to achieve? I'm not asking for anything from you, I said finally. You made your bed. Now you can lie in it. And with that, I hung up. A few weeks later, I got a letter from him in the mail, a formal one. Inside was a check, a generous one, for a business venture I had been working on. Along with it, a short note, for all the times I doubted you. For all the times I should have been proud of you. I'm sorry. It wasn't the money that mattered. It was the fact that he had actually done something to try and make amends. But even then, I didn't need it. My success was no longer about proving anything to him or anyone else. It was mine. And that, more than anything else, was my victory. Uncle Steve never showed up at family gatherings again. Over time, his business collapsed, just like the reports I had shown him had predicted. He disappeared into the background, his empire crumbled, and I heard through the grapevine that he had left the country to try and rebuild his life elsewhere. But I didn't care. The truth was, I didn't need him anymore. I had finally found my own worth, and that was the best revenge I could have ever asked for. My name is Jason, I'm 28, and until about 3 weeks ago, I thought I was about to marry the love of my life. Her name is Natalie, or Nat, as most people call her. We'd been together for 4 years, lived together for 3, and were 2 months away from tying the knot. I'd saved up for a ring that took me nearly 8 months of working double shifts. I was never flashy, never showy. I just wanted a good, solid life with someone I trusted. That was the plan. Until TikTok, tequila, and a very public mistake turned it all upside down. Nat and I had a pretty typical relationship. A few bumps, a few arguments, but nothing alarming. She was outgoing, the type who made friends with waiters and bartenders. I'm more reserved. I like deep conversations over loud crowds. Still, we made it work. She brought the color, I brought the calm. That's how I used to describe us. She worked in social media marketing and was glued to her phone for most of the day. Me? I'm a civil engineer, the kind of guy who builds stuff and forgets to take photos of it. You'd think that would be a mismatch, but I guess opposites attract. Or maybe I was just too blind to see the cracks forming beneath the surface. The wedding was set for mid-June. We had a beautiful venue just outside the city, an old vineyard with an outdoor ceremony space and string lights that looked like magic at night. I put down the deposit myself, $6,000, non-refundable. Nat's parents offered to cover the catering and decorations. My folks offered to help with the honeymoon. Everyone was all in. Or so I thought. Then came the bachelorette trip. She and her bridesmaids flew out to Miami for 5 days. She told me it'd be low-key, mostly beach time, some dancing, and nothing you wouldn't be okay with. I wasn't worried. I trusted her. At least I did then. I even sent her a surprise bouquet to the Airbnb on the first night, with a note that said, "Can't wait to call you my wife." She sent back a photo with a kiss emoji. I smiled, went back to grading some site plans, and didn't think much more of it. But then, 2 nights into her trip, my phone buzzed. Not from Nat, but from my cousin Brent. "Dude," he texted, followed by a TikTok link. "You seeing this?" I clicked the link, not expecting much. Maybe some party video, a drunk dance. But instead, I was greeted by Nat, looking very done up, swaying with a margarita in hand, standing on a beachside balcony with 2 of her bridesmaids behind her. The video was captioned, "If this gets enough likes, maybe I'll stay single #bachelorette. #girls just want to have fun." And she said it, too, right into the camera, in a fake flirty voice. "If this gets enough likes, maybe I'll just stay single." The 2 bridesmaids hooped and laughed. One of them shouted, "You've got time, girl." My stomach dropped. I read the comments. Most were just heart emojis, some laughing faces, a few strangers egging her on. Then I saw the top one. From me. "Sounds good to me." I didn't think. I just typed it. And then I called the venue. I told the coordinator to cancel everything. Ceremony, reception, tables, decor. I didn't ask for the money back. I just told them to shut it all down. The woman on the phone paused and asked, "Are you sure, Mr. Weaver? It's a bit close to the date." "Yeah," I said quietly. "I'm sure." I hung up. I stared at the wall for a few seconds. My hands were shaking. Not from anger. Not yet. Just a kind of numbness, like I'd been walking around for years not realizing I'd stepped into a sinkhole. 10 minutes later, my phone lit up like a Christmas tree. First it was her maid of honor, Shelby. "Jason, what's going on?" Why would you comment that? Then her sister, Amanda. Are you joking? Did you just cancel the wedding? Then Nat herself. I ignored it at first, letting her call go to voicemail. But she didn't stop. 3 missed calls. 6 texts. Finally, I picked up. She was crying. Jason, please, what are you doing? It was a joke. It was just a stupid joke, babe. Stop calling me babe, I said, and my voice came out sharper than I expected. There was silence on the other end. You said you'd be okay with me having fun, she said softly. It was just a trend. It was a TikTok trend. Everyone was doing it. A trend where you imply you don't want to marry me? I asked. Do you even hear yourself right now? It's not that deep, she whispered. It was just a joke. You're overreacting. I hung up, and that's when the group chat exploded. Apparently, her bridal party thought I was being controlling, insecure, emotionally reactive. They started flooding my socials with vague posts. One of them wrote, "Some men can't handle a confident woman." Another posted a story with the caption, "Glad we saw his true colors before it was too late-ized." It was like I was watching the relationship die in real time, with a Greek chorus narrating it. Her mother called me that night. She was livid. "You ruined her reputation," she said. "Do you know how hard she's worked to plan this wedding? All because of one TikTok? Grow up, Jason." I didn't yell. I didn't argue. I just said, "Did you watch it?" She paused. "That's not the point." I hung up again. And then I sat in silence. For hours. That night, I didn't sleep. I lay awake going through every moment from the past year. Every time she'd pulled her phone out during dinner. Every time she'd posted something for the algorithm. Every time I'd swallowed something that made me uncomfortable because I didn't want to seem insecure. And I kept thinking, was it always this fragile? Was it always performative? I didn't answer her texts the next morning. I didn't call her back. I didn't check Instagram. I didn't want to see what was being said. But then Brent called again. "Man," he said, "I think you need to see this." It was another video. Same balcony. Same group of girls. Different tone. Nat looked directly into the camera and said, "So apparently my fiancé saw my last TikTok and canceled our wedding. Some people just don't get jokes." She sipped her drink. Then she added, "If anyone wants to marry a fun girl who doesn't take life too seriously, hit me up." The comments were brutal. Some laughed. Some called me controlling. Others asked for her number. And I just sat there, watching it, letting it all sink in. Because that was the moment I realized this wasn't about a single TikTok. It was about everything I had ignored. Every red flag I'd folded into origami and called a heart. Every moment I had told myself, "It's fine. It'll pass. She loves you." But love doesn't humiliate. Love doesn't play to the crowd at your expense. Love doesn't turn pain into content. And I wasn't about to let her turn me into the villain of her influencer story. Which brings us to what I did next, the part no one expected. But I'll get to that. Because that's where things really start to unravel. When they realized I wasn't just canceling the wedding. I was canceling something much, much bigger. I didn't respond to the video. Not publicly. Not privately. I didn't write some dramatic rebuttal or try to defend myself in the comments. That would have just fed the narrative she was already building. The story where she's the quirky, misunderstood bride who got dumped by a controlling guy who didn't get her sense of humor. No, I decided to do something different. See, what none of them realized, not Nat, not her bridesmaids, not even her mother, was that for the past 6 months, I had been quietly footing most of the wedding costs. Nat wanted a dream wedding, and I didn't argue. I just opened my wallet. The venue was on me. The custom invites? Me. The deposit on the honeymoon resort in Santorini? Also me. Even the dress, the one she cried over in the boutique and said made her feel like a queen, she split with her parents, but they only paid a fraction. I covered the rest. Because I believed in the future we were building. Because I thought I was investing in something real. But I kept the receipts. Every invoice. Every email confirmation. Every wire transfer. I had everything logged and itemized. Mostly because I'm a spreadsheet guy. It's just how I work. I never thought I'd use any of it for leverage. But now I had a reason. The day after the video, I visited our shared apartment. She wasn't home yet, still in Miami, riding the wave of her momentary clout. I packed my things. Every tool, every book, every piece of furniture that had been mine before she moved in. I left the sofa and the bed because we'd bought those together, and honestly, I didn't want them. I was out within 3 hours. Clean break. No note. No dramatic text. But I did leave one thing. On the kitchen counter sat a manila envelope with a neat stack of papers inside. The first page? A printout of a Venmo request, $14,802.56, itemized to the last napkin. Underneath it were the receipts. All of them. And on the last page, a short note I typed the night before. Natalie, I watched the videos. I've also watched our relationship slowly become less about us and more about whatever could be clipped and captioned. I don't blame your friends, or your mother, or social media. I blame myself for letting it get this far. You humiliated me publicly and then doubled down on it. That's your choice. This is mine. You can keep the apartment. You can keep the followers. But you don't get to keep the illusion that there weren't consequences. I've enclosed the full breakdown of what I paid for. I don't expect you to pay it all back, but I do expect a conversation. A real one. Not on TikTok. Not through your PR-obsessed bridal party. Just you and me. You have my number. Jason. That same night, I stayed at my cousin's place. Brent's always been one of the few people I can count on. When I told him what I'd done, he didn't say good job or finally. He just nodded, handed me a beer, and said, about time you stopped carrying everyone else's weight. We watched a game in silence, and I tried to feel okay. But I wasn't. Not really. There's this strange emptiness that comes when you finally cut the cord, even when it was strangling you. I kept thinking about the early days with Nat, the lazy Sunday mornings, the way she used to leave me dumb little notes in my lunchbox back when I worked on the bridge site, before her phone became more important than our conversations, before every moment had to be curated and posted, before I started fading from her spotlight. The next day, I turned off my phone. I needed space. Not from her, from everyone. Because while I expected her to be mad, to post another video, maybe even cry on camera and try to flip the script, I didn't expect what came next. When I finally turned my phone back on 2 days later, I had dozens of missed calls and even more texts. Not from Nat. From her friends. From her mom. Even one from her dad, who had always been distant, but at least somewhat grounded. Jason, please call us. She's not okay. You took it too far. Be the bigger person. That one made me laugh. But then I saw a voicemail. From Shelby, the maid of honor. It was short. Breathless. Jason, she's on the way home early. I don't know what happened. She's freaking out. You really need to talk to her. This isn't funny anymore. And that's when I checked Instagram. She'd gone dark. The video was gone. The story highlights? Deleted. Her entire feed, wiped clean. That's when I started to wonder, was this remorse? Or damage control? Later that night, I got a knock at Brent's door. He glanced through the peephole and said, she's here. I stood up. My heart pounded. I hadn't planned for this. She was supposed to call. She was supposed to ask to talk. Not show up on my doorstep, still tan from the trip, still wearing the fake smile that had fooled so many people online. But when I opened the door, it wasn't the confident, filtered version of Nat I'd known for the past 2 years. It was someone else entirely. Tear-streaked. Hoodie instead of heels. No makeup. Just Natalie. The girl I met 4 years ago. Jason, she whispered. Please don't shut the door. I didn't. But I didn't say anything either. I stepped aside. She walked in. And what she said next was not what I expected. Not even close. Because it turns out, the wedding wasn't the only thing that had been built on a lie. And what she was about to confess would change everything I thought I knew about our relationship and myself. Natalie sat on the edge of Brent's couch like it might swallow her whole. She was trembling, not the kind of nervous twitch I'd seen before a job interview or after a bad fight, but something deeper. Her hands were clasped so tightly in her lap, I thought she might leave bruises on herself. Brent gave me a look, then quietly left the room. The door clicked shut behind him. For a moment, neither of us said anything. Then she looked up at me, eyes red and glassy. You didn't even give me a chance to explain. I watched the video. Nat, I said, standing with my arms crossed. You didn't have to explain. You said everything you needed to. It wasn't about you, she said, and that made me laugh, dry, bitter. It was about me. You implied to thousands of people that you weren't sure you wanted to marry me. You called it a joke, then doubled down. And when people laughed, you laughed too. I was drunk. That's not an excuse. She looked away, her shoulders slumping like the weight of it all was finally catching up to her. I know that now. So why are you here? I asked. Why not make another video about how I'm insecure and can't handle a confident woman, or whatever Shelby said. She flinched. I didn't post that. I didn't ask them to defend me. But you didn't stop them either. I was humiliated, Jason. You canceled everything before even talking to me. You shut me out. I took a deep breath, forcing myself not to raise my voice. Because for the past year, every time I tried to talk to you, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to a version of you curated for strangers. You live online, Nat. We don't even have memories anymore that aren't filmed or filtered or hashtagged. She didn't argue, just sat there, quiet. Then she whispered, "That's why I came back early. Not just to talk. There's something else you don't know. Something I haven't been honest about." I sat down, but still kept my distance. "What?" She swallowed hard, like her throat was coated in glue. "Do you remember the sponsorship I told you about? The one I said might help pay for the honeymoon upgrades." "Yeah, the swimsuit brand. You said they were giving you a travel stipend." She nodded slowly. "It wasn't just a brand deal. It was a contest." I stared at her. "What kind of contest?" "They were looking for a new face of the brand. Kind of like an ambassador. Part influencer, part model." I entered. I didn't say anything. It was dumb. I didn't think I'd win. But then the numbers started going up. Followers, engagement, shares, and they emailed me saying I was in the top 3. That's why I made the TikTok. I blinked. "You posted a video threatening to stay single for a brand deal?" She nodded, eyes glossy. "They wanted something viral. Something that would make headlines. And I thought if I could get just one moment to blow up, I'd win. They said I needed to show I could command attention." I stood up again. I couldn't sit still. So everything, the joke, the likes, even dragging me into it, was just strategy? "No. Yes. I don't know," she said, voice cracking. "I didn't think it would matter. I thought you'd laugh. Or just ignore it. I never expected you to actually cancel the wedding." I ran a hand through my hair, pacing now. "You gambled our relationship for likes, Nat. Do you even hear yourself?" I didn't think I'd lose. That stopped me cold. Because it was the most honest thing she'd said all night. She didn't think she'd lose. She thought I'd just take it. Like I always had. Like I did when she turned private moments into content. Like I did when she insisted we delay our anniversary dinner for a sunset photo shoot. Like I did when she posted that story of me crying the day my grandfather died with the caption, "He has the biggest broken heart." All of it had been a slow erosion. I hadn't seen the cliffs collapsing because I was too busy trying to hold up the sky. I looked at her, really looked at her, and for the first time, I didn't see the woman I wanted to marry. I saw someone who'd been so consumed by the digital applause that she couldn't hear the silence growing between us. "Why tell me this now?" I asked finally. "Why come clean?" "Because I didn't win." I paused. "What?" She looked up at me, her face hollow. "I lost the sponsorship. They picked someone else. Someone who was less controversial." I stared at her, stunned. "You mean, all of this, the entire spiral, was for nothing?" She nodded. "They said I crossed a line. That I'd alienated my audience by turning something as serious as marriage into a marketing ploy. They said it wasn't a good look." I almost couldn't believe what I was hearing. She destroyed our engagement for a shot at influence, and even that had slipped through her fingers. "But that's not why I came here," she said, quickly, sensing my disgust. "I'm not here because I lost. I'm here because I realized I don't know who I am without all of it. And that scares me. I built this whole life online, and now it's collapsing, and you're the only person I ever had who saw the real me, who liked the real me, even when I didn't like her myself." There was a long silence. She reached into her pocket and pulled out something, her engagement ring. I kept it with me. I didn't throw it away. I couldn't. I wanted to remember what it felt like before I turned everything into content. Before I forgot how to just be with you. She placed the ring on the table. "I'm not asking you to take me back. I know I don't deserve that. But I needed you to know I'm sorry. Not the PR kind of sorry. Just sorry." I stared at the ring. At her. At the pieces of a life I had almost built. And how easily it had all cracked under the weight of a trend. I didn't say anything. Not yet. Because in that moment, as the silence settled between us again, I realized I had one more card to play. Something I hadn't even told Brent. A secret I'd kept even from myself until it was too late. And once I revealed it, the entire narrative would flip. Because Natalie wasn't the only one hiding something. And what I was about to say next would change everything, again. I sat there, staring at the ring she placed on Brent's coffee table. A simple, elegant thing, White gold band, modest diamond, nothing flashy. Just like us. Or at least, how I thought we were. For a moment, I felt the old weight of it again. The hope. The promise. But now it felt like an artifact from another life. Natalie sat in silence, her hands folded, eyes low. For once, she wasn't performing. No dramatics. No tears perfectly timed for sympathy. No phone half-hidden recording a candid breakdown for her followers. Just a woman who knew she'd lost something real, and maybe realized it too late. I walked over to the ring and picked it up. And then I looked her in the eye. "I need to tell you something," I said. She nodded, bracing herself. "I didn't just cancel the wedding," I began. "And I didn't just move out." She blinked. "What do you mean?" "I dissolved the lease on the apartment. It's gone. I paid the termination fee, cleared it out, and handed in the keys this morning." She paled. "But I live there." "You did. But the lease was in my name. You never wanted to co-sign, remember? Said it was too much commitment before the wedding." She opened her mouth, then closed it again. "And I talked to the venue." I continued. "The one you said was your dream vineyard wedding?" I asked if they had any interest in using our cancellation story as a case study for miscommunication in wedding planning. Turns out, the coordinator is writing a book. She asked if she could use the story anonymously. I agreed. "You what?" "Jason." I also spoke to the catering company. Since everything was canceled weeks in advance, they offered me credit. I transferred it to Brent and his fiancée. They're getting married in the fall. Her lips parted. "You gave our wedding credit to someone else?" I shrugged. Figured it might as well go to someone who actually wants to be married. "You know, for real." She sat there, stunned. But I wasn't done. "One more thing," I said, walking over to my backpack. I pulled out a black folder and set it on the coffee table next to the ring. "What is that?" she asked cautiously. I opened it. Inside were printouts, screenshots, emails, even a few legal documents. "The brand that dropped you," I said, reached out to me. Her eyes widened. "What?" "They were worried about the press, the backlash. Wanted to make sure you hadn't actually been abandoned at the altar. Asked me to comment." She looked like she might throw up. I didn't respond at first, but then I did. I told them the truth, that you were willing to sabotage your own relationship, your own wedding, for a shot at temporary internet fame. That you weaponized our private life for content. That you orchestrated an entire narrative without my knowledge, just to boost engagement. "You didn't," she whispered, trembling. "I did. And I included your videos, screenshots, and the messages you sent me after I canceled everything." She covered her mouth. "They sent me a follow-up," I said, thanking me, letting me know that, moving forward, you're blacklisted from every major campaign they're affiliated with. And since they're one of the biggest social branding networks in the lifestyle influencer space, that's going to make things tricky for you." Her hands dropped from her face. "Why would you do that?" I didn't raise my voice. I didn't gloat. I didn't want to. Not at first. But then I watched you twist our breakup into sympathy content. I saw you playing victim. I saw people sending me hate, calling me controlling, manipulative. I lost a job opportunity because someone on the hiring board saw your video and thought I was unstable. You made me a punchline, Natalie. So I responded the only way I could, quietly and with receipts. She stood up, chest heaving, shaking her head like she couldn't quite believe what was happening. "You ruined me," she whispered. "You destroyed everything I built." "No," I said, stepping closer, calm. "You did that. I just made sure you couldn't sweep it under the rug." She stumbled back, reaching for her phone, like some part of her instinctively wanted to record the moment, to control the narrative. But then she stopped, because there was no narrative left to save, no brand to salvage, no followers to win back, only consequences. And for once, she had to sit with them. "I'll find something else," she said finally, her voice raw. "I'll rebuild." "You think this ends me?" "It doesn't." I nodded slowly. Maybe you will. But next time, don't build it on someone else's trust." We stood there for a long moment. Finally, she turned toward the door. "I'll get my things," she said, barely above a whisper. "You've got a week," I replied. "After that, the unit will be locked. I already told the landlord." She didn't respond. Just walked out quietly. No slamming doors. No parting words. Just silence. And when I heard her footsteps fade down the hall, I finally exhaled. It didn't feel like victory. It didn't feel like revenge. It felt like freedom. 3 months later, I was living in a smaller apartment across town. No flashy view, No curated bookshelf wall, no ring on the counter. But it was mine. Brent and his fiancée sent me an invite to their wedding. Same venue, same catering, even the same string light setup Nat had wanted. They asked me to be the best man. I said yes. And as I stood there during the ceremony, watching two people promise each other a future without hashtags or filters, I felt something I hadn't in a long time. Peace. I didn't need to get even. I didn't need to trend. I just needed to remember who I was before I became someone's content. And now, I was back. Whole. Unfollowed, maybe. But finally real. After my wife's funeral, I went to my sister's son's first birthday party, and my brother-in-law stood up and announced, "I'm actually the father of your wife's baby, so I'm claiming half of your $800,000 house." He even waived what he said was her will. I just smiled and said, "Is that right?" Because the DNA test results in my jacket pocket were about to shut him up. I don't think anyone expects their life to unravel at a birthday party. But then again, nothing about my last 6 months has been what I expected. My name's Caleb, I'm 33, and until recently, I thought I had my life figured out. I had a steady job as a project manager at a mid-sized tech company, a wife I adored, a cozy little 2-story house with a wraparound porch, and a baby on the way. Life felt like it was finally settling into something good. Then came the car accident. It still feels surreal typing that. One rainy night, while driving back from visiting her parents, my wife's car hydroplaned, crossed the median, and was struck head-on by a truck. She didn't make it. Our baby didn't make it either. The funeral was a blur of black suits, casseroles, and condolences from people I barely remembered. I spent most of that day standing silently by her casket, nodding at people, shaking hands until my arm went numb, wondering how the world kept turning while mine had stopped. My family showed up, my mom, my sister Lindsay, and her husband Mark, and I appreciated that. Or at least I thought I did. The weeks after were strange. I was drowning in paperwork, life insurance claims, mortgage statements, hospital bills, and still waking up every morning half expecting to hear my wife in the kitchen. People like to say grief brings families together, but in my case, it seemed to bring out an odd kind of energy in my relatives. They came by often, but not always to help. Lindsay was the worst about it. She has always been the kind of person who thinks she knows better than everyone. One of those people who starts sentences with, "What you really need to do is," and then proceeds to tell you how to live your life. When my wife was alive, I could tune her out. But now that I was alone, she saw an opening. "You can't keep that house, Caleb," she said one afternoon while I was sitting in the living room surrounded by sympathy cards. She said it like it was the most obvious thing in the world. "It's way too big for just one person. You should sell and get a condo." I stared at her, my hands gripping the edge of the couch cushion. "It's my house," I said flatly. "Yes, but think about it." She gestured at the walls, like they were part of her PowerPoint presentation. "Too many memories here. You need a fresh start. Plus, the market's great right now. You could make a fortune." I didn't answer, partly because I didn't trust myself not to say something I'd regret, but mostly because I was exhausted. My wife had been in the ground for 3 weeks, and my sister was already eyeing the property like a vulture. Mark, my brother-in-law, wasn't much better. He tried to play the helpful card, offering to take care of small repairs around the house. But every time he visited, I noticed his eyes roaming, like he was mentally appraising the place. One afternoon, I even caught him pulling open the drawer where we kept important documents. When he saw me, he quickly shut it and laughed it off, saying he was looking for a pen. I started to feel like prey in my own home. The first real red flag came about a month later. I'd stopped by my mom's house to drop off some leftovers. I was cooking too much for one person, and as I walked up the porch steps, I heard voices through the open kitchen window. My mom, my sister, and Mark were sitting around the table. "He's a mess," Lindsay was saying. "If we don't step in, he's going to waste everything. That house is worth at least 800 grand. He can't manage it alone." "He's grieving," my mom said softly, but there wasn't much conviction in her voice. "Exactly," Lindsay said. "He's vulnerable. This is the time to make sure things are handled properly before he does something stupid." I stood there frozen, clutching the casserole dish. The way she said "handled properly" sent a chill through me. It wasn't concern, it was control. That night, I lay awake, staring at the ceiling, replaying the conversation in my head. I wanted to believe I was overreacting, that I was just raw and sensitive from the loss. But the look in Mark's eyes every time he visited told a different story. By the time Lindsay invited me to her son's first birthday party, I was running on emotional fumes. I almost didn't go. The idea of being around balloons, cake, and forced cheer felt like a special kind of torture, but I told myself it was important to show up, to keep some sense of normalcy. I showed up late, wearing the nicest suit I could find that didn't smell like mothballs, and immediately felt out of place. The backyard was packed with family, neighbors, and half of Lindsay's mommy group. There was a clown making balloon animals, music blasting from a Bluetooth speaker, and a giant, one sign made of gold foil balloons. Lindsay spotted me and waved like she was the hostess of a talk show. "Caleb, you made it." I forced a smile and nodded, handing over the gift I'd picked out. She barely looked at it before passing it to someone else. For a while, I sat at one of the tables, quietly sipping a soda and watching the kids run around. I told myself I could do this, stay an hour, eat some cake, then leave before anyone started asking me how I was doing. But then, as the cake was being cut and everyone gathered around, Mark cleared his throat loudly and said, "Everyone, can I have your attention?" The backyard went quiet. He was grinning like a man about to give a wedding toast. "I just want to take a moment to share something important," he said. His eyes flicked toward me. "Something about our family's future." And that's when the first domino tipped over. The moment I realized this party wasn't just about his son's birthday. It was about me. Mark stood there with his hand raised, grinning like a man who had just won something. I felt a small prickle of unease creep up the back of my neck, but I stayed silent, trying not to draw attention to myself. "I think this is a perfect time," he said, "to talk about what's next for our family." People chuckled politely. Some thought he was about to make a heartfelt toast about fatherhood. He even paused dramatically, waiting until all eyes were on him. "I've been doing a lot of thinking," he continued, resting a hand on Lindsay's shoulder, "about how important it is to keep family close, to take care of what's ours." Something about the way he said ours made my stomach tighten. Lindsay gave him an encouraging nod, like she'd heard this speech before. My mom, who was standing off to the side holding a paper plate, looked down at the grass. Mark kept going. "We all know it's been a rough couple of months for Caleb," he said, his tone just barely sympathetic. "But we can't let tragedy tear us apart. We have to be smart. We have to think long-term." It was subtle, but I caught the glance he shot me. The way his smile faltered for a fraction of a second, like there was a challenge buried under the words. I felt a few heads turn toward me. My jaw clenched. Someone changed the subject quickly, asking if the clown was going to make more balloon swords, and the moment passed, but the damage was done. I sat back in my chair, soda can sweating in my hand, feeling like I'd just been placed under a microscope. The rest of the party was filled with little moments like that, small, sharp jabs that left their mark. At one point, Lindsay was showing a neighbor around the house, and I heard her say, "Well, Caleb's place is gorgeous, but just not practical for someone in his situation. I mean, who needs 4 bedrooms when it's just him?" She said it loudly enough that I knew she wanted me to hear. Mark kept making comments too, disguised as jokes. "You know, if you ever get tired of mowing that big lawn of yours, I'd be happy to take it off your hands," he said, laughing and clapping me on the back a little too hard. "Or we could just put a swing set out there," Lindsay chimed in with a laugh, as though they were already making plans for my property. Each time, I smiled thinly, said nothing, and took another sip of my drink. I could feel the tension sitting heavy between my shoulder blades, like a weight I couldn't shrug off. Even my mom wasn't helping. When someone asked how I was doing, she jumped in before I could answer. "He's coping," she said quickly, in that careful voice people use when they don't want to admit how bad things really are. "But we're keeping an eye on him, keeping an eye on me, like I was some sort of liability." The worst moment came when Lindsay's son was opening gifts. I'd spent hours picking out a hand-carved wooden train set, something thoughtful, something that would last. And when he opened it, Mark smiled politely and said, "Oh, cool. He already has a few like that, but we'll add it to the pile." Add it to the pile. Like it was just one more thing to toss in the toy bin and forget about. I forced a smile, but inside, something twisted. And that was when I noticed Mark slipping away from the group. He went inside, casually, like he was just grabbing a drink. A few minutes later, I caught him coming out of the hallway that led to Lindsay's office, the same place she kept her filing cabinet. He looked startled when he saw me watching. "Just, checking if we had more napkins," he said with a grin. but his grin was too quick, too forced. My skin prickled again. I didn't say anything. Not yet, but I tucked that image away in my mind. Mark, coming out of the hallway, empty-handed, looking like a kid caught with his hand in the cookie jar. The rest of the afternoon passed in a blur of cake and photos and half-hearted small talk. I stayed longer than I wanted to, because leaving early would have felt like admitting defeat, but I could feel my patience thinning by the minute. At one point, I caught my reflection in the sliding glass door and barely recognized myself. The tight smile, the clenched jaw, the exhaustion in my eyes. This was supposed to be a birthday party, but it felt more like a stage performance. A chance for everyone to measure me, test my boundaries, and see how far they could push. And every time I let something slide, every time I swallowed my anger, I could feel their confidence grow. By the time the sun started to set and people began gathering their things, I was itching to leave. I said my goodbyes quickly, gave my nephew a hug, and made it halfway to my car before I heard Mark call my name. "Hey, Caleb," he said, jogging up behind me. He was still smiling, but there was something sharper in it now. "Glad you could make it today? Family means a lot, right?" I nodded stiffly. "Good," he said, "because there's some stuff we should talk about soon. You know, about the future." He clapped me on the shoulder, too hard again, and turned back toward the house. I sat in my car for a long time before I started the engine. My fingers were white-knuckled on the steering wheel. Something was coming. I could feel it like thunder rolling in the distance. And the worst part? I wasn't sure anyone else in that backyard had noticed the storm clouds at all. The next few weeks were eerily quiet, almost like the eye of a storm. Lindsay didn't stop by unannounced. Mark didn't check in under the guise of helping with repairs, and my phone was blissfully free of family group texts about next steps for my life. For the first time since the funeral, I actually had a string of days where I could just sit in my own house and breathe. I started to think maybe I'd misread everything. Maybe I was just seeing conspiracies because grief had rewired my brain. I went back to work part-time, met a friend for coffee, even spent one Saturday repainting the nursery. It was the first thing I'd done that felt like mine since the accident. Not something done out of obligation, not something done under the weight of pity, just me, reclaiming a room that had been frozen in time. By the time Lindsay texted inviting me over for a small family dinner, I almost felt optimistic. Maybe we'd sit around the table, eat lasagna, share stories about my wife, and actually feel like a family again. When I arrived, the dining room table was set beautifully. Candles, cloth napkins, the good china my sister usually only brought out for holidays. There was a casserole steaming on the counter, music playing softly from the speaker, and a bottle of wine already open. "Caleb," Lindsay said warmly, coming over to hug me. "You look great. Work must be treating you well." I smiled back, a little wary but cautiously hopeful. Mark poured me a glass of wine and gestured for me to sit. "Glad you could make it, buddy. Tonight's kind of special." The word special made my stomach dip just a little, but I pushed the thought aside. Dinner started out normally enough. We made small talk about the weather, my mom's garden, Lindsay's son learning to walk. Mark even cracked a joke that made everyone laugh, and for a fleeting moment, I thought maybe, just maybe, things were settling down. Then Mark cleared his throat. He had that same grin I'd seen at the birthday party, the one that made my skin crawl. "So," he said, setting his wine glass down with deliberate care, "there's something I've been meaning to share with everyone." I felt my shoulders tense automatically. Mark reached into his back pocket and pulled out a folded piece of paper. "This," he said, holding it up between two fingers, "is a copy of your wife's will." The room went still. My heart thudded painfully against my ribs. "She left me a copy, you know," he went on casually, as if this was the most normal thing in the world. "Because she wanted to make sure I'd be there to take care of things if anything happened. And well, here we are." He smoothed the paper out on the table and tapped it with one finger. "It clearly states that, in light of everything, I'm entitled to a portion of the house." I just stared at him. For a moment, the words didn't even register. It was like hearing a foreign language. Then my chair scraped back slightly as I sat up straighter. "What are you talking about?" Mark didn't flinch. "Your wife and I had an understanding. We were close. Very close." He let the words hang there. "She wanted me to be involved," he said finally, leaning back in his chair with a smirk that made my stomach turn. "And, you know, considering I'm actually the father of the baby." The room erupted into sound. My mom gasped. Lindsay's fork clattered onto her plate, but all I heard was a roaring in my ears. Mark kept talking. It just makes sense that I'd have some claim. I mean, you've got this big house to yourself now. You don't really need all that space. I couldn't breathe. My mind was trying to do three things at once: process the words he'd just said, calculate whether he was serious, and keep my body from launching across the table. Are you out of your mind? I said finally, my voice low. Mark didn't look ashamed. He didn't even look nervous. He just shrugged, as if I'd asked him whether he wanted more wine. It's biology, he said simply. It's not personal. She and I, we connected. You know how things get when someone's pregnant and emotional. I slammed my hand on the table hard enough to rattle the silverware. Don't, I said through clenched teeth. But Mark just smiled, like he'd been waiting for that reaction. Look, Caleb, he said, suddenly adopting a tone of false reasonableness. You've had a lot on your plate. You're grieving. But this is reality. My son, he actually had the gall to gesture toward the baby monitor on the counter, as if it were some kind of prop, deserves what's his. Half of this house is what's his. I stared at him, my mouth dry, my pulse hammering so loudly I could feel it in my teeth. For a long moment, no one spoke. Lindsay looked from me to Mark, her face pale. My mom opened her mouth, closed it again, and finally muttered something about doing what's fair. That word, fair, was the knife twist. Fair. As if there was anything fair about being blindsided in my own sister's house. As if there was anything fair about finding out, here, in front of my family, that the woman I'd buried just months ago might have betrayed me in the most intimate way possible. The room felt too small, too hot. I pushed back from the table and stood. My chair toppled over with a loud crack, making Lindsay flinch. Mark didn't even stop smiling. You'll come around, he said softly. Once the shock wears off. This doesn't have to be a fight. Then, like salt in an open wound, he actually laughed. Laughed. Like this was just another business deal. Like he'd just told a funny story. I stood there, every muscle in my body trembling, and realized something terrifying. They thought they had me cornered. They thought I'd roll over. And for the first time since the funeral, a different feeling began to burn under the grief. Something sharper, colder. I didn't say a word. I just grabbed my coat, walked out into the night air, and kept walking until I reached my car. My hands were shaking so hard I could barely fit the key into the ignition. But as I sat there in the dark, breathing hard, staring at my own reflection in the rearview mirror, a thought settled in my mind with terrifying clarity. This wasn't over. Not by a long shot. The drive home that night felt like moving through molasses. The streetlights blurred into smears of gold against the windshield. My hands locked on the steering wheel, as though letting go would send the car spinning out of control. I couldn't stop hearing his voice, Mark's voice, that smug, measured tone as he announced to the room that he was the father of my wife's child. I didn't cry at first. I just sat in my driveway long after the engine went quiet, staring at the dark silhouette of my house. It looked cold, uninviting, almost foreign. This was supposed to be the place where we raised our child together, where our life would unfold. Now it felt like a museum to a future that would never exist. When I finally went inside, I didn't bother turning on the lights. I left my shoes by the door, walked up the stairs in the dark, and collapsed onto my bed still in my jacket. My mind was loud, but my body felt hollow, like I was made of air. It wasn't until sometime after midnight that the first tear slid down my face. Then another. And then I was full-on sobbing into my pillow, biting the fabric to keep the sound from escaping. It wasn't just grief anymore. It was humiliation, rage, betrayal so deep it almost made me nauseous. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Mark smirk, heard that little laugh. I saw Lindsay's pale face, my mom's downcast eyes. Not one person in that room had stood up for me. Not one had said, "Mark, that's out of line," or "This isn't the time." They had just sat there, watching me get gutted like it was a show. The next morning, I couldn't get out of bed. I called in sick to work, claiming a migraine, and stayed under the covers until late afternoon. My phone buzzed a few times, texts from my mom, from Lindsay, from Mark of all people, but I didn't answer. By the third day, I dragged myself into the kitchen and found a note taped to my door from Lindsay. "We need to talk. You can't ignore this forever. Mark is just trying to do the right thing. Call me. Do the right thing." I crumpled the note in my fist and threw it in the trash. Days bled together after that. I stopped shaving, stopped cooking, lived off coffee and stale granola bars. The house got quiet in a way that felt almost oppressive. The ticking of the kitchen clock became deafening. One night, I found myself in the nursery again, sitting on the floor with my back against the wall, staring at the crib. The room still smelled faintly of baby lotion from when we'd set it up. My wife and I had picked everything out together: pale green paint, little star decals on the ceiling. I remembered how she'd laughed when I struggled to assemble the changing table, how she'd sat on the floor reading me the instructions like we were building a spaceship. I pressed my palms to my eyes until I saw stars. For a moment, I felt like I might just stay there forever, sink into the carpet and disappear. But then something small shifted inside me. It wasn't dramatic, not some sudden bolt of inspiration, just a quiet, cold thought. They think I'm broken. They think I'm easy to push around now. The idea simmered as I sat there in the half-light. That weekend I heard from a mutual friend that Lindsay had been talking. Not directly trashing me. No, she was smarter than that. But dropping little hints at her mom group, letting people fill in the blanks. Caleb's been having a hard time handling things since the accident, she'd apparently said. He's not really taking care of the house. It might be better if someone steps in before he does something reckless. The words burned like acid in my chest. Not only were they plotting behind my back, they were painting me as unstable, a danger to myself. Maybe even trying to build a case to challenge my ownership of the house if it came to that. I started noticing other signs too. A letter from the bank asking if I wanted to refinance, something I never applied for. A neighbor mentioning she saw a mark in my driveway one afternoon when I wasn't home. The air around my life felt thick with intrusion. I didn't confront them. Not yet. Instead, I got quieter. I started locking up important papers in a fireproof box. I put a password on my computer. I stopped telling my family what days I was working from home. I didn't do these things out of paranoia. I did them out of a growing understanding that no one else was going to protect me. And late at night, when the house was still, I'd sit at the kitchen table with a cup of coffee and the stack of documents I'd gathered: mortgage papers, insurance policies, property deeds. I read every line, memorized the fine print. Each night, I felt a little less like prey. There were still nights when grief flattened me, when I'd wake up at 3 a.m. with my wife's name on my lips and the crushing realization that she was gone. But underneath the pain, a new resolve was quietly forming, like a second heartbeat I couldn't ignore. I didn't have a plan yet. Not exactly. But I knew one thing. If Mark wanted a fight, I wasn't going to meet him swinging wildly. I was going to wait, watch, learn. And when the time came, I'd be ready. The shift didn't happen overnight. It started with something small, a haircut. I hadn't been to the barber since before the accident, and when I finally went, the guy barely recognized me. "Man, you've been off the grid," he said, snipping away at the overgrown hair that had been sticking to my collar. When I looked in the mirror afterward, I almost startled myself. I looked like me again, sharper, awake, present. The next step was the house. I'd been treating it like a tomb, wandering from room to room in silence, keeping everything exactly as it was. One Saturday morning, I dragged every box out of the nursery and put it in the garage. I repainted the walls a pale gray. I didn't erase the past, but I took the first step toward claiming the space as mine, not a memorial. Something about the physical act of painting, rolling layer after layer of fresh color over those green walls, felt cathartic. It was like telling the house, I'm still here. I'm not done. Work became another anchor point. I asked my boss for more responsibility, partly to distract myself, partly to prove to myself I could still function. To my surprise, she said yes. I started leading bigger projects, managing more people, pulling late nights not because I had to, but because I wanted to see something succeed under my watch. And it paid off. Within a few months, I was promoted. The extra money was nice, but the real reward was the feeling of control, that I was steering my own ship again, not just letting life toss me around. Around that time, I started going back to the gym too. At first, I could barely manage 15 minutes on the treadmill without feeling like my chest would cave in, but slowly, the weights felt lighter, the running got easier. There was something therapeutic about watching my body grow stronger while my mind caught up. I didn't tell my family about any of this. I stopped answering most of their calls. If Lindsay texted, I'd reply hours later with a single sentence: "Busy today." When Mark asked to stop by, I told him I wasn't available, and the distance gave me perspective. When I did see them, usually at obligatory family gatherings, I noticed things I hadn't before. Mark's jokes about my house sounded more like fishing than teasing, as if he was testing my mood. Lindsay's concern always seemed to circle back to the same point: how much easier it would be for me to sell and start fresh. I didn't argue anymore. I'd just smile politely, change the subject, and let them think I was too busy or too tired to care. But I cared. I cared enough to start keeping records. I opened a private folder on my computer where I saved every text message, every email, every little passive-aggressive note Lindsay left on my door. I started documenting everything: dates, times, witnesses, not because I had a concrete plan yet, but because I had a gut feeling that one day I'd need it all. In the meantime, I built myself up. I signed up for a financial planning course online and learned how to manage investments. I moved some money into a high-yield account, started contributing more to my retirement plan. It was empowering to see the numbers grow, to watch my net worth climb in quiet defiance of the narrative Lindsay and Mark were spinning about me being unstable. The real turning point came one late afternoon when I was walking out of the gym and spotted an old college friend, Jordan. We hadn't seen each other in years, but he was the kind of guy you could pick right back up with. "Man, you disappeared," he said, clapping me on the shoulder. We grabbed coffee that evening, and for the first time in months, I told someone the whole story about the accident, the will, the birthday party, the dinner. Jordan didn't interrupt, didn't offer cheap advice, just listened. When I was finished, he whistled softly. "That's wow. I'd have lost it if someone said that to me." I shrugged. "I almost did." "Yeah, but you didn't," he said. "That's the part you're missing. You kept it together. That's strength, man." The word stuck with me. I started spending more time with Jordan, and through him I met a few more friends, people who didn't know me as the grieving widower, just as Caleb. It felt good to laugh again, to have conversations that weren't about who was handling things for me. Slowly, I began to feel like myself again. But there was a difference now. Before, I'd been content to just live my life quietly. Now, every step forward felt deliberate, a piece of armor I was strapping on. Every dollar saved, every project completed, every mile run on the treadmill was part of something bigger. A preparation. I wasn't rushing toward revenge. I wasn't even sure what revenge would look like yet. But I knew one thing. When the time came, when Mark tried to make his move again, I wouldn't be the same man who sat there in shock, listening to him laugh. I'd be ready. The thing about climbing out of rock bottom is that, once you get your footing, you start seeing everything more clearly. A few months after my comeback, I decided to go through my wife's old files, something I had been avoiding because it felt too final. Her desk was still set up in the corner of the study, covered in dust, a coffee mug still sitting there with a ring at the bottom. I opened drawers slowly, flipping through manila folders, envelopes, receipts. And then I found it. An envelope marked simply, "Private." Inside was a sealed letter from the estate lawyer we'd hired when we first bought the house. My stomach tightened as I opened it carefully, half afraid of what I might find. It was her will, the actual one, and it didn't say anything remotely close to what Mark had claimed. In fact, it was crystal clear. In the event of her passing, everything, the house, savings, insurance payout, was left entirely to me. There was a brief mention of a future child being added as a beneficiary, but no provision involving anyone else. No shared ownership, no guardianship clause, nothing. For the first time in months, I felt my lips curve into a real smile. Mark had been bluffing. Not only bluffing, lying outright. I sat back in the chair, staring at the letter, letting the knowledge settle into my bones like a warm weight. All that swagger, that smugness at the dinner table, that talk about claiming half the house, built on air. I could have marched over to their house right then and waved the document in his face. But instead, I folded it carefully and slid it into my fireproof lockbox. No, I thought. Not yet. Better to let him think I was still reeling. Better to let him step into his own trap. That night, I called the estate lawyer's office and made an appointment. When I showed him the letter, he nodded approvingly. "This is valid and enforceable," he said. "If anyone tries to contest it, they'll have to go through probate court, and they'd lose. Spectacularly. Even if they claim to be the father of the child?" I asked carefully. He gave me a sharp look. "Are they?" I hesitated. "I don't know yet." The lawyer leaned back in his chair. "If there's a question of paternity, you get a DNA test. But even if they were the father, it doesn't entitle them to your house. The will names you, and there's no legal tie unless you add one. I thanked him and left, my heart pounding. For the first time since that horrible dinner, I felt like I had the upper hand. That weekend, I quietly scheduled a DNA test using a sample I'd kept from the hospital, a lock of my wife's hair that I'd tucked away without knowing why at the time. The lab said it would take a couple of weeks, but I was patient. In the meantime, I started laying groundwork. I called Lindsay and Mark and suggested we start fresh, have a family dinner at my place. My voice was calm, even warm, and I could hear the surprise in Lindsay's tone when she agreed. The night of the dinner, I made sure everything looked perfect. Table set, house spotless, dinner simmering on the stove. I wore a crisp shirt and smiled when they arrived, shaking Mark's hand like we were old friends. "You seem different," Lindsay said, glancing around as she took a seat. "I am," I said simply. "I've had time to think." Mark leaned back in his chair, clearly pleased with himself. "Good. I was hoping we could find some common ground." I nodded, pouring wine for everyone. "Oh, we will." The entire dinner, I let them talk. I let them make their little comments about family responsibility and doing what's right. I asked questions like I was curious, even concerned. "So how do you see this working exactly?" "Well," Mark said with a shrug, "it'd be easiest if you just put me on the deed. We could handle the paperwork together. Keep it simple." "Of course," I said smoothly. I wouldn't want to make things messy. Inside, though, I was smiling for a different reason. Every word they said was another piece of evidence, proof that this wasn't about protecting me, but about taking what wasn't theirs. After they left, I sat at the kitchen table for a long time, just breathing. I wasn't ready to strike yet. Not until I had every piece lined up, every document ready, every test result in hand. But for the first time, I didn't feel like prey. I felt like the one setting the trap. 2 weeks later, the DNA results arrived in a plain envelope. I held it in my hands for a long time before opening it. When I finally did, my chest went tight, not with grief this time, but with something sharper. Mark's claim was a lie. The baby had been mine. I sat very still, the paper trembling in my hands. The grief came again, but it was different this time. Not raw and crushing, but clarifying. She hadn't betrayed me. Whatever mistakes she'd made, whatever secrets she might have kept, she hadn't done that. And suddenly, I knew exactly how I was going to end this. I didn't sleep that night. I sat at the kitchen table with the will on one side, the DNA results on the other, and a blank legal pad in front of me. By dawn, I had a plan. I waited until the timing was perfect. Mark and Lindsay had been pressing harder in recent weeks. Little comments slipped into family group chats, gentle reminders that we should wrap things up before the holidays. It was as though they were trying to pressure me into signing something quickly before I changed my mind. So I gave them what they wanted, a date. I invited them, along with my mom and a few other relatives, over to my house one Sunday afternoon. I told them we'd finalize everything, and that I wanted everyone there so there wouldn't be any confusion. "Good call," Mark said over the phone. "Better to have witnesses." I smiled to myself. "Oh, we'll have witnesses, all right." That morning, I made sure the house looked immaculate. Fresh flowers on the table, paperwork neatly stacked by my elbow. I even had coffee brewing when they arrived, filling the air with the kind of warmth that made it hard for anyone to suspect they were walking into an ambush. Everyone gathered around the dining room table. Lindsay looked a little nervous but excited, like someone about to open a present. Mark, on the other hand, looked smug as ever. He sat across from me, leaned back in his chair, and steepled his fingers. "So," he said, "are we ready to make this official?" "Almost," I said. My voice was calm, measured. I slid a manila folder onto the table and opened it slowly, savoring the way every eye followed the motion. "Before we do anything," I said, "I think it's important that we're all working with the same information." I laid out the first document, my wife's actual will, face up on the table. "This," I said, "is the legally binding document that governs what happens to the house, the savings, and everything else." Mark leaned forward, frowning slightly. "Where'd you get that?" he asked. "She left it for me," I said simply. "It's been in our files this whole time." I tapped the section with my finger, reading aloud so there could be no mistake. "All assets, including the house, shall be transferred solely to my husband, Caleb. No other party shall have claim or interest except future children named by Caleb." I let the words hang in the air. Lindsay's face drained of color. Mark tried to recover, giving a dismissive little laugh. Well, that's just one version. The copy I have. I raised a hand. Funny you should mention that. From the folder, I pulled the second document, the DNA test results. This, I said, my voice level, is proof that the child my wife was carrying was mine. Which means even if you were telling the truth about her leaving you anything, which you weren't, you'd still have no legal claim to this house. For a moment, the room was so quiet you could hear the clock ticking in the hallway. Mark's face went pale, then red. He opened his mouth, but nothing came out. I didn't stop there. I pulled out a final sheet of paper, a letter from my lawyer, spelling out in no uncertain terms that any attempt to claim my property would be met with legal action, and that any further harassment could constitute grounds for a restraining order. I slid it across the table to Mark. "You're welcome to take this to your own lawyer," I said calmly. "But I suggest you read it carefully first." He stared at the letter, jaw tight. "I thought we were family," he said finally, voice low and bitter. I met his eyes, steady. So did I. Then I leaned back in my chair, letting the silence stretch until it was almost unbearable. "You embarrassed me in front of this family once," I said quietly. "You tried to take from me when I was at my lowest. This," I gestured at the table, "is me making sure that never happens again." Lindsay tried to interject, but my mom spoke first. "He's right," she said softly. She looked tired, like she'd aged 10 years in a single moment. But there was something resolute in her expression. "This has gone far enough." That was the first time in months I felt like she was on my side. Mark pushed back from the table, so suddenly his chair screeched against the floor. He stood there for a moment, glaring at me, before turning and walking out without another word. Lindsay scrambled after him, calling his name, leaving the rest of us in stunned silence. I didn't chase them. I just sat there, breathing deeply, feeling the tension drain out of my shoulders. I hadn't raised my voice once. I hadn't slammed a single door. But for the first time since the accident, I felt like I had taken back my life. When the door finally closed behind them, I gathered the papers, placed them neatly back in the folder, and locked it away in the fireproof box. It wasn't over, not completely. People like Mark rarely back down quietly. But now the board had been reset. And this time, I was the one in control. I thought the silence after they left would feel empty, but it didn't. It felt clean, like someone had finally opened a window in a stale room. The next day, I woke up early, made coffee, and went for a run before work. For the first time since the accident, I didn't feel heavy getting out of bed. The house didn't feel like a tomb. It felt like mine. But the real fallout started later that week. Lindsay called first. She didn't even say hello, just launched right in. "You didn't have to humiliate Mark like that. You could have handled this privately." I let her vent, listening to every word. "He feels attacked," she went on. "He was just trying to do what he thought was right for himself." I interrupted, my voice calm but cold. "He wasn't doing what was right for me, or for the memory of my wife. And you let him." There was a long pause on the other end. "You don't understand," she said finally, her voice smaller. "He's been under a lot of stress. Work's been bad and he thought the solution was to take my house," I said. "To lie about paternity and wave a fake will in front of me 2 months after I buried my wife." She didn't answer. When she finally spoke again, her voice cracked. "I just wanted us to stay close as a family. You should have thought about that before you took his side," I said softly. "Family doesn't let someone kick their brother when he's already on the ground." I hung up before she could reply. After that, the distance between us became permanent. She stopped showing up unannounced, stopped leaving notes on my door. Our family group chat went quiet for a while. No passive-aggressive messages, no reminders about the house. It was almost unsettling at first, like waiting for another shoe to drop. Then word started to spread. Apparently, Mark had gone around telling a very different version of the story, one where I had overreacted and blindsided him. But it didn't take long for people to hear my side too, thanks to a few well-placed conversations and, eventually, copies of the will and DNA test results being shared with the right relatives. Once the facts were out, sympathy for Mark evaporated. My cousin texted me, "He really tried to fake a will? That's low." Even my mom, who had been hesitant to take sides before, started speaking up. The next time we were all at a family dinner, she pulled me aside and said quietly, "I'm sorry. I should have stopped it before it got this far." That apology meant more to me than I expected. Mark, on the other hand, didn't take it well. From what I heard, he doubled down at first, tried to convince people I had forged the documents, then tried to spin it as a misunderstanding. But the more he protested, the worse he looked. A month later, I heard through the grapevine that he'd been passed over for a promotion at work, something about poor judgment and unprofessional behavior. Whether it was directly related to what happened or just the universe evening the score, I didn't ask. Lindsay eventually stopped coming to family gatherings altogether, too embarrassed to face everyone. When she did show up again months later, she was quieter, almost deferential. At one of those gatherings, she finally cornered me in the kitchen. "I know you probably hate me," she said, twisting her hands together. "But I wanted to tell you I'm sorry. I should have trusted you. I should have trusted her." I studied her for a moment. She looked tired, like the fight had gone out of her. "I don't hate you," I said honestly. "But I'm not going to let what happened slide, either. It's going to take time." She nodded, blinking back tears, and left without saying anything else. As for Mark, he never apologized. Not once. But I didn't need him to. Because every time I saw him after that, at a rare family event or in passing, he couldn't meet my eyes. He couldn't look at me without remembering the day I calmly dismantled his entire scheme in front of the people he thought would back him. And that was enough. Months later, I sat on my porch one quiet evening, sipping coffee as the sun went down. The house was peaceful. My house. I thought about everything I'd been through, the accident, the grief, the betrayal, the months of feeling like I was drowning. And then I thought about where I was now, stronger, steadier, completely in control. And for the first time, I smiled without bitterness. This was my life. Mine to protect, mine to rebuild. I set my empty cup down, leaned back in my chair, and let the final thought settle in my chest like a stone dropping into still water. They came from my house. Instead, they handed me back my backbone. My name's Jonah. I'm 33 years old, work in tech, and for the past 8 years, I've been quietly paying my parents' bills. All of them. Water, power, groceries, insurance. Even the cable they constantly complained about. Too many commercials for how much we're paying. My dad liked to grumble, never realizing the bill came out of my account. It started small, just a one-time thing when Mom called crying about the mortgage being late. But one time turned into once a month, then into a silent agreement I never signed, but somehow got bound to anyway. They never asked nicely. It was always passive-aggressive guilt trips. "It's what family does," or "after all we've sacrificed for you, it's the least you can do." There was no discussion, no thank you, not even a nod of acknowledgement. Just the assumption that I'd handle it. And for a while I did, because I thought I owed them something. I thought maybe if I kept helping, they'd eventually see me as more than just the quiet kid who didn't go into sports, didn't party, didn't cause trouble. I was the responsible one, the boring one, the one who could be counted on, mainly to fund whatever they couldn't afford but insisted they deserved. They lived in my house. That was the other thing. A few years back, they'd gotten into some debt, credit cards, a failed timeshare investment, something about a business opportunity that my uncle roped them into. I was living in a one-bedroom condo downtown, but the market was dipping, so I bought a modest 2-story house in the suburbs, mostly for the investment. When Mom and Dad said they needed a place to crash temporarily, I said yes. Temporarily turned into 6 years. At first, I didn't mind. I figured they'd get back on their feet, that it was just a rough patch. But they never tried. They never planned to. My dad sat in his recliner most of the day, flipping between cable news and old war documentaries, complaining about how young people don't know the value of hard work. My mom filled her days with online shopping and drama with the church ladies. Every so often she'd mention how exhausted she was from doing everything. Even though I cooked half the meals, did most of the grocery shopping, and handled every bill. It wasn't even the money that got to me, not at first. I make a decent salary, and I'm pretty frugal. What wore me down was the entitlement, the constant backhanded comments. My mom once told me, while folding laundry in my house, "It's sad you're still single. You must be doing something wrong." My dad liked to remind me that real men don't sit at desks all day. When I got promoted to senior developer last year, I told them at dinner. My mom didn't even look up from her phone. My dad grunted and said, "So does that mean we're finally getting a new car?" Still, I let it slide. I told myself they were just old-fashioned. That maybe I was too sensitive. That's what they always said growing up. But what happened 3 weeks ago changed everything. I had just come home early from work. Big deployment got pushed back, so I left around 3 p.m. I parked quietly and came through the side door, figuring I'd grab a quick shower before my usual evening run. I didn't announce myself. They didn't hear me. I stopped at the edge of the living room when I heard my name. They were sitting on the couch, scrolling through travel websites on Mom's tablet. Mom was laughing. Rome's going to be amazing. Maybe we'll finally get some peace away from Jonah's moods. Dad chuckled. We deserve this trip. After all we did raising him, he owes us. Mom didn't hesitate. Exactly. He's just a wallet with legs. I didn't move. Didn't breathe. I just stood there, frozen behind the hallway wall, my bag still slung over one shoulder. My heart dropped, not in some dramatic way, but like something in me just shut off. Like a light switch flipped. All the quiet forgiveness I'd carried for years, the excuses I made for them, the mental gymnastics I'd performed to justify their behavior, evaporated in a single moment. They didn't know I was in the house. I went upstairs like a ghost. Showered. Changed. Ate dinner in silence. Neither of them noticed anything was off. They were too busy arguing about whether to book this skip-the-line Coliseum tour or not. That night, I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, thinking about the things I'd done for them. Every dollar I'd sent. Every sacrifice I'd made. The dates I canceled. The vacations I never took. The job offers I turned down to stay close in case they needed anything. I remembered the night 5 years ago when I found Dad drunk on the porch after his friend passed away. I sat with him for hours while he cried and told me I'd never understand what it meant to be a man. I remembered the time Mom guilted me into skipping my best friend's wedding because she said the dog was sick and needed me home. The dog was fine. She just didn't want to feed it herself. I thought about all of it. Then I got up, walked into my office, opened my laptop, and started making calls. First, the realtor. Then the lawyer. Then the moving company. I kept it quiet. Everything done by email, by private message. The accounts were all in my name anyway. Utilities, mortgage, the car lease, even the Costco membership. They didn't know how to log into a single one of them. They didn't know anything, because they'd never cared to. Because I'd always handled it. Because they thought I'd always keep handling it. The sale wasn't instant. It was a quiet, pre-market agreement with a young couple who paid in cash. The listing never went public. The buyer toured while my parents were out one afternoon, shopping, I think. I boxed up everything I wanted, my clothes, my computer, a few photo albums, and started slowly moving it to a storage unit and then to a furnished apartment across town. Bit by bit. They never noticed. The lawyer helped draft the notices. A polite but firm termination of occupancy, set for the week after their flight to Rome. The timing worked out better than I expected. Their trip was scheduled for 12 days. The day after they left, I finalized the closing, cleared out the rest of the house, shut off the power, canceled the internet, sold the car. I left one thing behind. A note. Typed. Simple. Taped to the fridge. Find a new wallet. And then I left. They're still in Rome as I write this. Still blissfully unaware. I imagine they're sipping wine in Trastevere, taking selfies at the Vatican, maybe even talking about how lucky they are to have such a devoted son. I check my email every morning just to see if they've caught on. Nothing yet. But tomorrow is Sunday. Their flight home lands at 3:15 p.m. And when they pull into the driveway, if they even make it that far, there won't be a house waiting for them. Not the one they knew. Not the life they thought they had, built on my silence and sacrifice. And when the moment hits, when the realization lands, I won't be there. I won't pick up their call. I won't answer their texts. Because that chapter is over. And I'm not their wallet anymore. I didn't sleep much the night before their return. Not out of guilt, God, no, but out of anticipation. The kind of wired, hyper-alert stillness you feel before a storm hits. I lay on my new mattress in my new apartment, staring at the glow of my phone's screen as the minutes crawled by. I kept refreshing the flight tracker. It landed at 3:12 p.m., slightly ahead of schedule. Terminal B, Lufthansa. By 3:45, they'd probably cleared customs. By 4:15, they'd be pulling into the driveway. And by 4:17, the panic would begin. I didn't have to imagine what they'd see. I knew what the house looked like when the movers were done. Empty. Quiet. Gutted. Every single piece of furniture they claimed as ours was gone because it wasn't ours. I bought it. Every chair, every dish, every photo on the walls. Even the curtains. The place looked like an abandoned Airbnb listing. The power had been shut off for 4 days by then. No electricity, no running water, no heat. Not that they'd need it in the early summer, but still. The grass hadn't been mowed. The trash bins were gone. The mailbox taped shut. And of course, the car was missing. I'd terminated the lease and turned it in 2 days earlier. It was under my name. Always had been. They never paid a single installment. At exactly 4:36 p.m., my phone lit up. Mom texted, "Where is everything?" Dad texted, "Did someone break in? Call me now." Followed by 6 missed calls in 2 minutes. I turned my phone over and walked to the kitchen, calmly poured myself a glass of iced tea, and sat by the window. Then came the group chat. The family chat. You know the one. The digital cesspool where birthdays are forgotten and petty complaints are broadcast like national news. Mom texted, "Jonah, the house is empty. This better be some kind of sick joke." Dad texted, "Don't ignore us. I'm calling the police if you don't answer." Mom texted, "Did we get robbed?" Mom again, "Where is the car?" Then finally, Mom texted, "What did you do?" That one made me smile. Short, panicked, less shouting, more fear. It told me everything I needed to know. I waited 10 more minutes, then opened my phone and snapped a photo of my new view. My new place overlooks the river, with wide windows and soft gray lighting that hits just right in the late afternoon. I framed the shot so the corner of my minimalist dining table was visible. My new life. Quiet. Unbothered. I sent it to my mom. No caption. Just the picture. She didn't reply. But 30 seconds later, my phone rang again. I watched it vibrate. Let it go. Then I silenced it entirely and slipped it into a drawer. The next morning, I checked my email. 6 messages. 2 from my mom, both subject line, emergency. 1 from my dad with the subject, "Are you insane?" And 3 from my aunt. One of them CC'd to half the family, titled, "What Jonah Did." I didn't open any of them. Instead, I clicked into the security footage from the front door camera. I'd left it running, secretly wired to a battery pack. Just for curiosity. The footage was gold. They pulled into the driveway in a taxi. Their suitcases were stacked in the trunk, one of them wrapped in a bright pink ribbon from the airport carousel. My dad was wearing his tourist fedora. My mom was in wedge sandals and a knockoff Gucci scarf. They were smiling, giddy, until they noticed something was off. Mom went up the steps first, key in hand. She tried the door. It opened. She stepped in, and she froze. Even through the grainy lens, I could see her body stiffen. She turned back toward my dad, who was still at the car, waving at the driver to stay. She said something. He shrugged. She waved him in, and then they were both inside. Less than 10 seconds later, they re-emerged. My dad started shouting, pacing in the driveway, throwing his arms in the air. My mom stood on the porch with her hand over her mouth, like she was trying not to vomit. She took out her phone, started dialing. My dad tried the garage. It didn't open. He looked inside one of the windows and kicked the door. That's when she found the note. She didn't read it right away. She stood in front of the fridge for a few seconds. Then she slowly reached out and peeled the paper off. Her lips moved as she read the 3 words. "Find a new wallet." And she screamed. She crumpled the paper and hurled it across the kitchen. She turned and grabbed her phone again. But this time, I could see her hands shaking. My dad stormed outside, kicked over one of the flower pots, and marched to the edge of the lawn like he thought maybe this was some big prank and the neighbors were in on it. Then he stopped, pulled out his own phone, started filming the empty garage like it was a crime scene. They were trapped. The taxi had already left. No car, no lights, no running water, no furniture. Just the hollow echo of their entitlement bouncing around inside an empty house they never paid for, never maintained, and never respected. The footage ended there. I closed the laptop and leaned back. The silence in my apartment felt different now. Heavier, but not in a bad way. Like something had been unplugged. Like the air itself had room to breathe. I didn't feel guilty. I felt free. They raised me with the belief that family meant owing them forever. That love was measured in obligations and payments. That my existence was a debt I could never pay off. But they were wrong. And now they'd have to face the truth without me. The first signs of damage control came within 48 hours. I hadn't blocked them yet. I wanted to see how far they'd go, how desperate they'd get before they realized the curtain had dropped and I wasn't stepping back on stage. The group chat exploded again on Tuesday morning. I woke up to 73 unread messages. It started with mom pretending everything was normal. Mom texted, "Hey sweetie, we're a little confused. Can you come by later today to explain what's going on?" Then the narrative shifted. Mom texted, "If this is about the Rome comment, we were joking. You're being overly sensitive, Jonah. You always take things too far." Dad texted, "You've made your point. It's not funny anymore. Bring back the car." Then came the guilt-tripping phase. Mom texted, "We gave you a home. We raised you. This is how you thank us." Aunt Carla texted, "Jonah, whatever this is, it's cruel. Your parents are devastated. They've done everything for you." And then the accusation started. Mom texted, "You stole the house. That was OURS." Dad texted, "This is elder abuse. You're not getting away with this." That one almost made me laugh out loud. I didn't respond, of course, but I took a moment to reread the closing paperwork. The deed had been in my name from day one. They had no legal footing, just ego. And now it was bleeding out all over the group chat. I didn't answer any of them, but I did get a call that afternoon from my cousin Tara. Tara's always been the black sheep of the family, in the best way. Tattoos, queer, witty, works at a nonprofit that helps low-income families find housing. We'd bonded over the years at awkward holiday dinners, usually by escaping to the garage and drinking from hidden flasks while the others gossiped. "Jonah," she said, half laughing, half whispering, "what did you do?" I hesitated, but then I just said, "Took my life back." There was a pause. Then, "Good. I hope you scorched the earth." Apparently, my parents were already spreading their version of the story. According to them, I'd snapped. That Rome trip had set me off, that I'd gone behind their backs and stolen everything they owned. Dad claimed I used legal trickery to evict them. Mom said I was emotionally unstable and influenced by toxic friends. When I asked Tara if anyone believed them, she snorted. "Uncle Pete thinks you had a breakdown. Aunt Carla's furious. But the cousins? We've been waiting for this moment for years." That night, I got a text from my younger cousin Sam. Sam texted, "You're a legend, dude. Can you take my parents next?" And another from a friend I hadn't spoken to in months. Devin texted, "Heard what happened. Proud of you, man. That took guts." The ripple effect was faster than I expected. Apparently, once the news got out that the house was legally mine and the money had been mine and that I had receipts, screenshots, bank statements, copies of the bills in my name, people started rethinking their loyalties. Some stayed silent. Others reached out quietly, offering support without saying much. But the tone shifted. My parents' smear campaign had backfired. And that's when the final phase kicked in. Begging. Mom was first. "Jonah, please. We're scared. We don't know where to go. Your father's blood pressure is high. We're staying in a motel. Everything's gone." Mom texted again, 10 minutes later. "I didn't mean what I said. I was just venting. You do help us. You've always helped us. I miss you." Mom, an hour after that. "Can we just talk? Face to face? Just dinner. Please." Then Dad, more subdued. "I don't know what to say except I'm sorry. I didn't realize what we were doing to you. I didn't realize how bad it had gotten." He didn't say, "I love you." He didn't say, "Thank you." He didn't even acknowledge the years of manipulation. But it was still more than I'd ever heard from him. Still, I didn't reply. Because I knew the truth now. Their regret wasn't about losing me. It was about losing the safety net I provided. The trips. The comfort. The easy money. The silence. I had been convenient. Now I was gone. They tried calling again that night. Over and over. I left my phone in the other room and went for a walk. There was a breeze. I passed a family on the sidewalk, two parents chasing a toddler who kept giggling and tripping over his own shoes. The dad scooped him up and spun him around. His mom laughed so hard she had to lean against a lamppost. And it hit me. That's what it's supposed to look like. Not entitlement. Not obligation. Not guilt dressed up as love. Just joy. Support. Kindness. It had taken me 33 years to learn that lesson. And it cost me a family. But I'd finally learned it. When I got home, I poured myself another glass of iced tea, flipped open my laptop, and saw one last email waiting. It was from a law firm. My parents were threatening legal action. That's when I decided it was time for the final surprise. I stared at the email from the law firm for a full minute before clicking it open. The subject line read, "Intent to pursue legal action regarding unlawful eviction." Cute. It was from a small local attorney who, judging by the email signature and cheesy headshot, probably handled more parking ticket disputes than property law. But he was clearly trying to sound intimidating. Dear Mr. Yates, I am writing on behalf of your parents, Mr. and Mrs. Yates, regarding what they believe to be an illegal and unethical eviction from the property located at address. They allege that the transfer of property and removal of their belongings occurred without proper notice or legal grounds. Unless we receive a response from you within 5 business days, we will proceed with legal action. I stopped reading after that. My fingers hovered over the keyboard for a second, but I didn't write back. I didn't need to. They were grasping at straws, swinging blindly at a wall I'd already fortified years ago. Because what they didn't know, what they never bothered to ask, was that 2 years earlier, I'd already prepared for this. It started after one of our worst fights. My mom had thrown a passive-aggressive jab during dinner, saying, "I hope you're saving some money instead of wasting it all on takeout and gadgets." That same week, my dad used my car without asking and got a speeding ticket. When I confronted him, he said, "Relax. You make good money. It's not like it matters." That night, I sat in my room for hours, just staring at the walls, thinking, what if something happened to me? What if they tried to take everything? Would they even blink? So I took action. I got a lawyer. A good one. A real estate and estate planning attorney with a reputation for airtight clauses and zero patience for emotional messes. Over a few months, we set everything in place. The title was legally transferred into a trust, with me as the sole beneficiary. I added ironclad documentation stating that any occupants in the home had month-to-month agreements and could be terminated at will by the trustee. I even had my parents sign acknowledgement forms at the time, under the guise of refinancing paperwork. They didn't read it. They didn't ask what it was. They just signed, because for all their bluster and control, they never really paid attention to the details. They liked playing king and queen of the castle, but I held the deed the whole time. My lawyer, Nina, was more than ready when I sent her the law firm's email. She drafted a response so clean it could have been framed. Your clients were occupants with no ownership stake, as documented by signed agreements dated 2 years ago. The home was legally owned by the Yates Family Trust, and all removals were conducted according to local tenancy laws with proper documentation and notice. Any further communication of a harassing or defamatory nature will be grounds for legal counteraction. We sent it, and just like that, the legal threat evaporated. But the fallout didn't stop there. The next week, I got a call from HR at my company. "Hey Jonah," my manager said, his voice cautious. "This is probably nothing, but someone called claiming to be a reporter doing a background check on you. Said there were allegations of fraud." My blood went cold. My parents had crossed into full-blown character assassination. I told HR the basics, not everything, but enough for them to understand this was a family vendetta and that any calls they got should be forwarded to legal. Thankfully, my reputation at work was spotless, and they were sympathetic. Still, it was a new low, even for my parents. I hadn't expected them to go that far, but I was ready for it, because I had one more card left to play. A few years ago, my mom had begged me to help with her taxes. She hated doing them, always forgot passwords, couldn't figure out what to deduct. So, being the dutiful son, I sat down one Sunday afternoon and handled everything. I created accounts for her and my dad, IRS login, TurboTax, everything. Saved the passwords, linked the accounts to their emails. I still had access. I'd never touched it, never abused it. But now they were trying to burn my name to the ground. So I didn't do anything shady or illegal. I didn't change their passwords. I didn't mess with their finances. But I downloaded everything. Years of returns, statements, loan applications, mismatched expenses, some very questionable donations, and suspicious deductions. A few years where my dad had claimed disability while also working part-time under the table. I didn't make any threats, but I did forward the documentation to my lawyer, just in case. Nina's response: "If they try anything else, we'll shut them down before they get the sentence out." That gave me peace. And finally, the call stopped. No more messages, no more emails, just silence. Weeks passed, then a month, then another. Word got around the family, maybe from Tara, maybe from someone else, that I'd lawyered up and had proof for every dollar and decision. That I wasn't just some pushover anymore. That I meant it when I said I was done. And the ones who had once laughed behind my back, they got quiet too. By September, my parents had found a small apartment. I heard through the grapevine that it was barely affordable and they'd sold off a lot of their stuff to make it work. No car, no cable. My mom was back working part-time at the church daycare. My dad was, ironically, walking to the library each day to use the internet. They tried inviting me to Thanksgiving. I declined. They sent a Christmas card that just said, "We miss you." I didn't send one back because I'd already given them everything. Time, money, energy, patience. And when I finally gave them nothing, they showed me who they really were. So I kept my distance, built my own life, got promoted, started dating again, went on a trip to Lisbon, not Rome, and sat on a rooftop at sunset with a glass of wine, smiling at how free it felt to have no messages waiting. No emergencies, no guilt, just me, living, existing, without owing anyone anything. And maybe that's the real revenge, not the note, not the house sale, not even the legal shutdown. The real revenge is peace. A life no longer dictated by people who only saw me as a wallet with legs. They lost that version of me. They'll never meet the new one. And that's the price of treating someone like an ATM instead of a son. You don't just lose the money. You lose the whole person. I'm Jacob, 36, and this past New Year's Eve was the night I finally realized my family didn't see me as family anymore. They saw me as staff. You know that gut punch moment when you reread a text 3 times just to make sure you're not overreacting? That was me, staring at my mom's message in the family group chat. This new year, go to your sisters. There's no space for you or your kids. I scrolled up, half expecting it to be a joke. But then my sister, ever the saint, chimed in. But you can still come early and cook like always. And the cherry on top, Dad's text, don't ruin the mood. Just bring the gifts. I just stared at the screen, that buzzing, low-grade rage crawling up my neck. I wanted to respond, I really did. Maybe say something witty or just honest. But instead, I muted the chat. I sat there for a while, phone face down on the table, while my 8-year-old son, Ben, played with his toy cars on the carpet, making engine noises. My daughter, Ella, was on the couch, coloring quietly. It hit me then, my parents didn't even want them there. Their own grandkids. Because, apparently, there wasn't space. Now, for context, my parents' house isn't small. It's a 4-bedroom place with a finished basement, 2 guest rooms, and a dining area that could fit a small wedding. But every year, my sister, Claire, gets the master guest room for her husband and their twins, while I usually get the basement sofa or an air mattress if I'm lucky. That was fine when it was just me. But I've been divorced for 3 years now, and ever since then, I guess I'm the inconvenience. See, Claire was always the golden child, the high achiever, straight-A student, corporate ladder climber, all that. She married Greg, a guy who looks like the human embodiment of a LinkedIn profile picture. Perfect teeth, expensive watch, zero self-awareness. They live about 40 minutes away from my parents, and somehow every family event revolves around them. My parents practically orbit her life. Me? I'm the freelance graphic designer who never quite found stability. That's what Mom said once at dinner, while I was sitting right there. She said it gently, like she was talking about a stray dog she sometimes feeds. I just smiled and took another bite of turkey. But I remember. I always remember. So when I read that message, I knew what it meant. I wasn't being uninvited because of space. I was being uninvited because they'd already decided where I fit in the family hierarchy. I was the helper, the one who still comes early and cooks like always. The next few days, I went through the motions, took the kids ice skating, worked on a few design projects, tried to pretend it didn't bother me. But every time I opened Instagram, I'd see Claire posting pictures of her perfect family, captioned, "Can't wait to ring in 2025 with my favorite people." My mom would comment with heart emojis. Dad would comment, "The best." I didn't even bother liking the posts anymore. By December 30th, Mom texted me privately, "Jacob, can you bring your famous roast potatoes? Everyone loved them last year." I just replied, "Sure." She double-tapped it with a heart. That was our entire conversation. So, New Year's Eve. I woke up that morning with this weird calmness. I packed up the kids, loaded the gifts in the trunk, and drove the hour to Claire's place. Her house looked like something out of a catalog. White lights, garland, wreaths, the whole thing. I rang the bell, and Claire opened the door in this sparkling silver dress like she was about to host a red carpet. She gave me a half hug, the kind that's mostly shoulder. "Oh, you made it. Can you take the ham into the kitchen? Mom's already started the appetizers." I carried the food in, kids trailing behind me. Mom barely looked up from the stove when we entered. "Hi, honey," she said absently, like she was greeting the mailman. "Put the gifts under the tree." "Oh, and could you start peeling the potatoes? I'm a bit behind schedule." That was it. No Merry Christmas. No how was the drive. Just an order. I looked over at Dad, who was already sitting in front of the TV with Greg, both holding drinks and laughing about something I couldn't hear. Ella tugged my sleeve and whispered, "Can I help, Dad?" I nodded. She stood on a stool next to me while I started peeling. As I worked, I caught snippets of conversation from the living room. Greg was talking about their new SUV, Claire was talking about her promotion, and Mom was bragging about how proud she was of them both. My name didn't come up once. Not once. By the time dinner was almost ready, I'd been on my feet for 3 hours. My back ached, my hands smelled like garlic, and Ella had fallen asleep on the couch. Ben was trying to play with his cousins, but they were too busy with their tablets. At one point, Claire poked her head into the kitchen and said, "Make sure the gravy isn't too thick this time, okay? Last year it was kind of," she trailed off and gave me that fake smile people use when they want to insult you but still sound polite. I just nodded. Got it. When dinner was finally served, everyone gathered at the table, everyone except me. Mom gestured toward the kitchen counter where she'd laid out the kids' table, which looked more like an afterthought. "You can sit there with the little ones, Jacob. It's easier for you to help them eat." Easier for me to help them eat. My own kids. I wanted to laugh, but it came out as a sigh. I looked at the big table. 8 chairs, all filled. Mom, Dad, Claire, Greg, the twins, and even Greg's parents, who somehow scored an invite. But not me. I was at the counter, between spilled juice boxes and plastic plates. The night went on. Toasts were made, pictures were taken, and I was barely in any of them. When I went to grab a drink, Dad frowned and said, "Careful with that, son. Greg's got an expensive carpet." Like I was a toddler about to spill something. Around 10 p.m., Claire brought out a big, expensive-looking cake. Everyone gathered around while she announced that she was pregnant with baby number 3. The room exploded with cheers. Mom started crying. Dad hugged Greg, and I stood there holding a plate of leftovers I was trying to wrap for my kids. "You're not going to say anything, Jake?" Claire asked with a smirk. "Congrats," I said. My voice came out quieter than I wanted. She smiled like she'd just won something. After that, the night blurred together. I cleaned the dishes while everyone else laughed in the living room. Mom came in once and said, "Jacob, don't forget to take the trash out before you go." Like I worked there. I nodded again, because what else could I do? Argue? 'Cause a scene in front of my kids? I wasn't going to give them that satisfaction. But I'll be honest, something in me broke that night. Not loudly, not dramatically, just quietly. Like the sound of a plate cracking under too much pressure. 3 hours into dinner, just as everyone was clinking glasses and shouting, "Happy New Year," the doorbell rang. Everyone looked around, confused. Claire frowned. "Who's that at this hour?" Mom said, "Probably the neighbors." But I knew exactly who it was. And when I opened that door, the room behind me went completely silent. Standing in the doorway, I froze. The cold air from outside swept in, biting at my face, and for a moment, I thought I might be hallucinating. But there he was, Uncle Rob. My dad's younger brother, the family's black sheep. Except unlike me, he'd made peace with it. He was the kind of guy who stopped attending family events years ago, mostly because Dad and Mom thought he was unrefined. He'd been cut out of every photo, every conversation, every memory. Until now. He stood there in his worn leather jacket, holding a large brown envelope under his arm, his expression somewhere between calm and disappointed. "Hey, Jake," he said. "Sorry to drop by uninvited." Behind me, I heard my mom's voice, sharp and disbelieving. "Robert, what on earth are you doing here?" He stepped inside without waiting for an invitation. "Just thought I'd stop by," he said, his tone casual but heavy. "Heard the whole family was getting together. Figured it'd be nice to see everyone before the new year." My dad looked like he'd swallowed a lemon. "We're in the middle of dinner," he muttered, his smile painfully forced. Rob glanced past him. "Oh, I can see that. Looks like a full house." His eyes landed on me, then on the sink piled with dishes, then on the counter where my kids sat with their plates. His expression darkened slightly. "Didn't realize you were catering, Jake," he said quietly. That stung more than I expected. Claire appeared behind my dad, clutching her wine glass. "Uncle Rob," she said with that same performative politeness she used with strangers. I didn't think you were still in touch with us. He smirked. Neither did I. But then, someone left a voicemail for me last week about some changes to Dad's will. So I figured, hey, maybe I should show my face again. The room froze. I could hear the clock ticking. My mom's expression twitched for half a second before she composed herself. This isn't the time, she said. We're celebrating. Rob shrugged. Sure. Just thought it was interesting. The voicemail said something about removing me as a beneficiary. Not that I care much about money, but the part that caught my attention was whose name was added instead. Now everyone was looking at him, but I noticed Mom's hand trembling slightly as she adjusted her wine glass. Claire, Rob said, turning toward her. Congrats on the promotion, by the way. And the new house. Must be nice to get some help from the family trust, huh? Her smile faltered. I don't know what you're implying. Oh, I think you do, he said evenly. Because that trust was supposed to be for both your kids. His gaze shifted to me. And only one of you got a call from the lawyer. I didn't say a word. My throat felt tight. I didn't even know there was a trust. Dad stood up, face red. That's enough, Rob. You come into my daughter's home, uninvited, and start spewing nonsense. Nonsense? Rob interrupted, laughing under his breath. So it's nonsense that you and your wife moved the funds last month? That the account under both your kids' names is now listed solely under Claire's? Mom's voice rose. That's private family business. Exactly, he said, raising an eyebrow. Family. That includes Jacob, doesn't it? Everyone turned to me then. I could feel every eye in that room pressing down on me like heat. My mom's face softened just enough to deliver her trademark guilt line. Jacob, please don't make this into something it's not. You know your sister has more responsibilities. She's got kids, a mortgage. So do I said quietly. She blinked, like she hadn't expected me to speak. I've got kids too. A mortgage. Bills. The only difference is I don't get bailed out by family money I didn't know existed. Claire set down her glass. Oh, come on, Jake. You wouldn't even know what to do with it. You can barely manage your freelance stuff. Mom and Dad just thought it'd be smarter if the funds went to someone stable. Someone stable. The words hit harder than I expected. Uncle Rob whistled softly. Wow. They really don't even hide it anymore, do they? Rob, please, Mom hissed. He ignored her. You know, Jake, your dad used to talk about fairness all the time when we were kids. Said he wanted both of us to have equal chances. Guess that stopped applying when it came to his own kids. My dad's voice boomed. You have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, I think I do, Rob shot back. You think the world's forgotten who bailed you out of that business debt 15 years ago? Who signed the papers so you wouldn't lose the house? You're still living off the money I helped you secure. But sure, let's pretend you're the noble patriarch. The tension was unbearable. My mom looked ready to explode. Claire had gone pale, and Greg, bless his clueless soul, was pretending to check his phone. Finally, Dad said, Rob, leave. Now. But Rob didn't move. He looked at me again. That same steady look he'd given me years ago when I was a kid. You ever wonder why they always need you to come early and cook? He asked softly. Why they never make space for you and your kids? I didn't answer, but I felt something inside me shift. It's because they don't see you as family anymore, he continued. They see you as convenient. That line landed like a punch. The silence afterward felt deafening. My mom finally broke it with her sharp, clipped tone. You've made your point, Robert. Jacob, don't listen to this. You know we love you. Love me? I interrupted, the words spilling out before I could stop them. You didn't even want me here tonight. You literally told me to go somewhere else because there wasn't space. You made me cook, sit at the counter, and act like I should be grateful just to exist in the same room. Jacob, Dad warned, his voice low. Watch your tone. No, I said. For once, you watch yours. The room went still again. Even the twins had stopped whispering. I could feel years of swallowed resentment clawing its way up my throat. You've spent my whole life pretending I'm some kind of failure because I didn't turn out like Claire. But you never once stopped to see how hard I've been trying. You talk about family, but you treat me like hired help. Mom's face tightened, and I could tell she was about to launch into another speech about respecting my elders. But Rob cut in. Let him talk. And for once, they did. I've put up with it all because I thought that's just what family does. I showed up. I helped. I smiled through it. But tonight, I paused, my voice catching. Tonight, I realized I'm not part of this family. I'm part of the work staff you don't pay. No one said a word. Even Claire looked like she didn't know where to look. Then Rob handed me the envelope he'd been holding. You might want to read this later, he said quietly. It's about the trust. My dad lunged up from his chair. Rob, don't you? But Rob was already walking toward the door. You've done enough, Henry. I stood there with the envelope in my hand, heart pounding so hard it hurt. My mom tried to reach for it, but I stepped back. What's in here? I asked Rob. He looked me straight in the eye. Proof. Then he opened the door and walked out into the cold. I didn't move for a long time. Nobody did. The only sound in the room was the faint hum of the heater and Claire's twins giggling softly, not understanding what had just happened. Finally, my mom said, Jacob, don't make this worse. You'll regret it if you. But I wasn't listening anymore. I slowly opened the envelope. And the moment I saw what was inside, my hands started to shake. It wasn't just about money anymore. It was about everything they'd been hiding, everything they'd stolen. And that was the moment, right there in my sister's perfect living room, when I stopped being their obedient son and started planning my revenge. My fingers trembled slightly as I unfolded the papers inside the envelope. There were about a dozen sheets, bank statements, signatures, notarized transfers, all pointing to one truth. Everything my parents had ever told me about family fairness was a lie. The trust fund had originally been created by my grandfather, a man I barely remembered except for his old wristwatch that Dad used to wear proudly. He'd set aside money for his grandchildren's future. There it was, right on the document, in his precise, cursive handwriting, to be divided equally between my grandchildren, Jacob and Claire. But according to the newer documents, the trust had been restructured 5 years ago. My name was crossed out, literally crossed out in ink. A new line beneath it said, Successor Beneficiary, Claire Matthews. The date of the amendment? 2 months after my divorce. For a moment, the room blurred. I could hear the muffled chatter of the others behind me. Mom whispering something to Dad. Claire trying to shush the kids, but I couldn't focus. It was like every breath in the room had been sucked out. Jacob, please, Mom said, her voice suddenly softer, almost maternal. You don't understand. This was your father's decision. We were just thinking of what's best for everyone. I looked up slowly. Everyone. She took a hesitant step forward. Claire has more responsibilities. You know that. She has a family, a home, and I have a family, I said louder this time. 2 kids, remember? You told me to leave them out of tonight's dinner because there wasn't enough space, and now you're talking about responsibilities? Claire folded her arms. You're twisting everything, Jake. This isn't about favoritism. It's about logic. You're not exactly the most financially responsible person. Something in her tone, so casual, so dismissive, snapped whatever was left of my patience. You mean because I didn't marry a walking spreadsheet? Jake, Mom snapped, scandalized. That's no way to talk in front of the children. Oh, now we care about setting examples? I said, because it seems like you've been teaching one lesson pretty clearly for years, that I'll always be second place. Dad finally spoke. His voice wasn't loud, but it had that firm, controlled authority that used to make me shrink as a kid. Jacob, you are overreacting. This was never meant as an insult. Claire is just better suited to manage things right now. You've always been creative. You live month to month. What if something happened to you? You'd spend it all. My jaw tightened. So instead, you just decided I don't deserve anything at all. He didn't answer. He just looked away, and that silence said everything. For years, I told myself I was fine with being the underdog, the quiet one, the helper, the peacekeeper. But in that moment, standing there with my kids' names not even mentioned in what was supposed to be their inheritance, I realized something deeper. They didn't just underestimate me. They'd erased me. Uncle Rob had left a few minutes ago, but his words echoed in my head. They see you as convenient. I put the papers down on the counter carefully. My hands felt cold, but my mind was oddly clear. Tell me something, I said, looking at Dad. When Grandpa died, you told me there wasn't much left. You said most of his estate went to taxes and medical bills. He hesitated. That's true. I pointed to the documents. Then what's this? He didn't respond. Or this transfer to the Matthews family holdings account. That doesn't sound like taxes, Dad. His face darkened. You watch your tone, son. Mom stepped between us quickly. Jacob, this isn't the time for this. It's New Year's Eve. Please, let's not. I laughed. It came out sharp and humorless. Oh, I'm sorry. Am I ruining the mood? Should I just bring the gifts and keep my mouth shut, like the good little helper you raised me to be? She flinched at that. Claire muttered, "You're being dramatic." I turned to her, calm now. No. Dramatic is pretending to have a perfect life on Instagram while lying to your brother's face for 5 years. Her cheeks flushed. You don't understand how these things work. Maybe not, I said. But I understand betrayal. For a moment, nobody spoke. Even Greg finally put his phone down, sensing the shift in the air. Then Ben's small voice broke the silence. Dad, are we going home? I looked down at him, and for a second, all the noise in my head quieted. His eyes were wide and a little scared. He didn't understand what was happening, but he could feel it. The tension, the anger, the coldness that had always filled this house disguised as tradition. I knelt beside him. Yeah, buddy, I said softly. We're going home soon. When I stood up, Mom tried to put her hand on my shoulder. Jacob, please don't do anything rash. We can talk about this later, after the holidays. I stepped back. You had years to talk about it. You made your choices. Don't you dare walk out of here and make a scene, Dad warned. This is still family business. I smiled faintly, though it didn't reach my eyes. Don't worry. I won't make a scene. I gathered the papers, folded them neatly, and slipped them back into the envelope. Then I picked up my coat, called Ella over, and helped Ben put his shoes on. Claire scoffed as I passed. Honestly, Jake, if you're going to sulk every time life isn't fair. I stopped in the doorway and looked at her. No, Claire. I'm not sulking. I'm remembering. Remembering what? She said, half laughing. Everything, I said. Her smirk faded a little as I walked out the door. The cold night air hit me like a shock, but it felt cleaner than anything inside that house. I strapped the kids into the car, got in the driver's seat, and sat there for a while with my hands gripping the steering wheel. The papers on the passenger seat felt heavy, like they carried more than just money. They carried years of quiet humiliation, of unspoken boundaries, of being useful but never valued. In the rearview mirror, I could still see the glow from Claire's house. Warm, golden, perfect from the outside. The kind of picture people post with captions like "family is everything." But I knew better now. As I started the car, Ben asked sleepily, Dad, are Grandma and Grandpa mad? I stared out at the road ahead. No, buddy, I said quietly. They're just not who I thought they were. He yawned. Are we going to see Uncle Rob? That caught me off guard. Why? He looked nice, Ben said simply. He said hi to me. I smiled a little. Yeah, I murmured. He is nice. As we drove away, the sound of fireworks began to echo in the distance. The new year was starting, and for once, I didn't feel trapped by it. I didn't know exactly what I was going to do yet, but I knew I wouldn't let it go. Not this time. That night, after I tucked the kids in and sat alone at the kitchen table, I opened the envelope again and studied the signatures. My dad's, my mom's, the lawyer's. Then, something caught my eye. A small note scribbled in the margin of one of the pages, in handwriting that wasn't theirs. It said, call me before you confront them. Don't let them twist it first. And beneath that was a phone number. Uncle Rob's. I stared at it for a long time, then picked up my phone. Because maybe, just maybe, this time I wasn't alone. And as it turned out, Uncle Rob had a plan. One that would make every lie they'd ever told finally come crashing down. But that came later. When I called Uncle Rob the next morning, he picked up after one ring, like he'd been expecting it. His voice was calm, steady, exactly what I needed to hear after the storm of the night before. I figured you'd call, he said. Did you read everything? Yeah, I said quietly. And I don't even know where to start. I feel like my entire childhood just got rewritten. That's because it did, he said. Your dad's been moving money around for years. He's been keeping the family trust under Claire's name so the taxes would look cleaner, and telling everyone it's what your grandfather wanted. But I knew your granddad. He would have never cut you out. My stomach turned. So what do? Rob sighed. We make it right. But we do it smart. The plan was simple, but precise. Rob still had old copies of the trust paperwork, plus Grandpa's handwritten notes that confirmed it was meant to be split equally. The lawyer who'd handled the original trust had retired, but Rob tracked him down. He was in his late 70s now, living quietly in a small town 2 hours away. When I met him the next day, he remembered everything. I warned your parents back then, the lawyer said. Your father wanted control of both halves. I told him he couldn't change your grandfather's wishes without your consent. He told me you'd agreed. Signed for it. My chest went cold. I never signed anything. He nodded grimly. Then that's forgery. He pulled out an old filing box, rifled through some folders, and handed me a photocopy. And there it was, my signature. It looked close to mine, but not quite. Too smooth, too perfect. And next to it, my father's actual signature, bold and clean. I didn't say a word. Just took the paper and thanked him. Rob called me that night. We can take this to court, he said. But if you want something quicker and louder, we can do that too. Up to you. I thought about it for a while. And then I thought about Ben and Ella, how I wanted them to grow up knowing what integrity looks like. I didn't want a quiet settlement. I wanted the truth out there, no matter how ugly it got. So I made a few calls of my own. The next Sunday, Claire was hosting another family dinner. She texted me, "If you're not still mad, come by." Like nothing had happened. I didn't reply. Instead, I called Rob, and we showed up together, uninvited, just like he had that night. Except this time, I wasn't shaking. When the door opened, Claire looked genuinely surprised. "Wow, you actually came." "Yeah," I said calmly. "We brought dessert." We walked in. Mom and Dad were already seated at the table, mid-laughter. The moment they saw Rob, it stopped. Mom stood up immediately. "What are you doing here?" Rob set his briefcase on the table. "Finishing what we started." Dad's jaw tightened. "Jacob, I thought we agreed." "We didn't agree to anything," I said, pulling out the papers. "But I thought you might want to see this." I spread the documents out on the dining table. The old trust, Grandpa's handwritten note, the copy of the forged signature, and the notarized amendment transferring everything to Claire. My dad's face went pale. Mom stammered, "Jacob, this is out of context. You're blowing things out of proportion." "Really?" I said. "Because the lawyer we just met said otherwise. And he's willing to testify. He even gave me the original copy of the signature page, with his notes proving it was altered after Grandpa's death." Claire's fork clattered against her plate. "You went to him? After all these years?" Rob smiled faintly. "Some of us still believe in doing things right." My dad slammed his hand on the table. "You don't understand the pressure I was under. The taxes, the lawyers, Then you should have said that," I interrupted. "You should have told me the truth instead of cutting me and my kids out completely." Mom's lip trembled. "We were trying to protect you." "By lying?" I asked. "By erasing my name?" She didn't answer. Rob leaned forward, his voice even but firm. "You've got two options. You come clean and fix it properly, or Jacob files a claim for forgery and misappropriation. And if that happens, every financial record from the last 10 years becomes public, including the ones tied to Greg's business investments." That got their attention. Greg nearly dropped his wine glass. "What are you talking about?" Rob pulled out one last document, a transfer showing Greg's company received a private family loan from the same trust account. "Oh, just this," he said casually. "Looks like your father-in-law funded your firm without telling anyone. That's called misuse of estate funds." Greg's face went gray. "You said that was..." "Claire, you told me it was approved." She looked cornered, eyes darting between him and our parents. I thought it was." For a full minute, no one spoke. The room felt smaller, the air heavier. Then Dad sank into his chair, deflated. "What do you want?" he muttered. I took a deep breath. "I want it put back. All of it. Every cent that was supposed to be shared, restored equally, as Grandpa intended. Half for me, half for Claire. And I want my kids' names on it. Permanently." Mom's eyes filled with tears. "Jacob, please." "No," I said quietly. "You don't get to please your way out of this one." Rob reached into his briefcase and slid over two pre-drafted amendment forms. "I've already talked to the lawyer. Sign these, and it's fixed. Simple." For a moment, I thought Dad might refuse. But then he saw the look in my eyes, and maybe for the first time in his life, he realized I wasn't backing down. Slowly, he picked up the pen and signed. Mom followed, silently crying. Claire hesitated, but Greg whispered something to her, and she signed too. It was over in minutes. When it was done, I took the signed forms, folded them, and slipped them into my jacket pocket. "Thank you," I said. "Now I can finally stop being the family errand boy." I turned to leave, but before I reached the door, Dad's voice stopped me. "Jacob." I turned. He looked smaller somehow, older, broken in a way I'd never seen. "You'll regret doing this," he said quietly. I met his eyes. "No," I said. I'll regret not doing it sooner. Rob and I left without another word. Outside, the air was crisp and cold again, but this time, it felt good. Like breathing for the first time after being underwater too long. We stood by the car, watching the snow fall. You did good, kid, Rob said, clapping my shoulder. You did it the right way. Thanks, I said, exhaling. For everything. He smiled. Just promise me one thing. Don't let them drag you back in. Once you see what they really are, you can't unsee it. I know, I said. And I meant it. Weeks later, the paperwork went through. The trust was legally split again, half in my name, half in Claire's, with separate accounts for both families. But the money didn't matter as much as what it represented. For the first time in my life, I'd stood up to them and won, not out of anger, but out of self-respect. I haven't spoken much to my parents since. They've texted a few times, long guilt-ridden paragraphs that start with, "We just want to move on," and end with, "Family is forever." I don't reply. Sometimes silence is the only thing left to say. Claire tried calling once. I let it ring. The kids and I spent this New Year's just the three of us. No forced smiles, no passive-aggressive comments. We ordered pizza, stayed up late watching fireworks from the balcony, and when the clock struck midnight, Ben hugged me and said, "This year feels better, Dad." He was right, because for the first time in my life, it wasn't about proving I belonged in their version of family. It was about finally building my own. My name's Adam, and I'm 23 years old. I wasn't supposed to be here, at least, not according to my parents. If you told 18-year-old me that one day I'd be wearing a suit tailored to my measurements, sitting behind a desk with my nameplate on the glass door, I probably would have laughed. Not because I didn't believe in myself, but because back then, no one else did. Especially not my parents. It started the day I opened that acceptance letter. I remember the exact shade of the envelope. Navy blue, embossed with the university seal in gold. I'd been waiting for weeks. I barely breathed as I tore it open at the kitchen table, heart pounding, hands shaking. And there it was, "Congratulations, Adam." The rest blurred out as my eyes filled with tears. I'd gotten into Ridgewell University. My dream school. Full ride, almost. Almost. I turned to my parents, still in their pajamas, watching one of those loud morning shows on TV. I held out the letter like it was the most sacred thing I'd ever touched. "Look," I said, smiling. I got in. My mom glanced at it like it was a grocery receipt. My dad didn't even look up. "You're not special, Adam," my dad muttered, flipping the channel. "Everyone gets into college these days." I stood there, stunned. I expected maybe a hug. "Oh, we're proud of you?" Even just a nod. But my mom just sighed. "Well, we're not wasting money on that," she added. "It's not like you're going to finish. Nobody from this family ever does." That was the first crack. And once it formed, the rest came fast. They refused to fill out the FAFSA. Wouldn't even give me the tax info. Said if I wanted to play big shot and go off to some fancy school, I could figure it out on my own. I tried explaining it wasn't a fancy school. I tried explaining the scholarships. I tried explaining how close I was. Just needed help with room and board, or even just a signature. They didn't care. "You think you're better than us?" my dad asked one night, as I sat at the kitchen table trying to make the numbers work. "You're not. You've always had your head in the clouds, acting like you're some genius. Maybe it's time you learn how the real world works." That was the same night I noticed a box on my bed. My room, already more like a storage closet than a bedroom, had been stripped down. My desk was gone. My clothes were folded in neat piles on the floor. I thought maybe they were doing renovations. Then I saw the garbage bags, lined up by the door. I stood there in silence until my dad walked in, holding a beer. He didn't even blink. "Figure it out, genius." That was it. I didn't cry. I didn't yell. I just walked out the front door and took a photo of the bags on the lawn, the cardboard box with my name scribbled on the side, and the cracked porch I'd grown up sitting on. I posted it nowhere. Showed it to no one. But I saved it, deep in my phone, buried in a folder I labeled Reason. I crashed at my friend's basement for a while. Slept on a mattress that deflated every night. Got a job delivering groceries at night and mopping floors in the morning. Ate cheap takeout and pretended the noodles were homemade. Took out loans I didn't understand just to cover the rest. Studied on the bus. Failed a couple classes. Picked myself back up. Slowly, I clawed my way forward, inch by painful inch. And through it all, the late nights, the skipped meals, the self-doubt, I never heard from them. Not a text. Not a "how are you?" Not a single acknowledgement that I existed. Until last Tuesday. 5 years had passed. I had graduated early, somehow. Got into a tech startup during a wild hiring spree. Moved up fast. Too fast. Imposter syndrome was a daily companion, but I faked it until I didn't have to. And then came the offer to lead a new branch in the city, corner office. Decent team, six-figure salary. It didn't feel real until I walked in and saw my name on the wall. Adam Wexler, Regional Director. Tuesday started like any other. Emails, meetings, coffee that tasted slightly burnt. I was halfway through a call with a vendor when my receptionist buzzed in. There's, a couple here to see you. They say they're your parents. I didn't move for a second. I just stared at the phone like it had said something in a foreign language. Should I send them up? She asked. I almost said no, but curiosity won. They walked in like they owned the place. My mom in a gaudy leopard print coat. My dad in the same jacket he wore the night he kicked me out. His hair was grayer. Hers was stiff with too much hairspray. They looked older. Smaller. Adam, my mom said brightly, like we were old friends. You look so grown up. I said nothing. They sat down before I invited them to. My dad scanned the room like he was inspecting property. Not bad, he said. You must be doing well. Still, I said nothing. Then came the reason they were there. Of course there was a reason. My parents never made a move unless it benefited them. Well, my mom started, with a practiced sigh, things have been tight lately. The house needs some work. And with the mortgage, we just thought, maybe you could help out a bit. We gave you a roof for 18 years, my dad added. It's only fair you give back. I didn't flinch. I didn't yell. I just opened the drawer, pulled out my phone, tapped a few times, and turned the screen toward them. The photo. My clothes. On the lawn. The trash bags. The broken porch. Their faces changed instantly. My mom's smile disappeared like someone had flipped a switch. My dad leaned back in his chair, jaw tight. You kept that? He asked, his voice low. I didn't answer. They sat in silence for a few seconds, the weight of that photo hanging in the air like smoke. And then my mom did what she always did when things stopped going her way. She pivoted. Fast. Oh, come on, Adam, she said, forcing a shaky laugh. That was years ago. We were just trying to teach you responsibility. You needed to grow up, and clearly you did. We did the right thing, didn't we? My dad stayed quiet, but his eyes were locked on me. Watching. Measuring. I leaned back slowly in my chair, phone still face up on the table between us. I took my time, not to be dramatic, but because I wanted to study their faces. I wanted to see if there was even a flicker of guilt, regret, shame. But all I saw was discomfort and calculation. They weren't sorry. Not for what they did. Not for how they did it. They were only sorry that now, they needed me. For a moment, I let the silence stretch. Let it sink in. I thought of those nights I fell asleep hungry because I couldn't afford dinner and bus fare. I thought of the rejection letters for internships because I had no connections. I thought of the way I used to walk past nice restaurants and imagine what it felt like to sit inside without worrying about the bill. I thought of the time my shoe fell apart during finals week, and I had to duct tape it together and pretend it was a style choice. And all that time, while I was scraping by, they were sitting comfortably in that house, watching game shows, hosting barbecue nights with the neighbors, not once wondering where their only son had disappeared to. You didn't teach me anything, I finally said, my voice calm but razor sharp. You abandoned me. You laughed when I got in. You threw my life on the lawn and told me to figure it out. My mom opened her mouth, but I raised a hand. No, you don't get to spin this. I reached into the other drawer, the locked one, and pulled out a slim black folder. Inside were a few neatly organized documents. I slid one across the desk toward them. This is the list of scholarships and grants I earned. Every one of them. I want you to see what it looks like when someone believes in themselves. Another paper. I slid it over. This is the loan I had to take because you refused to fill out a single form. I'm still paying it off. A third sheet, my diploma. Honors. Dual major. And this, I said, pulling out one last thing. The deed to a property I had just closed on 2 weeks prior. This is mine. Paid for without a single cent from you. Their faces were blank now. Not angry. Not defensive. Just stunned. Like they were looking at a stranger. My dad finally spoke, his voice quiet. So you're really not going to help? I met his eyes. No. He blinked. My mom's lip curled like she wanted to cry or scream. We're family, Adam, she said. I took a deep breath. I could feel my heart thudding, slow and heavy, but I didn't waver. No, I said. We're relatives. There's a difference. I stood up, signaling the meeting was over. Security will walk you out. That part was a bluff. I didn't need security. They weren't going to make a scene, not here. Not when their image still mattered. I walked to the door and opened it. They stood, slowly, like their legs had aged 5 years in 5 minutes. My dad looked at me one last time. "You'll regret this," he muttered. I didn't answer. They left. I stood there for a while, staring at the hallway where they'd disappeared. The receptionist gave me a look as I returned to my desk, the kind that asked a dozen questions at once. I just shook my head. The weight didn't lift immediately. I sat back down, stared at my screensaver. That photo's still on my phone. But for the first time in a long time, I didn't feel like I was still chasing something. I'd finally stopped running, and they were the ones who had to catch up. What I didn't know at that moment, though, what I couldn't have known, was that this wasn't over. Not even close. Because 3 days later, I got a call from a lawyer. And apparently, my parents had one last trick up their sleeve. The call came on a Friday afternoon, just as I was packing up to leave for the weekend. I remember the sky outside was turning that kind of soft orange that makes the city almost look peaceful. I had plans, nothing extravagant, just a quiet dinner with some friends, and maybe a late movie. For once, my life felt steady, predictable, like the storm had passed. Then my phone buzzed. "Hello, is this Mr. Adam Wexler?" "Yes. Who's this?" "This is Michael Grant, legal counsel for James and Patricia Wexler." I froze. Even hearing their names like that, formal, cold, wrapped in legal tone, made my stomach twist. I hadn't spoken those names out loud in years. I let out a slow breath and leaned back in my chair. "What's this about?" I asked, already bracing for whatever nonsense was about to come next. "There's been a situation regarding the family home," he said. "Your parents have recently filed a claim that your name was intended to be on the property deed as co-owner." I blinked. "What?" "They're claiming it was a clerical error during the refinancing years ago, that you were always supposed to have shared ownership, which would make you partially responsible for the current mortgage." I laughed, out loud. It wasn't a pleasant laugh. It was sharp and dry and bitter. "They threw me out," I said slowly, trying not to raise my voice. "They dumped my things on the lawn like I was a stranger. Now they want me to help pay for the house they kicked me out of." "I'm not here to argue the ethics," Michael said, his voice steady. "I'm just calling to inform you of the filing. You'll be receiving documents shortly." I rubbed my eyes. "Of course I will. Just one more thing," he added. "They also mentioned that, should you refuse to cooperate, they'd be willing to go public. Local press, social media, they seem confident they could damage your reputation." That part caught me off guard. "Wait, what exactly are they planning to say?" He paused. "They claim you abandoned them, that you've become wealthy and cold, and that they're now on the verge of losing everything. That they sacrificed to raise you, and now their only son won't lift a finger to help them stay afloat." I felt something in my chest, like a spark trying to become a fire. "They're framing me as the villain?" I said. Michael didn't reply. I hung up a few seconds later, too angry to be polite. I sat there in silence, watching the lights of other office buildings flick on one by one outside my window. The city didn't care about my problems. The world kept spinning. But I wasn't going to let this happen. I pulled out the file drawer again, the one with everything. The records, the receipts, the emails I'd saved over the years. I even had a copy of the text my dad sent me when he told me to stop pretending to be a victim the year I was hospitalized for exhaustion and couldn't make it home for the holidays. I'd buried all of it. For years. Out of some misguided sense of maturity. Out of a belief that walking away quietly was the high road. But now they wanted to paint me as the monster? Fine. If they wanted a fight, they were going to get one. I called my lawyer. Her name was Sasha, and she didn't ask a lot of questions. Just told me to come in first thing Monday morning. She'd handled worse, and she didn't like bullies. That weekend, I didn't go to the dinner. Didn't see the movie. I sat in my apartment, going through everything I had. Building a case I never thought I'd have to use. Every missed birthday. Every unacknowledged milestone. Every time they chose my brother over me. Not because he needed them more, but because he was easier. More obedient. Less of a threat to their fragile egos. I remembered something else, too. Something small, something almost stupid. When I was 12, I made a wooden box in shop class. I gave it to my mom for Mother's Day. She opened it, smiled politely, then gave it to my aunt as a re-gift the next week. I only knew because my aunt told me how much she loved it, and I saw the little, "To Mom" sticker still stuck inside. They'd always seen me as disposable. And now? Now they were about to find out how dangerous someone becomes when they've got nothing left to lose and everything to prove. But just as I was preparing to go nuclear, something happened that changed everything. I got another call. Only this time, it wasn't from a lawyer. It was from my brother. And he said something I never expected to hear. "Adam, they're lying to you. You need to see what they've really done." I hadn't heard my brother's voice in almost 4 years. The last time we spoke, he called me selfish for not coming to Dad's 60th birthday, completely ignoring the fact that I was working back-to-back shifts that weekend just to stay afloat. So when his name lit up on my phone, I hesitated. I almost didn't answer, but something in my gut told me to pick up. His voice was quiet, uneasy, not the cocky, overconfident tone I remembered from our childhood, when he was always the golden boy, the one our parents called a natural, even though I was the one bringing home straight A's. "Adam," he said, "they're lying to you. You need to see what they've really done." I didn't speak right away. I wasn't sure what game he was playing, or if this was just another way to manipulate me. But then he said something that made my blood run cold. "They've been cashing checks. In your name." I sat up straighter. "What checks?" "Federal relief checks. From your scholarship fund. Tax refunds from your early jobs. Even something about a grant that was supposed to go to low-income students. I think they faked the paperwork." My heart was pounding. "How do you know all this?" "I found the documents," he said. "I'm not living at home anymore. I moved out last month. Couldn't take it anymore. But I came by to pick up some boxes, and I found a folder in Dad's desk. It has your name all over it. Letters, fake signatures, even a forged form with your social security number. They've been using your identity for years." I stared at the wall, jaw clenched. Of course they did. They didn't just abandon me. They didn't just humiliate me. They used me, milked me for every dollar they could get their hands on, even after I was gone. And then they had the audacity to come to my office, look me in the eyes, and ask for help like they were the victims. My brother kept talking. "I'm sorry, Adam. I didn't know. I should have said something earlier. I thought you were doing fine. I figured you didn't care." I wanted to be angry with him, and maybe part of me was. But right then, I needed answers more than I needed apologies. "Can you get me copies of the documents?" "I already did. I scanned them before I left. I can send them to you tonight." "Good." We hung up, and I just sat there in my apartment, staring at nothing, letting it all sink in. They had committed federal fraud. In my name. Probably thought I'd never find out. Probably figured I was too busy climbing the ladder, too focused on success to look back. And to be honest, for a while, I was. But not anymore. That night, I forwarded the scans to Sasha. I could practically feel the shift in her tone when she called the next morning. "Oh, they're done," she said, matter of fact. "This is prison time if we want to push it. At the very least, we'll get them investigated by the IRS. I want them held accountable," I said. "Every lie, every stolen dollar." "Then buckle up," she said, "because this is going to get ugly." And it did. The next 6 months were a blur of court documents, depositions, and carefully worded emails. Sasha was relentless. We subpoenaed bank records, tax filings, even school documents from my old high school. Turns out, the fraud went further back than we thought. They'd been skimming from me since I was 17. When the federal investigators got involved, things really started to unravel. My parents were caught completely off guard. They tried to play innocent, of course, said it was all a misunderstanding, that they thought they were entitled to the money because they'd supported me growing up. But the paper trail didn't lie. Forged signatures, multiple accounts in my name. My father had even created a fake Gmail account pretending to be me to apply for certain benefits. They were charged with identity theft, wire fraud, and tax evasion. The court gave them a choice: take a plea deal and pay restitution, or go to trial and risk serious prison time. They took the deal, barely. My father got 2 years of house arrest and probation. My mother got community service and was barred from handling any financial accounts outside her own name for 5 years. They were both slapped with hefty fines. But the real blow wasn't the legal punishment. It was the humiliation. They lost the house. My childhood home, the one they kicked me out of, was sold to cover part of the restitution. Every neighbor, every distant cousin, every member of their social circle knew what happened. Their reputation, their carefully curated image of being a good old-fashioned family, was shattered. My brother moved out for good. Changed his number. Started over. We talk now, not all the time, but enough. He's not perfect, but he helped me when it mattered. That counts for something. As for me, I used part of the restitution to pay off my student loans. Bought a better apartment. Set up a scholarship fund in my name, a real one, for students like me who were told they weren't special. And I kept the photo, the one of my stuff on the lawn. It sits in a frame on the shelf behind my desk, not out of bitterness, but as a reminder of who I was, of how far I came, of what happens when you bet against someone who refuses to stay down. A few months after the case ended, I got one last letter from my parents. No return address. Handwritten. My mom's handwriting. It said, "We didn't mean for it to go that far. We just wanted what was fair." I didn't reply, because in the end, I did what they always told me to do. I figured it out. On my own. My brother smirked across the table and said, "You'll never be successful like me." That line still rings in my head like a bell. My name's Jacob. I'm 27, and I've spent most of my adult life being the responsible one in my family. I was the kid who got a job at 16, saved every penny, and made sure mom's bills were paid when things got tight. My older brother, Ryan, was the golden child, the one everyone praised for his potential, even though he never seemed to actually do anything with it. Our family dynamic has always been complicated. Dad left when I was 9, and Mom worked 2 jobs to keep the lights on. Ryan was supposed to be the man of the house, but most of the time, that meant playing video games and talking about the startup he was going to launch one day. Meanwhile, I was the one unclogging the sink, figuring out how to pay for new tires for Mom's car, and negotiating late fees with the electric company. I never minded helping. Honestly, there was a certain pride in it. It felt good to know I was keeping us afloat. But somewhere along the line, it stopped feeling like help and started feeling like obligation. Like my entire identity in this family was just being the backup plan whenever Ryan flaked out or Mom fell behind. That's why Ryan's comment hit me harder than I expected. It was a casual Saturday dinner at Mom's house. Nothing fancy, just spaghetti and garlic bread. We were sitting around the table, and Ryan was bragging about some networking event he'd gone to, talking about the people he met, the deals he was apparently making. Mom ate it up, nodding along and saying how proud she was of him. Then she turned to me and said, "Jacob, maybe you could learn a thing or two from your brother about ambition." I laughed because I thought she was joking. But when I looked up, she was dead serious. And that's when Ryan leaned back in his chair, smirked, and delivered the line that lit the fuse. "You'll never be successful like me." It wasn't just what he said, it was how he said it. Like he'd already won some imaginary competition I didn't even know we were having. Like all the nights I stayed up calculating which bills could wait until next week didn't matter. Like I was just the guy holding the family together while he got to play future millionaire with 0 consequences. I felt this strange calm wash over me. Instead of snapping back, I smiled. "Cool," I said, my voice steady. "Then you can cover Mom's bills from now on." Ryan blinked, clearly not expecting that response. Mom frowned. "What do you mean?" she asked. "I mean, I've been paying the gas, electric, and half the mortgage for the last 3 years," I said, keeping my tone light. "But if Ryan's the successful one, he can take over. Starting next month, I'm done." The room went completely silent. Ryan's smirk faltered for the first time all evening, and Mom just stared at me like I'd grown a second head. I didn't stick around for the argument I knew was coming. I grabbed my jacket, said goodnight, and left. Driving home, my heart was pounding. I wasn't angry anymore. I was relieved. It was like I'd just cut a chain I didn't even realize I'd been dragging behind me. But I also knew that this wasn't over. Not by a long shot. 2 days later, Mom texted me, "We need to talk about what you said." And that's when things started getting ugly. When I got that text from Mom, I stared at my phone for a full minute before answering. "We can talk," I typed back, "but I'm not changing my mind." She didn't respond until later that night, when she called me. The first thing she said, before even saying hello, was, "You can't just stop paying the bills, Jacob. We'll lose the house." Her voice was panicked, like I'd just threatened to burn the place down. I stayed quiet for a moment, letting her words hang there. "Mom," I said slowly, "you told me last month Ryan finally got that promotion. He's making more than me now. Why can't he help?" There was a pause. Then, in a low voice, she said, "Because he's saving for his business. He needs every penny." I actually laughed, which made her go quiet. "Mom," I've been needing every penny since I was 16, I said. And somehow I still made sure the lights stayed on. Ryan can chip in. He's 30. That's when she switched tactics. Jacob, you've always been the responsible one, she said in that soft, guilt-soaked tone that used to work on me when I was younger. You know your brother isn't good with money. If you stop helping now, what are we supposed to do? I clenched my jaw because I could feel the old reflex to cave creeping up on me. I pictured the stack of receipts on my desk, years of bills with my name on them, and felt my spine stiffen. Figure it out, I said finally. I've done my part. She didn't say goodbye before hanging up. The next day, I got a text from Ryan. It just said, wow, way to abandon your family. I didn't respond. For the first week, I thought maybe they'd just accept it and move on. But the calls and texts kept coming. Mom would leave me voicemails with little digs hidden inside. I hope you're eating well. We had to cut back on groceries this week. Your brother said we might need to cancel the internet if we can't pay on time. Ryan, on the other hand, was more direct. Guess Mom can't watch her shows now because of you, he texted one night. But hey, at least you can buy yourself more toys, right? For the record, the toys he was talking about were the secondhand tools I'd bought for my car. Tools that I saved for months to afford. It wasn't just the messages, either. The next Sunday, Mom asked me to come over for dinner like nothing had happened. Against my better judgment, I went. From the moment I walked in, I could feel the tension crackling in the air. Ryan was already there, sprawled on the couch, looking smug. Mom was in the kitchen, but she didn't greet me like she usually did. Dinner was tense, to put it lightly. Every topic seemed to circle back to money. Mom complained about the electric bill being higher than usual. Ryan made some joke about how he should charge me rent for eating at his table since he was basically paying for everything now. I put my fork down. Are you paying for everything now? I asked, looking him dead in the eye. He hesitated just a fraction of a second too long before saying, well, I'm taking on more than you are. That's when Mom chimed in. Jacob, we just don't understand why you're doing this to us. After everything we've been through as a family, why now? Because I'm tired, Mom, I said quietly. I'm tired of carrying this on my own. Ryan rolled his eyes. Oh, please, don't act like you're some kind of hero. You just want an excuse to stop helping. Something in me snapped a little at that. Helping, I said, my voice sharper now. I've been paying half this mortgage since I was 24. You know what I was doing the night of my college graduation? Not celebrating. I was sitting in the bank parking lot transferring my last $200 to make sure we didn't default. Mom's face softened for a second, but Ryan just shrugged. Nobody asked you to do that, he said. That was it for me. I stood up, grabbed my jacket, and said, you're right. Nobody did. And nobody will ever have to again. I left before they could say anything else. Over the next few days, the guilt-tripping turned into open hostility. Mom sent me a long message saying she was disappointed in me and that I was punishing her for being proud of my brother. Ryan went on a spree posting pictures on social media, fancy dinners, drinks with friends, with captions like, success tastes sweet. I knew he was trying to bait me. I ignored it. But the part that really got to me was when Mom stopped calling just to talk. For years, we'd chat at least once a week about little things, her garden, her coworkers, the neighbor's dog. Now every message had an undercurrent of desperation or accusation. We barely made the mortgage this month. The water company sent another notice. I guess we'll just have to get used to living without heat. It was like she wanted me to feel the weight of every bill I wasn't paying. And I did. I felt it pressing down on me at night. When I tried to sleep, I'd stare at the ceiling and wonder if I was being selfish, if I was letting my mom down after everything she'd done for us. But then I'd think about Ryan, sitting at that dinner table smirking, and the doubt would fade. The breaking point came 2 weeks later when I stopped by the house to drop off a package that had accidentally been delivered to my address. Ryan was there, of course, and he didn't even look up from his phone when I walked in. Well, he said without glancing at me. Look who decided to visit the peasants. I bit back my first instinct to snap and just set the package down on the counter. This came to my place, I said. Mom came into the room then, looking more tired than I'd ever seen her. Jacob, she said, her voice heavy. We're 3 days from the mortgage being late. Can't you just help this month? I looked at her, and for a second, I almost said yes. But then Ryan laughed, actually laughed, and said, yeah, come on, hero. Save the day like you always do. That was when I knew things were about to change. After that night in Mom's kitchen, I tried to keep my distance. I figured space might calm things down, maybe give everyone time to adjust. But that wasn't what happened. A few days later, I came home from work to find a letter taped to my apartment door. It was from the bank. My stomach dropped. I'd never seen a letter like this before. Inside was a notice saying the joint mortgage account was now delinquent, and that unless payment was made in full within 5 business days, foreclosure proceedings could begin. I sat on the edge of my couch, letter in hand, heart pounding. I wasn't even sure why I was still on the mortgage. I'd been paying it for years, but technically, the house belonged to Mom. When I called the bank to ask what was going on, they told me that not only was the mortgage behind, but the automatic payments that used to come out of my account had been canceled. Canceled? I repeated. Yes, the representative said. Someone removed your payment information 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, right around the time I told them I was done. I thanked the representative, hung up, and sat there staring at my phone. There was only one person who had the account login besides me, Mom. I called her right away. Why did you remove my payments from the account? I asked, not even bothering with a hello. She was quiet for a moment, then said, because I thought it would be better if Ryan handled it. I felt like someone had punched me. Better? I said, my voice rising. You're 3 days away from missing the mortgage, Mom. He hasn't paid a dime, has he? She didn't answer, and that silence told me everything I needed to know. Jacob, she said finally, Ryan promised me he'd have the money by Friday. He said he's waiting for a client payment. Mom, he's lying, I snapped. He's been lying for years. And you chose to trust him with the house. I didn't want to pressure you anymore, she said quietly. You sounded so angry. I thought if Ryan handled it, we could keep the peace. I hung up. I didn't trust myself to say anything else without exploding. The next day, I stopped by the house to pick up a few things I'd left there. When I pulled into the driveway, I saw a brand new gaming chair sitting in the back of Ryan's car, still in the box. Inside, I found Ryan in the living room, setting up a new monitor. Where did you get the money for that? I asked, trying to keep my voice even. He grinned without looking up. Client payment came in. Treated myself. I stared at him. So the house is still behind, but you bought yourself a new monitor? He shrugged. Relax. I'll cover the mortgage eventually. You think one late payment is gonna ruin everything? Yeah, actually, I do, I said, my hands curling into fists. That's not how mortgages work, Ryan. You miss a payment, it tanks Mom's credit. You miss enough, you lose the house. He finally looked at me, smirked back in place. Then maybe you should pay it if you care so much. I don't even remember leaving the house. I just remember being back in my car, gripping the steering wheel so hard my knuckles were white. The next morning, I woke up to a text from Mom. We got a notice on the door. Please, Jacob, we can't lose this house. I didn't reply right away. Instead, I drove over there to see the notice for myself. It was taped right to the front door, big red letters spelling out final warning. Mom was sitting at the kitchen table when I walked in, her face pale. Ryan was nowhere to be seen. Where's Ryan? I asked. She hesitated. He's out with friends. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. Mom, this is what I was afraid of. You trusted him, and he blew it. Now you want me to clean it up? Tears welled up in her eyes. I don't know what else to do, Jacob. We can't lose the house. At that moment, Ryan came through the door, laughing about something on his phone. When he saw me, he groaned. Oh great. Here comes Mr. Responsible to lecture me again. I stood up so fast my chair nearly tipped over. You think this is funny? I shouted, holding up the notice. We are 3 days from foreclosure, Ryan. 3 days. And you're out buying gaming chairs and going to bars. He rolled his eyes. You're so dramatic. Mom will figure it out. She always does. That was the moment something in me broke completely. You know what, Ryan? I said, my voice suddenly calm. You're right. Mom will figure it out. But I won't be part of it. Mom looked up, alarmed. Jacob, please. No, I said firmly. This isn't on me anymore. I warned you both. I told you I was done. And you made your choice. Ryan smirked. Good. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. I walked out without another word. But as I drove away, I knew this wasn't the end. Something had shifted inside me. This wasn't just about money anymore. This was about respect, about years of being taken for granted finally catching up to them. And this time, I wasn't going to be the one cleaning up their mess. After that last blow-up, I stopped going to the house completely. No more Sunday dinners. No more quick drop-ins. No more answering Ryan's texts. which by now had devolved into one-liners like, "Thanks for abandoning your family, bro, and hope you're happy when mom loses the house." But ignoring them didn't make me feel any better. If anything, it made me feel worse. Every night I'd sit in my apartment, staring at my phone, half expecting to get a message saying they'd been evicted. I barely slept. The little sleep I did get was filled with dreams of coming home to find my childhood house boarded up, mom sitting on the curb with boxes piled around her. At work, I was distracted and short-tempered. My boss noticed. "Everything okay at home?" he asked one morning after I missed a deadline. I opened my mouth to say yes, but what came out was closer to the truth. Not really. That night, after pacing around my apartment for nearly an hour, I finally caved and drove past the house. I didn't stop, didn't go in. I just slowed down enough to see the lights were still on. A strange mix of relief and bitterness washed over me. They were still there, still surviving somehow, but I knew it was temporary. If Ryan hadn't magically found the money by now, things were only going to get worse. And the worst part was, I missed them. I missed mom's late-night calls about silly neighborhood gossip. I missed the sound of her humming in the kitchen while cooking. Even Ryan, as infuriating as he was, left a strange, empty space in my life. We'd fought like cats and dogs growing up, but at least back then it felt like we were on the same team against the world. Now it felt like I'd been traded to the opposing side. 2 weeks passed, then 3. Then one day I came home to a voicemail from mom, her voice breaking halfway through. "Jacob, the bank gave us another extension, but I don't know what to do anymore. Ryan keeps saying he's got it under control, but he hasn't paid anything yet. I don't want to lose the house. Please, can we just talk?" I sat there on the couch with the phone in my hand, listening to that message over and over until my chest hurt. Part of me wanted to call her back right then, to swoop in and fix everything like I always did. But another part of me, the part that remembered Ryan's smirk and mom's choice to trust him over me, told me to stay put. The next weekend, I got my answer about how things were going without me. I was sitting in my apartment, half watching a movie, when there was a knock on my door. It was one of mom's neighbors, a sweet older man named Bill who'd watched us grow up. "Jacob," he said, looking uncomfortable, "I thought you should know there's a notice on your mom's door again. Bigger one this time. Looks like the bank's serious." I thanked him, closed the door, and just stood there in my living room. My heart was racing, but my mind felt strangely clear. This was rock bottom. I knew now that if I didn't do something, they were going to lose the house. Mom would have to move in with a relative or into some tiny apartment she couldn't afford. Ryan would blame me forever. And as much as I wanted to tell myself it wasn't my problem, I couldn't shake the thought that I'd regret doing nothing for the rest of my life. But, and this was the crucial difference, I wasn't going to swoop in quietly this time. I sat down at my desk, pulled out my laptop, and started running numbers. If I stepped in and made a payment, I could bring the mortgage current. But just paying it off once wasn't enough. They'd just fall behind again if nothing changed. So I made a plan. Step 1 was to get clarity on exactly how bad things were. I called the bank first thing Monday morning and asked for a full account statement. When they emailed it over, I nearly choked. Not only was the mortgage behind by 2 months, but there were also late fees and penalties that had nearly doubled the amount owed. Step 2 was to separate my financial connection from theirs, permanently. If I was going to do this, I needed control. I scheduled a meeting with a lawyer to discuss my options. By the end of the week, I had a list of steps. I could bring the mortgage current, but I could also file paperwork to remove myself from the obligation entirely afterward. If Mom and Ryan wanted to keep the house, they'd have to refinance under their own names. It was the perfect middle ground. I wouldn't abandon Mom completely, but I'd also never again be the safety net they relied on by default. But before I could take action, I had to see for myself just how bad things had gotten. That Friday night, I drove to the house and parked across the street. From where I sat, I could see the notice still taped to the door. The curtains were half closed, but I could just make out the glow of the TV inside. After a long minute, I stepped out of the car and walked up to the porch. My heart was pounding, but not from fear, from resolve. When I knocked, it took a while for anyone to answer. Finally, Mom opened the door. Her face lit up for half a second before she seemed to remember she was supposed to be upset with me. "Jacob," she said quietly, "I didn't think you'd come." I didn't step inside. Instead, I nodded toward the notice on the door. "How many of these have you gotten?" I asked. Her shoulders sagged. 3, she admitted. Behind her, I could see Ryan sprawled on the couch, playing on his phone. He didn't even look up. Something inside me hardened. This wasn't just about saving the house anymore. This was about making sure they understood what it had cost me to keep it this long, and what it was going to cost them if they didn't change. I took a deep breath and said, "We need to talk. All of us." Ryan snorted from the couch. "Here we go again." But I didn't rise to the bait this time. For the first time in months, I felt like I was holding all the cards. And that's when the idea for exactly how to handle this started to form in my mind. An idea that would finally force Ryan to face the mess he'd created and prove to Mom that I wasn't just being selfish. I left that night without saying anything more, but by the time I got home, the plan was taking shape, and I knew it was going to hurt. That night, I didn't sleep much, but for the first time in months, it wasn't because I was worried. It was because my mind wouldn't stop spinning with possibilities. The next morning, I sat at my kitchen table with a fresh cup of coffee and wrote down exactly what I wanted to happen. Not just save the house. I wrote down my bigger goal. Regain control, stop being the family doormat, and make Ryan feel the consequences of his choices. Step 1 was financial. I met with the lawyer I'd called the week before. He was a calm, older guy with wire-rimmed glasses who listened carefully as I explained everything. How I'd been paying half the mortgage for years, how Mom had handed control to Ryan, how the house was now on the verge of foreclosure. When I finished, he leaned back in his chair and said, "You've got options. If you want to save the house, but stop being financially responsible, you can absolutely bring the mortgage current, then file to remove yourself from the loan. If they can't refinance without you, that's on them." Just hearing that made something loosen in my chest. It was like someone had just handed me the key to a cage I didn't even realize I was sitting in. I authorized the payment to bring the mortgage current, but I didn't tell Mom or Ryan yet. Not until I was ready. Step 2 was focusing on my own life. For years, I'd been funneling so much of my money into the house that I barely had a savings account. Now, with that obligation about to end, I started building one. I opened a separate account just for me and set up automatic transfers every payday. Watching the balance grow, even just a little, gave me a sense of control I hadn't felt in years. I also threw myself into work. Maybe it was the shift in mindset, but within a few weeks, my boss noticed the difference. "I don't know what changed," he told me one afternoon, "but you're sharper lately. More focused." He wasn't wrong. Without the constant financial drain, I suddenly had mental space for things other than stress. I started staying a little later to finish projects, volunteering for tasks nobody else wanted. 2 months later, I was called into his office and offered a promotion, and a raise big enough to make me grin all the way home. I celebrated quietly. No big announcement, no family dinner. Just me, a nice steak, and the knowledge that I was finally building something of my own. But I didn't forget the house. Every time I transferred money into savings, I thought about Ryan and his new gaming chair. Every time I stayed late at work, I thought about Mom sitting at the kitchen table crying because she trusted him. And slowly, I built my leverage. I started documenting everything. The payment I'd made to bring the mortgage current, the bank statements showing months of missed payments before that, screenshots of Ryan's posts bragging about nights out while the house was in danger. If there was going to be a confrontation, and I knew there would be, I wanted to be prepared. Meanwhile, Ryan seemed blissfully unaware that the walls were closing in. From what I saw on social media, he was living it up. Concerts, weekend trips, fancy dinners. I didn't comment, didn't like, or react to any of it. Let him think I was out of the picture. The truth was, I was stronger than ever. I started hitting the gym after work. Nothing extreme, just 3 days a week to clear my head. At first, I could barely bench the bar, but after a few months, I started to notice changes. My posture was straighter, my clothes fit better, and even my coworkers commented on how confident I seemed. By the time summer rolled around, I felt like a different person. One Friday afternoon, my boss asked me if I wanted to represent the company at a networking event. Normally, I would have said no. Too busy, too tired, but this time I said yes. And you know what? I had a great time. I met people who were doing interesting things, made connections that actually led to opportunities. It struck me then how small my world had been for so long, orbiting around Mom and Ryan's problems. Now, I had my own orbit, and that was when I decided it was time. I called the bank and set the process in motion to have myself removed from the mortgage. The banker explained that it would require Mom and Ryan to either refinance or assume the loan fully in their names. If they can't qualify, she warned, they might have to sell. Then they'll have to sell, I said simply. When the paperwork was ready, I scheduled a meeting with Mom and Ryan. I didn't tell them why, just said we needed to talk about the house. Ryan texted me back almost immediately, about time. Let me guess, you're coming to your senses and offering to pay again. I didn't reply. Instead, I sat back, looked around my apartment, paid for with my money, filled with things I'd bought myself, and realized I wasn't nervous. For the first time in my life, I wasn't coming to them from a place of weakness. I had the power now. The meeting was set for Sunday evening at Mom's house. For the first time in months, I didn't feel dread pulling into that driveway. My stomach wasn't in knots, my palms weren't sweaty. I had everything organized in a neat folder tucked under my arm. Bank statements, the reinstatement receipt, the mortgage paperwork with my name scheduled to be removed. When I walked up to the porch, the final notice that had been taped there weeks ago was finally gone. At least my payment had done its job, for now. Mom answered the door, looking nervous. "Jacob," she said, stepping aside. "Come in." Ryan was at the kitchen table, scrolling on his phone. He didn't bother to hide his smirk. "So," he said, "what's the big emergency? You finally decide to be a decent son again." I set the folder on the table and sat down across from him. "This isn't about being a decent son," I said evenly. "This is about facts." That got his attention. He put down his phone and leaned back in his chair, clearly amused. "Oh, this should be good." I took out the first document, the bank statement showing the mortgage delinquency and the reinstatement payment I'd made, and slid it across the table. "You were 3 days from foreclosure," I said, looking straight at Mom. "So I paid it. You're current now." Relief flashed across her face for half a second before Ryan ruined it by laughing. "Well, thanks for finally doing your job." I didn't react. Instead, I pulled out the next set of documents. Months of statements showing missed payments before I'd stepped in, along with screenshots of Ryan's online purchases and nights out. "You had the money," I said flatly. "You just didn't use it." Ryan's smirk faltered, but only for a moment. "You've been stalking my social media?" "I've been documenting proof," I said. "Proof that you had every opportunity to pay, but you didn't. And Mom, you let him take over the payments knowing this was a risk." Mom's eyes filled with tears. "I just wanted to give him a chance," she said softly. I nodded. "And now you've seen what he did with it." That was when I pulled out the final document, the paperwork to have myself removed from the mortgage. "This," I said, "goes into effect next month. From that point on, the house will be solely your responsibility. You'll either refinance under your names or sell. But my name will not be tied to it anymore." Ryan's face went red. "You can't do that," he snapped. "Yes, I can," I said calmly. "And I already have. This is just your notice." Mom looked stricken. "But Jacob, if we can't qualify, then you'll have to make some hard decisions," I said, my voice softening. "But I'm not carrying this anymore. I've done it for 3 years, and I've watched you trust someone who's never shown you he can handle it. Now it's his turn." Ryan pushed back from the table, his chair scraping loudly. "You think you're better than me because you have a steady job and a little savings?" I leaned forward. "No. I think I'm better than the version of me who kept bailing you out while you laughed behind my back." He glared at me, but he didn't have a comeback this time. I stood up, gathered my papers, and said, "You have 30 days. Make them count." Then I left. But that wasn't the end. That was just the beginning. Because as much as I'd taken control of my finances, there was still one thing left that I hadn't done: make Ryan feel what it was like to live without a safety net. So I started digging deeper. At first, it was just curiosity. I wanted to see how far his irresponsibility went. But the more I looked, the more I found. He wasn't just behind on the mortgage, he was behind on his car payment too. His credit cards were maxed out. And that client payment he'd been waiting on, it was never coming. I knew one of his so-called clients from high school, and when I ran into her at the grocery store, she told me Ryan had never done the work he'd promised. "He owes me $1,500, she said bitterly. "And he keeps saying he'll get it to me next month." It's been a year. That's when the final piece of the puzzle clicked into place. I called up an old family friend, someone who'd worked as a financial advisor for decades, and asked him for a favor. I told him everything: the missed payments, the constant bailouts, the lies. He listened quietly, then said, "You want to teach him a lesson? Make him face his credit report. People like Ryan avoid reality until it's staring them in the face. He was right. Ryan lived in a bubble where everything magically worked out because someone else fixed it for him. Popping that bubble was the only way he'd ever change, or at least, the only way he'd ever stop dragging Mom down with him. So I set up a meeting. I told Mom and Ryan it was a financial planning session to make sure they could qualify for the refinance. Mom was eager. She wanted to save the house. Ryan was cocky. He thought this was his chance to show me he had things under control. I knew better. The night before the meeting, I sat at my desk going through my folder one more time. Every receipt, every screenshot, every document was in order. I wasn't just walking into this meeting as the responsible brother anymore. I was walking in as the one holding all the leverage. And I was ready to use it. The morning of the financial planning session, I woke up earlier than usual. I wasn't nervous, not exactly. It was more like the quiet focus you get before a big game. I'd been waiting months for this moment, and now it was finally here. I got to the advisor's office first and took a seat near the window. The folder of documents sat neatly on the table in front of me. This wasn't just about saving a house anymore. It was about ending a cycle. When Mom and Ryan arrived, I could tell right away they were in two completely different headspaces. Mom looked anxious, clutching her purse like it was a lifeline. Ryan, on the other hand, strolled in like he owned the place, a smug little grin plastered on his face. "Ready to finally fix this?" he said as he sat down across from me. I didn't answer. Instead, I nodded to the advisor, who began the meeting by asking for permission to pull up the full credit reports for everyone on the mortgage. Mom nodded. Ryan shrugged like it was no big deal. The advisor's computer screen glowed as he clicked through the files, and then he turned the monitor slightly so we could all see. "Here's where we stand," he said. The room went silent. Ryan's credit report was a disaster. Missed payments, maxed out credit cards, delinquent accounts. There was even a notice about a collection agency pursuing him for an unpaid medical bill from last year. Mom gasped softly and put a hand to her mouth. Ryan went pale. This can't be right," he stammered. "It's right," the advisor said gently. "These are reported by the creditors themselves." I slid the screenshots across the table, the ones showing him bragging about his nights out, his new gadgets, his networking trips, and laid them down one by one like cards in a poker game. "You had the money," I said quietly. "You just didn't spend it on what mattered." Ryan glared at me, his jaw tight. "So what? You think you're better than me because you play accountant?" "No," I said, keeping my voice calm. "I think I'm done cleaning up after you." I took out the final document, the official notice from the bank confirming that, effective next month, I was removed from the mortgage. "When this takes effect, you and Mom will be solely responsible for the house. If you can refinance, great. If not, the bank will require you to sell." Mom's eyes filled with tears again, but this time, she didn't argue. She just nodded slowly, like she finally understood this wasn't a bluff. Ryan, however, wasn't ready to give up the fight. "You can't just walk away from your family," he snapped. I met his glare evenly. "I'm not walking away from my family. I'm walking away from you taking advantage of me. There's a difference." The advisor cleared his throat gently. "If I may," he said, "you do still have options. But Mr. Ryan, you'll need to make some changes, starting with catching up on your other accounts. Otherwise, refinancing won't even be possible." Ryan's face turned red. "So what? I just magically come up with thousands of dollars." "You figure it out," I said, echoing the words he'd thrown at me months earlier. Just like I had to figure it out when I was 24 and sitting in a bank parking lot at midnight, moving my last $200 to keep this house from defaulting. For a moment, no one spoke. The only sound was the faint hum of the computer fan. Then Ryan shoved his chair back and stood up so fast it nearly toppled over. "You're pathetic," he spat. "You think this makes you some kind of hero? All you've done is make things harder for Mom." I didn't raise my voice. I didn't even stand. I just looked at him and said, "No, Ryan. I just made it impossible for you to keep pretending you're not the problem." He froze, like he'd been slapped. Then he stormed out. Mom stayed behind, her shoulders slumped. "I should have listened to you," she said quietly. I didn't gloat. I didn't say I told you so. I just nodded and said, "You still have time to fix this. But it has to be you this time, Mom. Not me." When I left the office, I felt lighter than I had in years. That night, Ryan blew up my phone, angry texts, voicemails, even a half-baked threat to take me to court. I didn't answer any of them. Because for the first time, I wasn't scared of his anger. And I knew this wasn't over. Ryan was going to have to face reality now, and I had every intention of making sure he did. The days after the meeting were strangely quiet. Ryan's angry texts eventually slowed to a trickle, then stopped completely. Mom didn't call for almost a week. For the first time in years, my phone wasn't lighting up every night with someone asking for money, a favor, or a last-minute bailout. At first, the silence felt eerie, like the calm before a storm. But then it started to feel peaceful. I threw myself into my own life even harder. I bought some new furniture for my apartment, started cooking real meals instead of eating takeout every night, even signed up for a weekend woodworking class, something I'd always wanted to do but never had time for. Then, one Thursday afternoon, I got a call from Mom. Her voice was heavy, like every word weighed 10 pounds. "Jacob," she said softly, "we got the letter from the bank. They said we need to refinance by the end of the month or they'll start the sale process." I was quiet for a long moment. "Can you refinance?" She hesitated. "Not with Ryan on the loan," she admitted. "His credit is too bad. They said we'd have to remove him and qualify on just my income, but I don't think I make enough." There was a pause. I could hear the clatter of dishes in the background, Ryan moving around somewhere behind her. "What are you going to do?" I asked finally. Her voice cracked. "I think we have to sell." When I hung up, I didn't feel triumphant like I thought I would. I just felt relieved. Relieved that it wasn't my decision anymore. Relieved that the responsibility was finally where it belonged. 2 weeks later, I drove by the house and saw the for sale sign in the yard. I pulled over and sat there for a minute, staring at it. This was the house I grew up in, the house where I'd celebrated birthdays, done homework at the kitchen table, stayed up late playing board games with Mom when she had one night off a week. And now it was ending. That weekend, Mom called again, this time asking if I could come by. "Just to talk," she said. When I arrived, the house was already half-packed. Boxes lined the hallway. The walls looked bare without the family photos. Mom was sitting in the living room, folding a stack of blankets. Ryan wasn't there. "Where's Ryan?" I asked. She sighed. "He's staying with a friend for now. We had a fight." I sat down across from her and waited. "He blamed me for selling the house," she said after a moment. "Said I should have forced you to keep paying. But deep down, I think he knows this is on him." I nodded but didn't say anything. She looked up at me then, her eyes tired but clear. "Jacob," she said quietly, "I owe you an apology. I should never have put all of this on you. You were just trying to help, and I let you become the only thing holding us together. That wasn't fair." Something in my chest loosened at those words. I hadn't realized how much I'd needed to hear them until that moment. "I'm not angry anymore," I said, and it was true. "I just want things to change." She reached over and squeezed my hand. "They will." A week later, I got a knock on my apartment door. When I opened it, Ryan was standing there, looking like a completely different person. His shoulders were slumped, his eyes bloodshot. "Can we talk?" he asked quietly. I stepped aside to let him in. For a long moment, he just stood in my kitchen, staring at the floor. Then he said, "I'm sorry." It wasn't loud or dramatic, just quiet, almost embarrassed. "I thought I had it all figured out," he said. "Thought I was smarter than everyone. And then when it all started falling apart, I figured you'd just bail me out like always. When you didn't," he trailed off, running a hand through his hair. It scared me. I didn't know what to do. For the first time, I saw him not as the smug older brother who'd always looked down on me, but as a guy who was completely lost. "You needed this," I said finally. He nodded. "Yeah, I did." He didn't stay long. Just long enough to say he was getting a second job and working on paying off his debt. I didn't know if he'd stick to it, but for once, I believed he might actually try. A month later, the house sold. Mom moved into a smaller place she could afford on her own. Ryan found a cheap apartment across town. And me? I took the down payment money the bank refunded me from the mortgage and used it to start house hunting for myself. The day I closed on my own little place, a modest 2-bedroom with creaky floors and a yard that needed work, I stood in the empty living room and let out a long breath. For years, I'd been living for other people's stability. Now, for the first time, I was building my own. As I turned to lock the front door for the night, I thought back to that dinner months ago, to Ryan smirking across the table, telling me I'd never be successful like him. And I couldn't help but smile. Because now, standing in my own house, holding my own keys, I finally felt what success actually looked like. That was the last time Ryan ever mocked me. And the first time in my life I felt truly free. My name's Jordan, I'm 43, and I've always been the kind of person who lets things slide for the sake of peace, for the sake of family. But there's a difference between keeping the peace and letting people walk all over you. That line? My brother Dean erased it a long time ago, and this time he crossed it in a way I'll never forget. Dean and I grew up close. He was the golden boy, varsity everything, charming, the one who never got in trouble even when we both broke the rules. I was the quieter one, the bookworm, as my dad used to say with a half-smirk that always felt like a warning not to get too proud. That dynamic followed us into adulthood. Dean stayed the center of attention, throwing elaborate family barbecues, posting Facebook photos with perfect captions like #FamilyFirst, while I built a quiet life with my son, Theo. We were never flashy. I worked in IT, Theo read books the way other kids scrolled TikTok, and we didn't chase approval. But even so, I always tried to show up for family events to be supportive, even when it was awkward, even when it hurt. Theo is 17 now. He's always been different, not in a he'll grow out of it kind of way, but in the rare, once-in-a-generation way. He's quiet, observant, and thoughtful. He listens more than he speaks. When he was 8, he read Sapiens cover to cover because someone left it in a waiting room. He skipped a grade in middle school, started dual enrollment classes before he could drive, and yet he never rubbed it in. He wasn't cocky. He was just passionate, especially about philosophy and theoretical physics. But Dean never saw that. In Dean's eyes, Theo was just soft, the kind of kid who'd struggle in the real world. And no matter how many medals Theo quietly earned, Dean always managed to downplay them. That's great, he'd say, but the world doesn't hand out trophies for trivia. The graduation party was for Dean's daughter, Kayla. She's a lovely kid, cheer captain, accepted into a decent state school, and clearly adored by the whole family. And look, I was genuinely proud of her. I know how hard it is to be a teenager these days. So when Dean invited us to her party, I didn't hesitate. Theo was reluctant, said he'd rather stay home and study for finals, but I nudged him to come. It's important, I told him. We show up for family, even when it's not easy. The party was everything you'd expect: balloons, banners, custom cupcakes with Kayla's face printed on them. Dean rented out this over-the-top hall, catered by some local trendy taco place. Everyone was dressed like it was an awards show. We arrived a little late, and Dean barely greeted us. "Glad you made it," he said, patting Theo on the back like he was doing him a favor. I could tell early on something was off. There were these weird glances, whispered conversations when Theo and I walked by. My sister-in-law, Tanya, looked at us and gave this tight-lipped smile that said, "You don't belong here." I chalked it up to nerves. Maybe they were just overwhelmed hosting. Then, halfway through the party, Dean stood up and clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. All right, he said, grinning. "Before we get back to dancing and stuffing our faces, I want to do something special." He turned to a big table behind him. On it were wrapped gifts, elegantly boxed, neatly labeled. "I've got something for the future leaders in this room," he said. "The ones who are gonna make waves. You know who you are." He started calling out names. One by one, kids stepped up: Kayla's best friend, their quarterback cousin, a neighbor who got an internship at a fashion magazine. Each one got a tailored gift: a journal with their initials embossed in gold, a leather-bound planner. One kid got a smartwatch. I watched Theo out of the corner of my eye. He sat quietly, expression unreadable. I told myself Dean probably hadn't prepared anything for him, and that was fine. We didn't come for presents. Then Dean said, last but not least, "Theo." People turned. I felt a flicker of surprise. Dean waved Theo forward. "Come on up, buddy." Theo hesitated, then stood. He walked to the front, all eyes on him, hands awkwardly shoved in his pockets. Dean grinned and handed him a thin, crumpled package. It wasn't wrapped, just loosely folded in old tissue paper. Everyone went silent. Theo slowly unwrapped it. Inside was a torn composition notebook, half-used, with doodles and scribbles on the first few pages. On top was a yellow sticky note. It read, "Some kids just peak in high school." There was a beat of stunned silence. And then, laughter. It started with Dean's son, then Tanya. Then it spread. Like some awful in-joke I wasn't letting on. Even a few distant relatives chuckled. "It's just a joke," someone muttered. "Lighten up." Theo stood there, frozen. He didn't flinch. He didn't cry. He just nodded slowly, turned, and walked back to me. I didn't say a word. I just stood, took his hand, and we left. Right in the middle of the party. No goodbyes. Theo was quiet in the car. I kept checking on him, but he just stared out the window. Finally, he said, "I'm not mad, Dad. I just didn't expect it to sting that much." I could have screamed, but I didn't. I had to stay calm for him, because Dean wanted a reaction. He wanted Theo to look weak, but Theo didn't give him that, and neither would I. That night, Theo went back to his room and opened his laptop. He didn't sulk. He didn't rant. He got to work, tweaking his final application essays, triple-checking deadlines. When I brought him dinner, he looked up and smiled. "I'll be okay. Just wait." 3 days later, the letter arrived. I wasn't expecting it yet, but there it was, thick, with the crimson Harvard crest stamped on the front. Theo opened it in the kitchen. I watched his eyes scan the words. His lips parted, and then he laughed. Just once. Soft, relieved. "I got in," he whispered. And I just sat down and cried. The moment Theo said, "I got in," something clicked in me. It wasn't just pride. It was this slow-burning fire that had been building for years, through every backhanded compliment, every time Dean rolled his eyes at my nerd son, every little jab disguised as a joke. I had taken the hits quietly, like I always did. But this time, Dean humiliated my son in front of a crowd. This time, he made sure we both felt small. That notebook? That note? That wasn't just a cruel prank. It was a message. One that said, "Your kid doesn't belong. Not with us. Not in the future. Not anywhere." But Dean had miscalculated one thing. He thought Theo peaking in high school was the punchline. He didn't realize that for kids like Theo, high school was just the warm-up. I made copies of the letter. Not scans, physical color copies of the actual acceptance package. I slipped each one into a high-quality envelope, addressed to each household that had been at the party. I didn't add a note. No snide comments. No, "Bet you feel stupid now." Just the letter, folded neatly, like an official announcement. It was the most polite middle finger I've ever given. But that wasn't all. You see, Dean had hired a professional photographer for the party. She'd posted a huge gallery of the event online, complete with shots of every gift moment. I found the one of Theo standing there with that torn notebook, surrounded by smirking faces. I screenshotted it. Then I printed it and framed it. On the back, I taped the Harvard letter. That copy? I delivered personally. Dean wasn't home when I stopped by. Tanya answered, surprised to see me. She looked me up and down like I just crawled out of a drain. I smiled, handed her the frame, and said, "This is for Dean. No need to text me. He'll understand." And then I left. That night, my phone blew up. Not from Dean. No, he went silent, hasn't texted, called, or even liked a post since. But the others? The ones who laughed? Suddenly, they had a lot to say. Messages poured in. "Hey, didn't realize Theo was Harvard-bound. That's amazing. Wow, we were just joking. Hope there's no hard feelings. I always knew he was brilliant. You must be so proud." Funny how quickly people switch sides when success becomes undeniable. My mom called too. She's always tried to stay neutral between Dean and me. "Maybe you should just let it go," she said. "Dean didn't mean it that way. It was just supposed to be lighthearted." I didn't raise my voice. I just asked if it had been Kayla and someone had given her that note, would you still say it was lighthearted? She paused, then sighed. Point taken. And that's the thing. It was never about the party, or even the notebook. It was about respect, about dignity, about how people like Dean try to define success in narrow terms: loud, showy, popular. He couldn't understand that brilliance doesn't always walk into a room with a booming voice and a trophy. Sometimes it walks in quietly, listens, and builds something the rest of us can't even imagine. Over the next few weeks, the silence from Dean stretched. At first, I thought he was sulking. But then I heard through the grapevine that he was embarrassed, mortified, actually. Apparently, some of his friends were at the party, and a few of their kids didn't even get into college. And here comes Theo, the quiet kid, heading to Harvard. Dean had been bragging for years about being the successful brother, and now he looked like a fool. One of my cousins texted me, "You know Dean's been telling people you used a favor to get Theo in?" That actually made me laugh. I told Theo, and he just shook his head. That's what people do when they can't understand something. They rewrite it until it makes sense to them. Meanwhile, Theo kept working. He didn't let any of it distract him. He applied for scholarships, joined a summer research program, and started brushing up on quantum mechanics for fun. But every now and then, I'd catch him looking at that framed photo, him standing with that notebook. Not with bitterness, but with a kind of focused resolve, like it reminded him what he was working away from. Then, one night, I got a call. It was Kayla. She sounded hesitant. "Hey, Uncle Jordan, can I talk to you for a second?" I stepped outside. "Of course. Everything okay?" She took a breath. "I just wanted to say, I'm sorry. About the party. I didn't know my dad planned that. I didn't even know he had gifts for everyone. I would have said something, but I was scared." I stayed quiet. Let her talk. "And also," she added, "I got my housing assignment. I'm going to be 2 blocks from Theo's dorm." That hit me. The kids were moving on. The adults? Maybe not so much. A few days later, Dean finally reached out. A short text. Just, "We should talk." I stared at it for a long time, because by then, something had shifted. I wasn't angry anymore. I was tired. Tired of playing a part in a family that mistook cruelty for humor and silence for agreement. Tired of making space for people who never made any for us. So I didn't reply. Not yet. I had something else planned first. Something quiet, but unforgettable. I didn't respond to Dean's message right away, not because I wanted to ghost him, but because I wanted the right moment. For once, I wasn't going to let him dictate the timing, the tone, or the terms. And I definitely wasn't going to sit down over coffee like nothing had happened. The truth is, I'd spent years shrinking myself to fit into a version of family that had no room for who I really was. And I wasn't going to let my son repeat that cycle. Not after everything. The opportunity came sooner than I expected. 2 weeks after the text, our aunt, my dad's sister, was throwing a family brunch. She was turning 70 and wanted to celebrate it old school, which meant everyone was expected to show up, sit through a long speech, and pose for dozens of group photos and matching outfits. Dean and his crew would be there, of course. And under normal circumstances, I might have found a reason to skip it. But I went. Theo didn't want to come. "You sure it's not going to be a circus again?" he asked. "It probably will be," I admitted. "But it's not about them. It's about what we do with the spotlight when they give it to us." He nodded slowly. "Then I'll bring the letter." I raised an eyebrow. "You sure?" He smiled. "Absolutely." The brunch was exactly what I expected, catered, stuffy, full of fake hugs and louder than necessary greetings. Tanya air-kissed me like we were on a reality show. Dean stood at the other end of the room, pretending to be deep in conversation with one of our cousins, but I could feel his eyes on us the entire time. Then came the speeches. Our aunt went on about legacy and family pride, and I mostly tuned out until Dean stepped forward. Of course he did. He took the mic and launched into a rambling story about how family isn't just blood, it's about values, and how raising strong kids is the greatest accomplishment of all. Every word felt like a performance. Every sentence was a thinly veiled pat on his own back. He talked about Kayla's scholarships, about how he taught her to block out the noise and focus on achievement, and ended by saying, "And I just hope we all support each other's kids as they build their futures, no matter what path they take." He smiled right at me when he said it. Like that erased everything. I stood up. Theo looked at me, unsure. "It's time," I whispered. I walked toward the front, calm and steady. "Can I say a few words too?" I asked our aunt. She nodded and handed me the mic, clearly surprised. Dean stepped back, arms crossed. I didn't launch into a long speech. I kept it simple. "I want to talk about something that happened a few weeks ago. At a party." The room got quiet. I watched my son get handed a used notebook and a message that said he peaked in high school. A room full of adults laughed. And we left without making a scene, because I believed then what I still believe now: true accomplishment doesn't need applause. It just needs time. I reached into my jacket and pulled out a copy of the letter. The real one. Theo had laminated it. "This," I said, holding it up, "is Theo's Harvard acceptance letter. Not a favor. Not a legacy slot. Just years of work, discipline, and quiet perseverance." I turned and handed the letter to our aunt. "You always said you wanted to brag about your nieces and nephews at church. Thought you might like to start with this." Then I looked at Dean. He wasn't smirking anymore. "Sometimes," I added, "you don't realize who's watching when you laugh. But kids remember, and so do their parents." I walked back to our table. Theo looked stunned, then proud. He reached over and fist bumped me under the table, like we'd just pulled off the greatest heist of all time. The silence lingered long after. No one clapped. No one made a joke. Not even Dean. After the event, people approached us quietly. A few apologized. Some tried to save face. One even said, You really got him back, huh? But that wasn't the point. It was never about revenge. It was about respect, about making it impossible to ignore what people try so hard to dismiss. Dean didn't speak to us at the brunch, but later that night, I got a second text from him. Just one word. Why? I didn't reply. Instead, I posted something on Facebook. Not a rant, not a clapback. Just a photo of Theo holding his letter, smiling. No caption. Within an hour, it had more likes than Dean's last 6 posts combined. And that photo? The one from the party with the torn notebook? I mailed it to Dean, in a new frame. This time, I added something. A sticky note. Some kids don't peak. They rise. Let him sit with that. Because this time, I wasn't shrinking. And neither was my son. The months that followed felt different. Not just because Theo was preparing to leave for college, but because for the first time in years, our lives weren't orbiting around the family's approval anymore. We stopped attending events where we weren't wanted, stopped chasing validation from people who couldn't see past their own reflections. Our world got smaller, yes, but it got clearer too. And in that clarity, something beautiful happened. Theo blossomed. He didn't change to prove anyone wrong. He didn't need to. He stayed the same thoughtful, soft-spoken, fiercely intelligent young man he'd always been. But now, the world finally started seeing him the way I always had. His high school held a last-minute award ceremony that spring. Apparently, once the administration learned about his Harvard acceptance and his recent published research with a university lab, they scrambled to honor him. They asked if he wanted to give a speech. He almost said no, but I nudged him. And when he finally took the stage, standing tall in front of classmates who once dismissed him, he opened with this. I used to think being quiet meant being invisible. Now I know it just means people need to listen harder. The room was silent. And for the first time, they did listen. Then came move-in day. The drive to Cambridge was long but peaceful. Theo packed light, just books, clothes, and a little wooden box with his favorite quotes. When we reached his dorm, he looked around, took a deep breath, and smiled. I think I'm going to like it here, he said. I hugged him, tighter than I probably should have. I already do, I whispered. I stayed one extra day, just in case he needed anything. He didn't. He already had plans, study groups, orientation dinners, even a campus chess club he was excited to join. He walked me to my rental car the next morning, and just before I left, he reached into his backpack and pulled out the notebook. The notebook. The one from the party. The torn one with the cruel message inside. I've been using it, he said, for ideas. I blinked. You kept it. He nodded. I like seeing where it started. I drove off that morning with tears in my eyes, not from sadness, but from something deeper. Pride. Gratitude. Relief. My son had taken something that was meant to humiliate him and turned it into his own personal monument. And Dean? He never reached out again. He unfollowed me on social media. Sent a half-hearted congratulations card through our mother that I never responded to. Word around the family was he felt ambushed and humiliated by the brunch. Some even suggested I should apologize for making a scene. But I didn't. Because what Dean really hated wasn't the scene, it was the mirror. A few more holidays came and went. We skipped most of them. The family dynamics shifted slightly, as they tend to do. Some relatives quietly sided with us. Others doubled down on pretending nothing happened. But none of it mattered anymore. We were out of their emotional quicksand. And then, nearly a year later, I got a package in the mail. No return address. Inside was a photo frame. It held a new image, one I hadn't seen before. It was from Kayla's graduation party, but not the one of Theo with the notebook. This one showed Theo walking away from the crowd, head high, shoulders straight, while everyone else laughed behind him. He looked untouched, like he didn't belong to their world, and thank God for that. Behind the photo was a sticky note. Not typed, handwritten. I was wrong. He didn't peek. He launched. No signature. But I knew the handwriting. It was Dean's. I didn't tell Theo. I didn't post it online. I didn't frame it or reply. Because some things don't need an audience. Instead, I slipped the note into Theo's wooden quote box during winter break. He didn't notice right away. But one day, when he was packing to head back for spring semester, he opened the box and froze. He didn't say anything. Just looked at me, eyes glassy, and nodded. That was enough. The revenge wasn't loud. It wasn't cruel. It was simple. We lived better. We rose above. And we stopped asking for seats at tables that were never built for us in the first place. Theo graduated summa cum laude 4 years later. Dean wasn't invited. And when Theo took the stage to accept his honors medal, he wore a small pin on his lapel, barely noticeable, unless you looked close. It was a paper notebook, gold-plated, torn at the corner. After the ceremony, someone asked him about it. "Oh, that," he said with a small grin. "Just a reminder. Where you start doesn't define where you go." And that's the truth. Some kids don't peak. They ascend. My name's Daniel, 36 years old, and until a month ago, I thought I was married to my best friend. I met Claire when we were both in our late 20s, working in the same office building downtown. She worked in marketing on the 12th floor. I was buried in IT on the 4th. I'd pass her in the lobby, sometimes holding the elevator door open just long enough to share a glance and a polite smile. It started slow, coffee runs that turned into lunch breaks, which turned into shared rides home. Within a year, we'd moved in together. By year 3, we were married. Claire always had this magnetism about her. People listened when she spoke. Her laugh could turn a dull room into something warmer. I admired it, or maybe I was just blinded by it. She made our lives look perfect on Instagram, captioning weekend brunches with phrases like #ForeverMyPerson, and built this together. But behind the filtered selfies and holiday dinners, I was the one pulling the financial strings. I never minded it. I had a stable job, and I liked being the provider. Claire had switched jobs a few times, short stints in startups, freelance projects that never quite took off. She said she wanted to find her passion, and I respected that. I covered rent, insurance, even helped pay off her student loans. I figured marriage meant teamwork, and if her dreams took time, I'd wait. The moment that changed everything started like any other Saturday. It was her parents' 40th anniversary, and we'd offered to host a family dinner at our place. I spent the morning scrubbing down the grill, trimming the lawn, even picked up a bottle of her dad's favorite bourbon. Claire was inside arranging seating, folding napkins into those little swan shapes she liked. Her sister, Jenna, came by early to help, which really meant drinking wine in the guest room while Claire buzzed around setting the ambience. Around 5 p.m., while setting the table, I realized we were short 2 forks. I remembered seeing extra utensils in the guest room closet. Claire kept party stuff in there, so I headed over quietly. The door was mostly shut, but not fully latched. I reached for the knob, and then I froze. Claire's voice, low but clear, filtered through the narrow gap. "He's just a stepping stone," she said, with this light laugh in her voice I hadn't heard in months. "Once the papers are filed, I'm set for life." Jenna replied, almost impressed. "Smart. Clean him out before he catches on." Claire chuckled again. "He won't. He still thinks I'm working on my art business. Honestly, the only art I've done this year is making him believe this crap." I didn't move. Not an inch. The words hit harder than I'd ever imagined possible, like a slap from someone you trusted not to raise a hand. My first instinct was denial. I wanted to think maybe it was a joke, but there was no punchline, no giggle that undercut the cruelty. Just cold, practiced calculation. I stood there for what felt like a full minute, gripping 2 forks like they were the only things anchoring me to reality. Eventually, I turned around, walked back to the kitchen, and finished setting the table. My hands trembled as I folded the last napkin, but my face didn't show it. I smiled through the wine pouring, the small talk, the speeches. Claire leaned in during the toast, kissed my cheek, and whispered, "Thank you for making tonight perfect." I didn't say a word, just smiled and clinked my glass. That night, lying in bed next to her, I barely slept. I listened to the way she breathed, steady, peaceful, like someone who didn't know her mask had already slipped. I stared at the ceiling, 1,000 thoughts running laps in my head. Was any of it real? The date nights? The cuddles on the couch during storms? The way she'd reach for my hand when we walked across the street? Or was I just a transaction to her? A bridge she never intended to walk beside, only across? The next morning, I told her I had to work. I left early. I didn't go to the office. Instead, I drove straight to a lawyer. A friend of mine from college, Eric, had recently helped me draft a will. Solid guy, trustworthy, and most importantly, discreet. I walked into his office looking like someone who just found termites in their wedding cake. I didn't even sit down before saying, "I need to protect everything." Quietly, Eric didn't ask unnecessary questions. He just nodded and got to work. Over the next few days, I untangled our finances, rewrote the terms of the trust fund Claire didn't know I had, and quietly removed her name from every joint account I had access to. The house was in my name. Thank God. But just to be sure, I filed a notice to prevent any unauthorized sale or mortgage attempts. I also had the locks changed at my office and installed a secondary email filter to catch any suspicious activity. It was exhausting. Every signature felt like peeling off another layer of the lie I'd been living. And still, at home, I played my part. We ate dinner together, watched one of her favorite shows. I even pretended to be interested when she showed me a new set of earrings she was thinking of treating herself to. By day 4, Claire was back to being extra affectionate. Hugs in the kitchen, light touches when she passed behind me, subtle reminders of the version of her I once loved. Part of me wondered if she sensed the shift in me, if she knew I'd heard. But no, that would have required her to believe I was smart enough to figure it out. Then, that afternoon, I got the email. Claire Bennett versus Daniel Rivers, petition for divorce. Attached were preliminary documents, aggressive, too. Requests for alimony, half the house, a portion of my retirement plan, reimbursement for emotional labor, whatever that means. And still, I said nothing. That evening, Claire came home humming, like it was just another Tuesday. I had dinner ready. Lasagna, her favorite. She acted completely normal. She asked how work was, told me Jenna was flying to Cancun next week, and that we should think about a trip once things settled down. I nodded. Sounds great. I waited 2 more days before making my move. On Friday morning, I left Claire a note saying I'd be out of town for the weekend on a work retreat. She barely glanced up from her smoothie and just mumbled, "Okay, babe. Love you." No hug, no kiss, just entitlement on autopilot. I drove straight to a private P.O. box I had set up weeks earlier, grabbed a small stack of documents, and went to meet with Eric one last time. Everything was ready. I just had to sign and wait for the rest of the trap to spring. That weekend, Claire went on with her life as if nothing was wrong. She posted pictures of our house on social media with captions like, "Enjoying the peace while hubby's away," and "Self-care weekend." She had no idea the walls around her were about to cave in. Walls I had spent 10 years building, and she planned to walk away from with half. What Claire didn't know, or care to remember, was that we had signed a prenup. Back when we were engaged, I insisted on it. At the time, I framed it as just a formality, even joked that it was insurance we'd never need. She laughed, said she trusted me, and signed it with zero fuss. But here's the thing, the prenup didn't just exist. It was airtight, reinforced by years of legal updates that I quietly paid for whenever I adjusted my estate plans or added new assets. The terms were clear. If she initiated the divorce without grounds, which she had, she forfeited claims to nearly everything I'd built. No alimony, no house, no stake in the investment account she'd never contributed to. She'd walk away with what she brought in, which wasn't much. But I didn't stop there. Over the past 2 years, I'd funneled most of my savings into a trust that would only activate upon finalized separation. That trust was tied to a holding company, and that company, in turn, owned our house. So even though the deed had looked like it was in my name, legally, I'd transferred ownership to a shell company with a clause protecting it from divorce settlements. Again, Claire never asked. She didn't care where the money came from. She just assumed it would always be there, waiting for her, even when she made her exit. Monday morning, I returned home like nothing happened. She was sitting on the couch in yoga pants, watching a reality show and scrolling through her phone. She barely looked up when I came in. "Hey, how was the retreat?" she asked. I shrugged. Enlightening. That night, I lay beside her, wide awake, while she snored softly, unaware that her world was already shifting beneath her. Tuesday came with a knock on the door around 10 a.m. I'd taken the day off and sat in my home office with the door cracked open, just enough to see her reaction. Claire padded to the door in slippers and opened it, smiling lazily. Yes. The man at the door wore a suit and held a thin manila folder. "Claire Bennett." "Yes. You've been served." She blinked. "What?" "No, I already." "It's a counter petition," he said, already turning to leave. "Please review it thoroughly. You have 10 days to respond." She shut the door slowly, staring down at the envelope in her hands like it had bitten her. I came into the living room, coffee in hand. She looked up at me, stunned. You filed back?" I took a sip, then sat down on the opposite couch. "Calm. Steady. I figured since you were done pretending, I'd stop too." Her mouth opened, but no words came out. I heard you, I said. That night. You and Jenna. This stepping stone comment. The plan to clean me out. Her face drained of color. Daniel. I was joking. You know how we talk. That's just. I cut her off. You weren't joking. And even if you were, the papers from your lawyer weren't. She tried again. Look, let's just talk, okay? This got out of hand. I didn't mean to. I stood up and walked over to the coffee table, setting my mug down carefully. Then I picked up another envelope and handed it to her. This is from Eric. It outlines the prenup you signed. You might want to read it. She didn't take it at first, so I placed it on the couch beside her. And just so you're aware, I added, the house isn't in my name anymore. It's owned by a trust that activates the second divorce proceedings begin, which means you have 60 days to vacate. Her voice broke slightly. Wait, what? You can't just kick me out of my own house. It's not your house, Claire. Not legally. Not financially. Not anymore. She looked down at the documents, then up at me, blinking fast like she was trying to reboot her own brain. But I invested time in us. I gave you years. You can't just erase me. I'm not erasing you, I said quietly. I'm just no longer funding the fantasy that you ever cared about me. She was still processing when her phone buzzed, likely Jenna or her lawyer calling to check in. I saw her glance at the screen and quickly silence it. I turned to leave the room. Daniel, she called after me, voice now small. Can we just please talk? I paused, then looked over my shoulder. Sure, I said, but not here. This place won't be yours for much longer. And with that, I walked upstairs, leaving her on the couch, stunned and still holding the envelope like it might catch fire. I didn't hear her cry that day, but the silence was louder than anything she'd ever said. The next few days were eerily quiet. Claire didn't storm into my office. She didn't yell. She didn't even try to play the guilt card. Not yet. Instead, she moved around the house like a ghost, her steps lighter, her eyes never meeting mine. It was as if she'd been frozen mid-scheme and didn't know how to unpause the performance. But I wasn't fooled. Claire wasn't the type to back down just because she got caught. She was calculating, always had been. I'd seen her talk her way out of speeding tickets, outmaneuver co-workers for credit, and turn arguments with friends into tearful apologies that she somehow received instead of gave. She didn't crumble. She adapted. So I waited. On Friday, she cracked. I came home from grabbing groceries. Yes, I still cooked, and found her in the kitchen, looking a little too polished for someone with nowhere to go. Her hair was done, makeup flawless, and she wore a blouse she hadn't touched in months. Hey, she said, her voice sugar-coated. Can we sit for a minute? I set the bags down. About what? I need to explain some things. You've been acting so cold, and I get it. You're hurt. But it's not what you think. I tilted my head. Really? Because what I think is that you were planning to take me for everything I had. She frowned, as if I was the one being unreasonable. Daniel, come on. I was venting. Jenna said something. I said something back. I didn't mean it. You filed for divorce, Claire. That wasn't Jenna. She hesitated. Okay, yes, I filed. But only because I thought we were growing apart. You've been distant, working so much. I didn't feel appreciated. I thought if I took the first step, maybe you'd fight for us. I gave a short, humorless laugh. So cleaning me out was just your way of testing my love? That's not fair, she snapped, her polished tone slipping. You don't understand the pressure I've been under. I understand perfectly, I interrupted. You saw a future without me, and you wanted it padded with my money. Her lip trembled slightly, and for a second, I wondered if there might be an ounce of regret in her. But then she exhaled, straightened her shoulders, and said, Look, maybe we both made mistakes. But do you really want to drag this out in court? What will people think? What will your job think when all this gets messy? There it was. The real Claire. Calm, measured, threatening, but in pearls. I've got nothing to hide, I said. And you don't have a leg to stand on. You signed that prenup. You've contributed nothing financially. And if you want to bring up public perception, I'm not the one whose sister was helping orchestrate a financial hit job over Pinot Grigio. Her face hardened. So you're just going to toss away everything? Just like that. I didn't toss anything. You lit the match. I just stepped back and watched. She didn't speak again for the rest of the day. The next morning, she was gone when I woke up. No note. No goodbye. Just an empty side of the bed and a closet that looked like it had been rifled through in a panic. She didn't take everything. Just the expensive stuff. Designer bags, her gold bracelet, the suede boots I bought her last Christmas. A few jewelry boxes were open, contents missing. A small final act of self-assigned reparation, I assumed. What she didn't realize was that I had already frozen the credit cards and secured a claim on anything over $500 she might try to pawn. Later that afternoon, my phone buzzed. Unknown number. Hello. A woman's voice, tight, clipped, answered. Hi, Mr. Rivers. This is Angela Coleman. I'm representing Claire Bennett regarding the divorce proceedings. I smiled. Afternoon, Miss Coleman. I take it you've read the prenup? There was a pause. Yes, we've reviewed it. However, Claire feels that the document may not reflect the full extent of her emotional and domestic contributions to the marriage. She's prepared to argue for a fairer distribution of assets, particularly. I cut in, voice even. Let me save you some time. She has no case. And if she wants to play dirty, I have audio recordings. Multiple. And texts. Another pause. Longer. I see. Would you be open to a private settlement discussion before things become more contentious? I'm open to her leaving the house within the next 30 days and walking away with what she came in with. That's as generous as I'm going to be. Ms. Coleman didn't respond right away. Finally, she said, I'll speak with my client. Please do. I hung up and leaned back in my chair, staring out the window. The yard was quiet, the wind shaking the branches gently. For the first time in weeks, I exhaled without feeling like the ground might give out beneath me. But then, 3 hours later, I got another call, not from a lawyer, from Claire. And what she said next wasn't part of any legal strategy. It was a warning, and it changed everything. Claire didn't call to apologize. That would have required admitting she was wrong. She called to threaten me. I was in the middle of prepping dinner, something quick, just steak and greens, when my phone buzzed again. I saw her name flash across the screen. My thumb hovered over the red button, but curiosity got the better of me. I answered. Daniel. Her voice was cool, rehearsed. Not panicked. Not even particularly angry. Just composed. We need to talk. I think we've done enough of that, I said, chopping garlic with deliberate force. She exhaled through the speaker like she was disappointed in me. I tried to be civil. I asked for a conversation, not a war. But if you want this to get ugly, I can oblige. I said nothing. Just let the silence hang. You think you're the only one who can play smart, Daniel? I've been documenting too. I have screenshots, notes, even receipts for all the business trips you took while I was home taking care of the house. That made me laugh. You mean when I was at actual conferences? Claire, I sent you photos from the hotel, itineraries, even brought you souvenirs. She didn't flinch. Doesn't matter. What matters is how it looks. And if I file a claim for spousal abandonment, emotional distress, maybe even hint at infidelity, you'll lose, I said sharply. You're bluffing. You think a judge cares who's technically right? They care about optics. I'm younger, prettier, and I've played the supportive wife for years. That's the image they'll see. And if the story's compelling enough, maybe even a local paper will pick it up. Do you really want your reputation tied to a public mud fight? There it was. Her final move. Blackmail by humiliation. I didn't respond immediately. I needed to think. I ended the call calmly, without yelling, without even a reply. Just noted. Then I sat on the couch and stared at the wall for a long time. What Claire didn't realize is that her arrogance, the same arrogance that made her speak so freely to her sister, that made her so sure I'd never catch on, had also made her sloppy. And it wasn't just the audio I had. I opened my laptop and pulled up a folder I'd been curating since the day I overheard that conversation by the guest room. It was called Insurance. Inside were dozens of screenshots, emails, photos, all neatly labeled. Venmo payments she made to Jenna titled Clean Slate Nail Polished. Texts with mutual friends talking about big moves soon. Even a clipped selfie she sent to someone named T with the caption, "He's out of town, come over winking-faced." Yeah, I hadn't mentioned that part yet. Turns out Claire wasn't just planning to leave me. She'd been preparing her landing pad. T turned out to be Tyler, an old college friend of hers who just needed a place to crash for a few nights last year. At the time, I believed her. I slept on the couch those nights out of respect, gave them space. Now I realized I was playing doorman to my own humiliation. I didn't just collect evidence. I weaponized it. The next morning, I emailed Claire's lawyer and CC'd my own with a polite, professional message. Ms. Coleman, Following your client's recent threats to slander my professional and personal reputation, I've attached a preliminary folder of materials I intend to present should this matter escalate. Please advise your client that while I'm still open to a clean, quiet separation under the original prenup terms, any attempt to initiate a media smear campaign or false claims will trigger full public disclosure of the enclosed documentation. Sincerely, Daniel Rivers. Attached was a compressed zip file titled clareb_preview.zip. It wasn't the full arsenal, just enough to make her sweat. My lawyer called me 20 minutes later, almost breathless. Dan, you nuked her. She tried to nuke me first. Well, mission accomplished. Claire didn't call again, but Jenna did. I didn't pick up. Then the text came in. First one, then another, then 6 in a row, all variations of "you need to be reasonable" and "you're destroying her." I blocked the number. I heard nothing more for a week. Until the final negotiation. Claire didn't show up in person. Her lawyer did, looking about 10 years older than when we'd first met. She sat across from me at the conference table, cleared her throat, and said, "My client has agreed to vacate the property within the week. She will not contest the terms of the prenup or file any claims of misconduct, provided your client refrains from circulating certain materials beyond this room." Done, my lawyer said before I could even blink. It was over. Claire packed her things on a Tuesday. I wasn't home. I made sure of it. I had the locks changed again that night. Any trace of her, her perfume, her boots by the door, the fake orchids she insisted made the house look classier, I boxed up and dumped in storage. A month later, I got a small manila envelope in the mail. No return address. Inside was a wedding photo of us, taken at sunset, her arms around my neck, my forehead pressed to hers, with a post-it stuck to the bottom. It read, "You could have just let me go quietly." I tossed it in the trash. 3 months passed. Then 4. I moved into a new condo across town, smaller, cozier mine. I got a dog. Started cooking again. Smiled more. And then, one chilly morning, while walking through the grocery store in a hoodie and jeans, I saw her. Claire. Alone. No ring. No designer bag. She looked tired. Makeup free. She was holding a basket with a single frozen dinner, a bottle of white wine, and a coupon book tucked under her arm. She didn't see me. Or maybe she did and pretended not to. I watched her walk away and felt nothing. No hate. No anger. No smugness. Just relief. That I'd walked away. That I'd heard what I wasn't supposed to hear. That I'd set fire to the bridge before she got to cross it. And as I walked out into the morning light, bag of groceries in hand, I realized something. Sometimes the best revenge isn't a grand speech or a dramatic exit. Sometimes it's just surviving someone who wanted you broken and leaving them with nothing but the ashes of a plan they thought would bury you. I would love to hear your thoughts in the comments below. I'm 32, and my name's Ryan Keller, the kind of guy who believes that love isn't shown through expensive gifts, but through consistency, remembering how she takes her coffee, texting good morning even on my worst days, leaving a note on the fridge when I know I'll be home late. That's how I've always been. But somewhere along the line, I started to realize that consistency meant nothing to someone who only saw value in what sparkled. I met Emily 5 years ago at a friend's engagement party. She was magnetic, the kind of person who could make a whole room tilt in her direction. I remember thinking she had this way of making you feel like you were the only one she was talking to, even when 10 other people were waiting for their turn. I didn't come from money, but I had built my own small success, a software consultancy that started out of my apartment and, over time, grew into something stable. Emily loved that about me, or at least she said she did. She used to tell her friends that she admired my grind, how grounded I was. But as the years went on, I noticed that admiration started to sound more like disappointment. It started with small things. When we moved in together, she'd complain that my furniture looked too practical. When I surprised her with a weekend getaway to the mountains, she'd sigh and ask why we didn't go somewhere more Instagram-worthy. It wasn't constant. She could be sweet, funny, and genuinely affectionate when she wanted to be, but her comments started leaving small dents, little cracks in what I thought was our shared world. I ignored them. I told myself everyone has flaws, that maybe I was just being sensitive. But then birthdays and holidays became transactions. Every time I gave her something thoughtful, it somehow wasn't enough. The leather-bound journal I got engraved with her initials because she loved to write. Cute, but a bit cheap. The hand-painted portrait of us I commissioned from a local artist? Why would I want a picture of myself that doesn't even look perfect? It was like her affection had a price tag that kept increasing. I think the moment things truly shifted was our 3rd anniversary. I spent months saving up for a diamond bracelet. Delicate, tasteful, the kind of piece she'd casually mentioned wanting while scrolling through her phone one night. I remember her showing it to me on some influencer story, saying, "This is the kind of thing I'd wear forever." So I bought it. $20,000. It was the most I'd ever spent on anything that wasn't my house or car. I didn't do it to show off. I did it because I loved her. Because I wanted to see that look on her face, the one from the early days, when she used to hug me like she couldn't believe I was real. I wrapped it carefully. Even got one of those little velvet boxes that light up when you open them. I made dinner myself, her favorite, lemon butter salmon with garlic asparagus. I set the table, dimmed the lights, even put on that stupid playlist she loved. It was supposed to be one of those quiet, perfect nights. When she walked in, she didn't even look up from her phone. "Oh," she said flatly. "You cooked." Not "thank you." Not even a smile. Just a flat acknowledgement like I'd put on the wrong shoes. I brushed it off, poured her a glass of wine, and told her I had a surprise. I handed her the box. She took it like it was something fragile, her eyes flicking between me and the ribbon. When she opened it, she froze for a second, just long enough for me to think maybe this was the moment that would bring us back. But then she frowned. "That's it," she said. I blinked. "What do you mean?" "I mean," she laughed, this sharp, short laugh that didn't sound like her. "It's nice, but I was expecting something real." I just stared at her. "It is real," I said quietly. "It's a 2-carat diamond bracelet. You literally showed me this exact design months ago." She rolled her eyes. "Ryan, no offense, but this doesn't exactly scream luxury. It looks basic." "I don't know. I thought you'd surprise me with something more meaningful. Not jewelry from a mall." Something in me went cold. I'd bought it from a boutique jeweler downtown, the same one she used to walk by and sigh at every time we passed. I could feel my heartbeat in my throat, the kind of dull, quiet anger that doesn't explode, it just seeps in. I didn't yell. I didn't say anything cruel. I just nodded, took the bracelet gently from her hands, and said, "Got it. That's all. Got it." Then I walked upstairs, packed a small bag, and left. I didn't slam the door. I didn't give her the satisfaction of a fight. I just drove. Slept in my office that night. The silence was heavy, but it felt clean, like breathing after being underwater too long. She didn't call. Not that night, not the next day. A few texts trickled in, short, passive ones. "Where are you? Are you really doing this? You're being dramatic." I didn't answer. I focused on work. I told myself I'd deal with everything later, that maybe she'd reflect and realize what she'd said. But instead, 2 weeks passed with nothing but silence. And then, one morning, she showed up at my office. I didn't even notice her at first. My assistant just buzzed me, saying, "There's someone here asking for you. Says it's urgent." When I stepped into the lobby, she was sitting there, perfect hair, designer coat, a tight smile that didn't reach her eyes. She held something in her hand, a piece of paper. No, not a paper. A receipt. And that's when I realized what was about to happen. She had finally looked at the bracelet again. She had seen the number on the receipt, $20,000. She looked up at me with this strange mix of guilt and panic. And before I could even say a word, she whispered, "Ryan, can we talk?" The air between us felt thick. For the first time in years, I wasn't sure if I wanted to hear what she had to say. Because something told me, this wasn't about love anymore. This was about value. About what she'd lost. And she was only just beginning to realize how much. She followed me into the conference room before I could even decide whether to let her in. The door closed behind her with a quiet click, and for a moment, all I could hear was the hum of the air conditioning and the sound of her heels tapping nervously on the tile. She didn't sit. Neither did I. We just stood there, me by the window, her clutching that folded receipt like it was a lifeline. "Ryan," she began softly, almost rehearsed. "I think we should talk about what happened. I overreacted that night." I studied her face. Not a hint of remorse, just calculation. The kind of look you see on someone who realizes they've overplayed their hand and are now scrambling to save face. "You didn't overreact," I said quietly. "You made yourself pretty clear." She sighed, brushing her hair behind her ear. "You know I didn't mean it like that. I thought the bracelet was fake." You can't blame me for being disappointed if I thought it wasn't real. I almost laughed, but it came out hollow. You threw it back at me, Emily. You called it mall jewelry. And then you threw me away right after. Her jaw tightened. You didn't even explain. You just walked out like some martyr. Who does that? Who gives a gift and then storms off when someone doesn't react the way they expect? I stared at her. You didn't just not react, Em. You made me feel like what I gave you, what I am, isn't enough. Again, she crossed her arms, defensive now. You're twisting this. You always do this thing where you make me out to be ungrateful when I'm just being honest. I've told you before, I like nice things. Is that a crime? You know that about me. There it was, that word. Honest. She always used it like a shield, as if cruelty wrapped in truth suddenly became noble. I didn't buy that bracelet to impress you, I said finally. I bought it because I thought it would mean something. To us. She exhaled dramatically, like she was the one exhausted. It does mean something. It's beautiful, Ryan. Really, I shouldn't have said what I said. I just thought, I don't know, maybe we could start over. She stepped closer, her tone softening. Her hand brushed my arm. Can we go home? I miss you. There was a pause, a dangerous one, where my mind flashed through every version of us. Laughing on road trips, cooking together, the first apartment we decorated. But then my brain reminded me of the other moments. The ones where she made me feel small. The ones where I'd come home from a 12-hour day and she'd ask why I hadn't brought her anything. The ones where she'd post selfies with captions like, "A girl deserves to be spoiled," and tag luxury brands I couldn't afford yet. I already found a new place, I said. I think it's better if we stay apart for now. Her expression changed instantly. Soft to cold, guilt to accusation. You're really going to throw this away? Over one argument. Emily, I said evenly. This wasn't one argument. It was the last one. She stared at me, then laughed under her breath. Wow, you're really dramatic when you want to be. And with that, she walked out. No tears, no plea, just a dismissive flick of her hair and a look that said she still didn't believe I'd actually walk away. But that wasn't the end. Not even close. 2 days later, I started getting messages from mutual friends. Not about her, but about me. He's having a breakdown. He couldn't handle her being honest. He's jealous because she's more successful. It was subtle, but clear. She was controlling the narrative. I didn't respond. I figured people would see through it. But then, a photo appeared on her Instagram, her wearing the bracelet. Captioned, "When you realize you threw away something real gemstoned." The comments were endless. Friends of hers saying things like, "He's lucky you even gave him a chance," or "Good for you. Girl, you deserve better." A few people tagged me, and one even DM'd me saying, "She told everyone you bought a fake and made her feel stupid." I stared at that message for a long time. My hands shook, not from anger, but from this dull ache, that someone I loved was now using me for attention. I deleted my social media that night. I couldn't stomach seeing her twist things into entertainment. Weeks passed. I buried myself in work. My friends noticed, my business partner asked if I was okay, and I told everyone I was fine. But the truth was, every time my phone buzzed, I half expected it to be her again. Another message, another apology that wasn't really an apology. And then it came. A long text, full of mixed signals. "I know you're mad at me, but can we at least talk like adults? I'm not the villain you think I am. I miss you, and I think deep down, you miss me too. Let's not throw everything away over pride." I didn't respond. 3 hours later, another message. "You're really ignoring me after everything I did for you? Wow, guess I was right. You never cared." Then another. "Fine, I'll just come by tomorrow and drop off your stuff. Maybe you'll actually face me like a man." True to her word, she showed up the next day. Except she didn't come alone. She brought her mother. Now, her mother, Linda, had always been polite, but in that way people are when they're evaluating you. The kind of woman who greets you with a smile that never touches her eyes. From the moment Emily and I started dating, I could tell she saw me as temporary. She came from money, old money, and though she never said it directly, she made sure I knew I wasn't quite their kind. When they showed up at my apartment, I stayed calm. I opened the door, let them in, and gestured to the few boxes I'd already packed with Emily's things. "There you go," I said simply. Emily's mother glanced around, her nose wrinkling slightly, as if the place smelled offensive. "It's smaller than I imagined," she said. I ignored it. "I made sure everything's there. Clothes, shoes, Your camera equipment. Emily sighed. You didn't have to go through all this trouble. I didn't, I said. I just wanted it done. That stung her a little. I could tell. She looked at her mother, who stepped forward with that self-satisfied air people get when they're about to deliver a lecture. Ryan, Linda began, I think you're making a mistake. Relationships take work. You can't just run away every time someone says something you don't like. Emily's been very upset. She didn't mean to hurt you. I smiled faintly. She didn't just hurt me, Mrs. Hale. She disrespected me. That's different. Linda tilted her head, as though I were a stubborn child. Oh, come now. Don't be so sensitive. You're a man. You can handle a little attitude. Emily just wants the finer things in life. There's nothing wrong with that. There it was, that same tone Emily used, now in her mother's voice. Like wanting more, justified stepping on whoever couldn't give it fast enough. I gave her plenty, I said quietly. Her mother smiled. Clearly not enough. I felt my jaw clench, but I stayed composed. If she wants more, that's fine. She just won't find it with me. Linda's smile faltered. Emily stepped forward. You're really done with me? She asked, her voice trembling just enough to sound rehearsed. I was done when you treated love like a receipt, I said. And now, you've brought your mom to return it. The silence after that was thick. Linda's face hardened. You'll regret this, Ryan. My daughter is a good woman. You'll never find anyone who'll love you like she did. I looked at Emily then, her perfectly polished nails gripping the receipt in her hand, the same one she'd mocked me over weeks ago. I felt something settle inside me. Not anger, not heartbreak, but something colder. Clarity. I hope not, I said quietly. They left soon after, but I could feel the storm brewing. Because with people like that, walking away cleanly was never an option. Over the next few days, more whispers started. Clients mentioned seeing things online, vague posts, but obvious enough. Some people pretend to be generous just to look good. One of Emily's captions read. Another said, real love isn't about gifts, it's about honesty. Even when the truth hurts fragile egos. And just like that, I became the villain in her story. But she had no idea that she'd started something she couldn't control. Because what she didn't realize, what she couldn't realize, was that the world she thought she controlled was about to turn on her. She thought she'd thrown away a bracelet. But what she really threw away was the last person who ever looked at her without a price tag. And soon, she'd learn just how costly that mistake would be. It was about a week later when everything truly started to unravel. I was sitting at my desk late one night, finishing a proposal for a major client, when I got a notification on my phone, a tag on Facebook from an old college friend. The post had one of those clickbaity captions, when your ex thinks he's the victim but forgot what he did behind closed doors, grimacing face. I frowned, clicked it, and felt my stomach drop. It was a photo of me and Emily, one from over a year ago, when we'd gone to Napa Valley. Except the caption wasn't about the trip. It was about me. Just found out my ex was secretly seeing someone else while we were together. Guess that explains why he was so busy all the time. Funny how people can play the nice guy act while lying straight to your face. I stared at the screen for a full minute before I even processed it. The comments were already piling up, friends of hers, co-workers of hers, even people I barely knew. Wow, I always knew there was something off about him. She deserves better. She gave him everything. He's a manipulator, 100%. Someone even shared it to a local relationship gossip page. I could feel the blood drain from my face. I hadn't cheated. Not even close. But the way she'd worded it, secretly seeing someone else, it sounded plausible enough to people who wanted a show. I texted her once. Just once. Me? Why are you posting lies about me? No reply. An hour later, she posted an Instagram story. Never argue with a narcissist. They'll only prove your point. I remember just sitting there, staring at my screen, realizing she was deliberately trying to destroy my reputation, not just as a boyfriend, but as a person. The truth didn't matter. What mattered was the narrative. And she was damn good at crafting one. By morning, a few of our mutual acquaintances had quietly stopped following me. My business's social media page even lost a few clients, small ones, but it still stung. One of my interns pulled me aside that day and said, "Hey, man, I don't want to make this weird, but are you okay? I saw some stuff online." I lied and said I was fine, but I wasn't. I didn't sleep much that week. My appetite disappeared. I tried to focus on work, but every time I opened my phone, there was another post, another vague quote, Another comment thread full of strangers psychoanalyzing me like I was a character in a TV show. And then, just when I thought it couldn't get worse, it did. I got an email from a client, one of the biggest accounts my company had. "Ryan, we need to talk," it said. I jumped on the call immediately, trying to stay calm. The client, Mark, sounded awkward, hesitant. "Listen," he said, "I don't want to get into your personal life, but one of my partners came across some things online. I guess your ex posted screenshots." My blood ran cold. "Screenshots of what?" He hesitated. "Messages. Between you and someone named Sarah." Sarah was my operations manager. A friend. Married, mother of 2. We texted constantly, but it was always about work. "I can explain," I said quickly. "If those are the messages I think they are, they've been edited. There's nothing romantic about them. She's my colleague." He sighed. "I figured as much. But the board's nervous. You might want to get ahead of it before it spreads further." After we hung up, I opened Instagram again, and sure enough, there it was. A blurred screenshot of a text thread, my name clearly visible at the top. The messages looked real. Same tone, same timestamps, but twisted. Edited. The words, "I want you," inserted into a conversation that had originally been about product design. She'd actually faked evidence. That was the moment it clicked. This wasn't a breakup. This was character assassination. I called Emily. Straight to voicemail. I tried again. Same thing. I texted her. "You went too far this time. Take those posts down before I contact a lawyer." Her reply came 10 minutes later. "Maybe next time you'll think twice before walking out on someone who loved you. Actions have consequences, Ryan." I just sat there, the phone in my hand, the words replaying in my head like static. Actions have consequences. That's what she called it. Revenge dressed as justice. The next morning, my inbox was full of messages. A few clients pulled out of contracts. One even cited reputation risk. My business partner, Alex, came into my office, looking uneasy. "Dude," he said quietly, closing the door behind him. "We need to talk about this whole situation with Emily." I sighed. "You too." He shrugged. "It's not about taking sides, man. It's about perception. People are saying some pretty serious stuff." "Yeah, because she made them up," I snapped. "I know, but perception becomes reality fast. You need to do damage control before this tanks the company." The words hit me like a brick. My company, the thing I'd built from scratch, now being dragged through the mud because someone decided to rewrite the story. That night, I went to Emily's apartment. I don't even remember the drive there. I just remember standing outside her door, my hands shaking with anger. She opened the door, perfectly calm, dressed like she'd been expecting me. "Wow," she said dryly. "Didn't think you'd actually show up. What is wrong with you?" I said quietly. "You're spreading lies. You're ruining my business, my reputation." She cut me off. "Oh, please. Don't act like the victim. You left me humiliated, Ryan. Everyone thought you dumped me for no reason. I just told the truth." "That's not the truth." I snapped. "You're fabricating screenshots." She folded her arms. "Prove it." I froze. That smug look in her eyes. She knew exactly what she was doing. "You don't get it, do you?" she continued. "People believe what they feel, not what's real. You made me feel worthless. Now you know what that's like." I took a deep breath. "You're going to regret this." Her lips curled into a faint smirk. "Maybe, but you'll regret it more." I walked away before I did something I'd regret. But as I got into my car, I noticed something that made my stomach twist. A familiar black Mercedes parked a few spots down. I recognized it instantly, her mother's. And sitting in the passenger seat, phone in hand, was her mother, filming me. That's when I realized this wasn't spontaneous. This was coordinated. They wanted footage of me confronting her, looking angry, desperate, unstable. A nice little clip to pair with the story she'd already spun online. I drove off, shaking with rage. For days after, I avoided social media, avoided calls. Even my employees started noticing I wasn't myself. I could see it in their eyes, a mix of pity and hesitation, like they didn't know whether to believe me or not. Then, one morning, a letter arrived at my office. No return address, just my name on the envelope. Inside was a printed copy of a post from a gossip site, a full article titled, "Local Tech Entrepreneurs Affair Scandal: What Really Happened Behind the Scenes." The article detailed my infidelity, my emotional manipulation, and even mentioned that I gifted multiple women jewelry while dating his fiancée. There were quotes from anonymous sources, all clearly her friends, describing me as controlling and dismissive. But what really hit me was the final paragraph. Sources confirm that Ryan Keller's business is under review for workplace misconduct following complaints from female employees. It was a complete fabrication, but that single line was enough to start an investigation. HR contacted me. The board called an emergency meeting. My lawyer friend advised me to lay low until it blew over. It felt like every piece of my life was being systematically dismantled by someone who once claimed to love me. That night, I sat alone in my apartment, surrounded by silence. No TV, no music, just the sound of my own breathing and the faint hum of city traffic outside. I thought about the moment she'd scoffed at that bracelet, the contempt in her voice. And then I thought about the receipt she'd held when she came to my office, the exact moment she realized she'd thrown away something real. That was the moment she decided to destroy me. Not because she wanted me back, but because she couldn't stand that she'd lost control. And somewhere deep down, I realized she wasn't done. Not yet. Because people like Emily don't just stop when they've hurt you. They stop when you're beneath them again. When they've turned your pain into their proof of victory. But she had underestimated one thing. I might have been quiet, but I wasn't broken. And while she was busy weaving lies online, she had no idea I was starting to pull at the loose threads of her perfect image, one by one. The week after that article dropped felt like living inside a fog. Every sound was distant. Every conversation heavy with unspoken judgment. My name, once something I was proud of, attached to a company I'd built with my bare hands, now sounded foreign, tainted. I started avoiding the office. At first, I told myself I was just working remotely. But deep down, I couldn't face the looks. Even the sympathetic ones hurt. You can always tell when someone's pretending not to pity you. The board suspended me temporarily while the review took place. My lawyer called it standard protocol, but it didn't feel standard. It felt like exile. The company I had built from a laptop and late nights in my living room was now being handled by a committee I barely trusted. Alex, my co-founder, tried to be supportive, but even he was different now, cautious, distant. "Look," he said one afternoon on the phone. "I believe you, okay? But investors are nervous. You know how fast rumors spread. We need to be careful. Be careful." That's what everyone kept saying. No one said, "This is wrong," or "We'll fight it." Just be careful, like I was the problem now. I started noticing the silence in my apartment too. There was no laughter, no background hum of her presence. Just quiet. I'd wake up and check my phone out of habit, half expecting her name to flash on the screen. Not because I wanted to talk, but because a part of me still didn't understand how someone I'd loved could hate me this much. The worst part wasn't losing her. It was losing the version of myself I'd been when I was with her. The one who still believed that love, effort, and loyalty actually meant something. One night, around 2 a.m., I sat on the floor beside my bed and stared at that same velvet bracelet box. I'd taken it with me the night I left, without even realizing it. The bracelet still shone under the faint light from the street lamp outside. For a long time, I just looked at it, not as a symbol of her anymore, but as a reminder. That's when something inside me shifted. I wasn't angry. I wasn't even sad. I was just tired. But beneath that exhaustion, a strange kind of calm started to form. The kind that comes when you've lost so much that there's nothing left they can take. I didn't know it yet, but that was the beginning of my plan. Before that, though, things had to get worse. The next morning, I got an email from my landlord. Apparently, someone had called the property management company claiming I was harassing my ex and had anger issues. They were reviewing my lease to determine whether I posed a risk. It didn't take long to figure out who made that call. Emily had crossed a new line, one that reached into my personal space. I could almost picture her doing it, sitting with her mother, rehearsing her tone to sound concerned but innocent. "I just want to make sure he's okay. He's been unstable lately." The manipulation was surgical. She didn't shout or ran online anymore. Now she was planting quiet poison, whispers, concerns, doubts. The kind of rumors that sound believable precisely because they're subtle. I met with my lawyer again that week, who told me the HR investigation would likely clear me, but it could take a few more weeks. A few weeks, that's all it took to dismantle everything. I stopped sleeping entirely. The stress started bleeding into my body, migraines, nausea, constant tension in my chest. Some mornings I'd wake up drenched in sweat, heart pounding from dreams I couldn't even remember. One day, I got a call from my mom. She'd seen something online too. "Ryan," she said carefully. "Honey, what's going on with that girl?" "People are saying." "I know what they're saying, Mom," I interrupted. "Well, you know how your aunt is," she continued awkwardly. She sent me screenshots. I told her not to believe everything she reads, but you want to ask if it's true. There was silence on the other end. "That's what hurts most," I said quietly. "Even you don't sound sure." "I'm just worried," she whispered. "Yeah," I said. "So am I." When we hung up, I stared at my phone for a while, realizing how deep the damage had gone. She hadn't just taken my reputation, she'd taken people's confidence in who I was. Even my own mother's voice had changed when she said my name. I started walking late at night just to think. Through the city streets, through the empty park near my building, sometimes by the water. It helped a little, the rhythm of it, the air, the distance from everything. That's when I started piecing things together. Emily thrived on two things: image and control. Every move she made was about shaping perception, how people saw her, how they saw me. She didn't care about truth. She cared about attention, about making sure she never looked like the one who lost. But that also meant something else. If her reputation was her currency, then it could be broken. Still, I wasn't ready yet. I didn't want revenge, not at first. I wanted peace. I wanted to breathe again without flinching. So I did what I hadn't done since before I met her. I disconnected. I deleted my social media accounts. Changed my number. Told Alex I was taking a break from the company until the review was over. I packed a bag, drove out of the city, and rented a cabin in the hills 2 hours away. The silence there was different, clean, not suffocating. Mornings smelled like pine and rain. Nights were filled with crickets instead of city noise. I'd sit on the porch with a cup of coffee, just listening to the wind. At first, it felt empty. But then, slowly, it started to feel like recovery. I read books again. I cooked my own meals. I slept, actually slept, for the first time in weeks. I started writing too, not for anyone else, but for me. Just thoughts, reflections, pieces of myself I'd buried under years of keeping someone else happy. It was like rebuilding from ashes, one quiet moment at a time. But even peace has a way of getting interrupted. About 10 days into my self-imposed exile, I got an email from Alex. Subject line, "Need to talk." I opened it, expecting another update about the investigation. Instead, the first line made my stomach tighten. Emily reached out to the board. Apparently, she'd sent a long, dramatic letter to my company's investors, positioning herself as a concerned former partner who wanted to expose unethical behavior before more people got hurt. She claimed she had proof that I'd been hiding financial misconduct. None of it was true, but perception doesn't wait for evidence. The board froze my access to all company accounts pending review. I was officially locked out of the business I had built. That was rock bottom. I remember just sitting there in that quiet cabin, staring at my laptop screen as the rain hit the windows. It wasn't anger anymore. It was disbelief, the kind that makes your mind go blank. I'd given her love, security, trust, and in return, she'd stripped me of everything I valued. And yet, in that moment, something remarkable happened. I didn't feel broken. I felt awake, because now there was nothing left to lose. I closed my laptop and leaned back, staring at the ceiling. Every ounce of energy I'd spent trying to defend myself, to prove my innocence, had been wasted. Emily had taught me something without realizing it. People will believe whatever makes them feel smartest. The truth doesn't matter until it's undeniable. And that's what I decided I would make it, undeniable. The next morning, I made a list. A calm, meticulous list. Names, dates, documents, screenshots, conversations. The real ones. I remembered every time she borrowed my laptop. Every shared cloud folder she forgot to remove me from. Every message she'd sent to her friends bragging about, teaching me a lesson. I started collecting quietly. Not for revenge, not yet, but for clarity. For proof. For the moment when she'd overreach, as people like her always do. Because I knew Emily. She couldn't stop herself. She'd push until she thought she'd won. And when she did, that's when I'd be ready. But for now, I sat in that cabin, listening to the rain and letting the plan form piece by piece in my head, not out of rage, but out of purpose. It wasn't about destroying her. It was about taking back the story she stole from me. It's strange how calm revenge feels when it's no longer driven by anger. It's colder, quieter, like precision instead of chaos. That's where I was, sitting in that mountain cabin with my laptop open, a notepad beside me, and a single purpose echoing in my head: take back control. The first step wasn't about her, it was about me. I needed to rebuild before I could strike back. My reputation was bleeding, my company on pause, and my name reduced to a whisper of gossip. But I still had something she didn't: proof and patience. I started by documenting everything. Every lie she'd posted, every anonymous source, quote that matched her friend's wording, every fake screenshot. I'd already backed up our old messages before I left, and as I reread them, I noticed things I hadn't before: patterns, timestamps, inconsistencies in her stories. And then I found it: a series of texts she'd sent her friend, bragging about editing the perfect receipts to make me look like a creep. She hadn't deleted the cloud backup. It was all still there. The exact same night she posted the first evidence against me she'd written. It's hilarious how easy it is. If he wants to act like the victim, fine. Let's see how his company handles a little PR nightmare. I remember staring at that message, reading it 3 times over. It was like watching a switch flip in my head. The guilt, the heartbreak, the helplessness, all of it just evaporated. She wanted to play dirty. Fine. But I'd play smart. I called my lawyer, a friend from college named Clara. She listened silently as I laid out everything: the fake screenshots, the false harassment claim, the social media smear campaign. When I finished, she said, "Ryan, this is a defamation case waiting to happen. You have her dead to rights." "I don't want a lawsuit," I said. "Not yet. I want her to feel it before it ever reaches a courtroom." Clara paused. "So what's your plan?" "Reputation for reputation," I said, but done quietly. Over the next few weeks, I started reaching out to people who actually mattered: investors, clients, colleagues who distanced themselves. Not to defend myself, but to present facts. I showed them the messages, the evidence of doctored screenshots, the timestamps that didn't match. The reaction was almost identical across the board: shock, then guilt. Mark, the client who'd almost dropped me, apologized personally. "Ryan, I'm sorry I doubted you. This is insane." Alex, my co-founder, called me after the board reviewed everything. "They reinstated your access. The investors are furious at her for trying to manipulate them, and they want you back as CEO." I felt something I hadn't in months: relief that didn't come from vindication, but from control. But that was just step 1. Step 2 was letting Emily expose herself. People like her can't resist attention. It's like oxygen. The moment she sensed she was losing it, she'd act out. And she did, right on schedule. About a week after I was reinstated, she posted another dramatic story: a black background, white text. When narcissists realize their games don't work anymore, they play the victim again. Watch out. Then, a selfie, teary-eyed, captioned, "Healing from manipulation." The comments poured in: sympathy, validation, encouragement. She basked in it. But this time, I didn't respond. I didn't even look directly. I just waited, because I knew what was coming. And it came 2 days later. A journalist reached out to her, one of those online column writers who specialized in relationship exposés. He'd seen her posts and offered to share her side of the story. Of course she said yes. And of course, she exaggerated again, claiming I'd used her emotionally, that I'd stolen her work ideas, that she'd been the real victim. What she didn't know was that the journalist was a friend of mine. Not close, but close enough. When the article came out, it looked like another sympathy piece, until readers started noticing the contradictions. A comment under the article went viral. "Funny how her evidence uses the same font and formatting as an editing app. Also, her timestamps are inconsistent. This doesn't add up." Then another: "Did anyone else notice the bracelet she's wearing in her post? Same one she called fake in an old photo." I didn't post anything. I didn't need to. The internet did the work for me. Within hours, people started digging deeper. Someone found screenshots of her bragging in group chats. Others uncovered inconsistencies in her timeline. Every thread pulled led to another lie unraveling. Her comments section turned from support to interrogation. "Wait, didn't you say he cheated? But now you're saying he was controlling. You admitted he gave you that bracelet and you threw it away. Why are you still wearing it? Are you sure you're not just bitter he moved on?" She tried to fight back, posting long captions about toxic exes and internet trolls. But every defense only made her look worse. Screenshots of her contradictions spread faster than anything she'd ever said about me. Meanwhile, I was rebuilding. The company bounced back stronger than before. The investors rallied behind me, partly out of guilt, partly out of respect for how I'd handled it. Clients returned, and a few new ones signed on, impressed by how gracefully I'd dealt with the smear campaign. I started getting invites again, to panels, to industry events, to interviews. Ironically, my reputation for being falsely accused became the very thing that made people admire me. But I wasn't done yet. I still had the bracelet, the symbol of how this all started, the moment she decided I wasn't enough. I knew exactly what to do with it. I donated it to a charity auction supporting domestic abuse survivors. The organizers loved the idea, especially when I told them the story in vague terms. A gift once rejected, now repurposed to help others. They publicized it heavily. When the auction went live, it got picked up by local media. One article ran the headline: Tech entrepreneur donates $20,000 diamond bracelet to support women rebuilding after toxic relationships. It went viral. And right there, in the attached photo, was her bracelet. Within hours, people connected the dots. They recognized it from her old posts. The same design, the same pattern. The comments were brutal. Wait, isn't this the bracelet Emily threw away? This is poetic justice. Imagine rejecting something that ends up saving lives. That was the first time she went completely silent online. No posts, no stories, nothing. But the universe wasn't done balancing itself yet. A week later, an anonymous Twitter thread appeared detailing her lies, complete with screenshots, timestamps, and voice recordings. It wasn't me. Someone else had compiled it all. Someone tired of watching her manipulate people. I didn't ask who. I didn't need to. When I saw that thread trending, I closed my laptop and smiled. Not because she was exposed, but because I hadn't lifted a finger. She'd built her own downfall one lie at a time. All I did was stop trying to protect her from it. A few months later, I went back to that same restaurant where I'd given her the bracelet. I sat at the same table, ordered the same wine. The waiter didn't recognize me, which somehow felt right. I wasn't the same person. While I was paying the bill, I heard a voice behind me. Hesitant. Soft. Ryan. I turned. Emily. She looked different. Thinner. Exhausted. The confidence she used to wear like armor was gone. I didn't expect to see you here, she said, trying to smile. Neither did I. She hesitated. I heard about the auction. That was really thoughtful of you. I nodded. Thanks. She looked down at her hands. I didn't mean for things to get so ugly. I said nothing. I was hurt, she continued quietly. I thought if I could control the story, it would hurt less. It usually doesn't, I said. For a second, I almost saw the person I used to love, the one before the lies, before the bitterness. But that version of her was gone, buried under the one who'd tried to destroy me and lost. When I stood to leave, she whispered, Ryan, do you ever think about what we could have been if things were different? I met her eyes for a moment. Yeah, I said softly. But they weren't. And then I walked out. As I stepped into the evening air, I realized something. Revenge isn't about watching someone else fall. It's about rising so high that they can't reach you anymore. And for the first time in a long time, I didn't feel angry or bitter or haunted. I just felt free. The fallout came slower than I expected. It didn't happen in a burst of drama or a screaming match in public. It was quieter, like a slow undoing. The kind of collapse that starts invisible and then suddenly becomes impossible to ignore. After that night at the restaurant, I didn't hear from Emily again for months. I didn't check her social media, though I didn't need to. People sent me things without asking. Screenshots, posts, whispers about how things were falling apart for her. I tried not to care, but part of me did. Not out of vengeance, but curiosity. You spend years of your life loving someone, even if they hurt you, and some part of you still wants to know what becomes of them. It started with small things. Her influencer sponsorships dropped off one by one. A skincare brand she'd promoted for years quietly stopped tagging her. A podcast she'd been a guest on deleted her episode. Her followers noticed. Questions started to surface. Why did the brand stop working with you? What happened with your ex? He seems to be doing fine. Is it true you fake things? At first, she ignored them. Then she tried to fight back. Long captions about online bullying, about how she was tired of people misunderstanding her. But the comments didn't buy it anymore. The internet has a short memory for sympathy and a long one for hypocrisy. Eventually, she deleted her accounts altogether. The world moved on, but quietly, I knew she hadn't. Because every few months, I'd get an email, never from her main address, always from some new one. Always vague, always circling the same regret without naming it. I'm sorry for how things ended. I was young. I didn't know what I was doing. I hope you're happy. I never replied. But the truth is, I did forgive her. Not in words, not in some grand gesture, but in the way you forgive a storm for flooding your house. You don't excuse it. You just rebuild stronger. And I did rebuild. The company not only recovered, it grew. The incident had ironically made it more visible, and I used that platform to build something better. I launched a mentorship program for young entrepreneurs, focusing on mental health, integrity, and resilience. It wasn't branding. It was therapy disguised as leadership. And it worked. People respected it. I started speaking at events, getting interviewed, sharing what I'd learned about business, but also about trust and the kind of quiet strength that comes from losing everything. One day, about a year after everything happened, I got a call from Alex. "You might want to see this," he said, and sent me a link. It was a local news article, one of those small, tucked-away pieces most people would scroll past. But not me. Former influencer Emily Hale sentenced for defamation and falsifying digital evidence. The article detailed how another man, someone she'd dated briefly after me, had filed a lawsuit when she tried the same thing again. This time, she hadn't been as careful. He'd traced her edits, subpoenaed the original files, and uncovered a pattern of manipulation spanning multiple people. The fake screenshots, the harassment claims, the emails, all fabricated. It wasn't a long sentence, just community service and probation. But it was enough to make everything public. Enough to make her name, the name she once polished like glass, synonymous with deceit. I sat in silence after reading it. Not happy, not triumphant, just quiet. Because I knew that was the real punishment. Not the community service, not the fines, but the loss of credibility. The one thing she built her whole life around. Later that week, I got one final email. The last one she ever sent me. "I know I don't deserve it, but I wanted you to know I told the truth. To them, to everyone. About you. I admitted what I did. You didn't deserve any of it. I just wanted to feel in control. You were good to me, Ryan. Better than I ever said out loud. I'm sorry I tried to ruin you. I hope you're still wearing that piece you always talked about." For a long moment, I just stared at the words. There was a kind of broken honesty in them. Not enough to undo what she'd done, but enough to make me believe she finally understood. I didn't respond, but I printed it. Not out of sentiment, but as a reminder of how far I'd come. I tucked it in a drawer beside the charity auction photo, the bracelet gleaming under the lights, the caption beneath it reading, "From pain to purpose." A few months later, I found myself back in Napa Valley, the place where that old photo of us had been taken, the one she used to start the rumors. This time, I wasn't there for work or for someone else. I was there because I wanted to be. Because I could be. The sun was setting over the vineyards, the air warm and gold. I sat on the same overlook where we'd once watched the sunset together, years ago. Back then, she'd leaned on my shoulder and said, "You're too good for this world." And I'd laughed, thinking it was a compliment. Now I understood it wasn't. What she meant was, "You're too kind to see what's coming." I smiled at the thought, not bitterly, but peacefully. Because now I did see. That night, I met up with Alex for dinner. We talked about the company, about life, about how crazy that year had been. He raised a glass and said, "You know, I still can't believe how you handled it. Most people would have tried to destroy her back." I laughed quietly. She destroyed herself. I just stopped getting in the way. He grinned. "Still, that bracelet story, that's going to go down in company legend." We both laughed. But when the laughter faded, I felt a strange wave of gratitude. For all of it. For the heartbreak, for the chaos, even for the silence that came after. Because without it, I never would have become who I was now. When I got back to my hotel that night, I opened my balcony door and just listened to the wind. The same feeling I'd had in that cabin months ago returned. Calm, grounded, real. No more anger. No more need for revenge. Just peace, earned the hard way. A few weeks later, I got a message from a journalist writing a book about digital defamation cases. He wanted to interview me, not as a victim, but as an example of recovery and resilience. I almost declined, but then I thought of something Clara, my lawyer, once told me. The best revenge isn't just living well. It's being undeniable. So I said yes. When the book came out a year later, there was a chapter titled The Man Who Let Go of the Match. It detailed everything: how I stayed silent, how I rebuilt, how the truth eventually caught up on its own. That chapter got quoted in dozens of articles, podcasts, and panels. And every time someone brought it up, I felt that same quiet pride, not for winning, but for surviving without losing myself. Because in the end, that's the thing Emily never understood. You can't destroy someone who's already chosen peace over power. The last time I ever saw her was purely by chance. I was walking through the city after a conference, and she was coming out of a cafe. She looked older, not in years, but in energy. When she saw me, she froze for a moment, then gave me a small, weary smile. "Hey," she said softly. "Hey," I replied. There was no tension, no bitterness, just two people who had once shared a chapter, now standing in completely different books. She hesitated, then said, "You look happy." "I am," I said simply. She nodded, looked like she wanted to say more, then didn't. She just walked away. And that was it. No dramatic goodbye, no apology, no closure speech. Just quiet, the kind that means everything's finally over. As she disappeared into the crowd, I felt something deep inside settle completely, like a door closing behind me. I turned the other way and kept walking. Not because I needed to leave her behind, but because I already had. In the end, Emily lost what she valued most: her image, her audience, her control. And I gained what I didn't even know I'd been missing: myself. That bracelet had started it all, a gift meant to symbolize love, rejected as not real. But the truth was, it was real. It always had been. She just couldn't see the value of something that didn't come with a price tag. Now it was gone, turned into something good, something bigger than either of us. And me? I finally understood the quiet power of walking away, not as surrender, but as victory. Because sometimes, the best revenge isn't revenge at all. It's the peace that comes when you realize you've already won.